I'm too impatient. I was waiting for it. But no. I'm far too impatient. Oh my god. My mouse has just been hovering just over the unmute. I can't. There it is. I was waiting for that. No. I didn't remember how long it was gonna take. Not that it's a bad thing, but like I couldn't remember how long the like piano bits in this song lasted, and I was like, oh, I'll just wait. Far too impatient for that. Anyway, yo! It's 5:50, it's almost 6, and here I am. You know, first of all, hi. Hi, y'all. How's it going? Second of all, now I'm gonna ramble. But I was gonna start exactly at like 5:45 and then do it. And start at 5:45. That's what I mean. And I didn't. I was either gonna do 5:40 or 5:45. I was gonna do 5:40, and then I realized it was 5:41, and I was outside of this room. I was looking for something. I had forgotten, and I had missed the 5:40 mark. And so I was like, I'll start at 5:45, and then I got impatient again, like with the music, and then just decided to start it at like 5:42, 5:43, something like that. It's not a like pretty number. It's not that it's, I don't know. I like the third, like the you know, like your half pasts, 45, like 15 maybe. I could make as well, or like right on the hour. But I was gonna wait 45, and then it was 42, and I was far too impatient, and I just went. Hi. Hi, thanks for the hug. The virtual hug. I love me a virtual hug. Anyway, I in the last like 2 minutes, not 2 minutes, but in a bit, I've tweeted a lot. I don't know why. Today has been, like, some of it has been necessary, like the poll, like me saying it's gonna be between 5:30, 5:45, like when I decided, all this kind of stuff, and then I just kept tweeting. I tweeted out my alt again, just the same, like, it's not at 5:45 exact thought, that where I didn't start exactly off. Wait, I don't know why, it just happened. Also, I'm officially following 99 accounts on Twitter, and it's frustrating me that it's not 100. I need another account to follow. I'll literally follow anything that catches my attention. I need anything. I need it to be 100. I need it to be 100. Please, I need it to be 100. Give me a recommended account. I need anything. Anything will work. So sad. Follow me. I'm a person that has a Twitter and occasionally posts stuff. You know what? Sure. I need it to be 100. I'll follow you. Follow back. There you go. Because I need it to be 100, otherwise it's going to be really frustrating. Yes, 100! Round even number. Now I can't follow anyone else on my alt. Can't follow anyone else because it's 100. And it's such a nice number. It looks so nice. There we go. I needed it to be a nice round number. It's like turning up the volume on the TV. Can't leave it at like 24. It's gotta be 25, you know? Anyway, it's very weird. I've been like, but I had a milkshake today, and it wasn't a good idea, because I haven't had a milkshake in a very long time, and then it upset my stomach for a bit. I'm feeling better, which is good, and then my energy just kind of went whew, in the last like 15 minutes. I have no idea what happened. I was like just sitting here watching YouTube as one does. I was watching videos, I was just watching videos while I was doing something else, and then my energy just went, whew, and now I'm just very energetic. Also, this is so important. I changed the chair. Remember that my chair was like falling apart? Well, not falling apart, but it was like half broken. Part of the back was like broken. There was like a wooden piece that was sticking out, and it was like pulling on my clothes sometimes. I was complaining about how I was like kind of broken. I brought in the computer chair, which I should have done like a million years ago, because this is way more comfortable. But I brought it in. It's got armrests. It's got a more comfortable back. It can lean back. It's so good. So good. I feel like mad at myself that I hadn't brought it in before, but now I have. Also, me wearing comfortable clothing today, because I'm going to be sitting here, because yesterday I was still wearing, like, the clothes I used towards the day, and then when I stood up, and I was like, why am I so uncomfortable? It's like, oh, because you're still wearing clothes like you're going outside. So I gave up on that today. So I'm just wearing very, very comfortable clothes today, which is awesome. So I'm just all around way more comfortable. Just in the sense of just surroundings. I also brought I brought a little, like, I had a sweater. I had like a green sparkly sweater, has buttons on it. It's just a like loose one, like a thin one, just when it's slightly cold. And then when my energy went, my like temperature also went, and I was no longer like I no longer felt like I needed it. I was like warm with it on. So now it's just here. Yay. Now it's just here. So I'm just gonna hang it somewhere. There you go. Just gonna put it there. Anyway, success. Winner is us. Stuff is happening. It's not even 6 yet. Yes. Success. I feel like even more. We haven't done anything yet, and I already feel more productive because of the time. It feels like I have all the time in the world, despite it only being like an hour or so before. I still feel like I have all the time in the world. This feels great. I love it. And knowing that it's community night tomorrow as well, man, I'm excited. I'm just all around excited. And and just moving around far too much. I need a standstill, otherwise I'm gonna drain my legs are gonna hurt from bouncing on the chair. Should stop bouncing on the chair. Should just settle into a position that's nice and comfortable. That probably a weird way to sit. Yeah, that's nice. And stay like that for a bit, and then switch positions about like 20 minutes later. Anyway, plan today, long boy stream. That's the plan. Yesterday was long. Yesterday we did almost 4 hours, so this has got to be more than 4 hours. Because if I can't testament call something long if it's not gonna be longer than something I've already done. Yesterday I did 4 hours, so now it's got to be at least 4 hours. It's gotta be at least 4 hours and 1 minute for it to be considered long. For it to be considered longer. So, settle yourself in, grab yourself some snacks, grab yourself some water, put me on podcast-wise, chat along, do whatever you want. We're doing like one of those marathon videos where people put compilations of like part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4. That's what we're doing, but just all live and direct. Woo! Woo! Alright. So yes, wrap yourselves in. We're probably just gonna get right started because I want this to be as productive as possible. And if we're gonna take 2.5 hours to get through a moment like we did yesterday, then we should start as soon as possible. Also, I don't have anything very interesting to talk about in general. Today was usually not something very like exciting happens, but maybe I'll have like one thing to talk about. Don't really have anything like that actually kind of happened to talk about. Drew a bit and then sat here for a bit, had a milkshake, brought in the chair. That's about it. What I can't talk about is that tomorrow's the 1st of October, which is exciting. I like October. I'm gonna do the drawing prompts. Oh, it's almost Halloween. Joy to the world. Anyway, as I said, we're going to get right into it, because otherwise we're not going to be able to be as productive as possible. I want to be able to be as productive as possible. Productivity, it is us. The joy. We're going to get through. We're going to be productive. We're going to be able to get through stuff. It's going to be fun. It's going to be great. We're going to have a great time. Anyway, yesterday we did 2 moments. One that took 2.5 hours, and one that took the usual amount that a moment probably should take. But it took 4 hours to get to the ending of step 3 and 2 moments. So that's what I mean with getting started as quickly as possible. So we can be as productive as possible. I'm excited. I'm just generally excited. I'm also just bouncing around a lot. So I'm just feeling energetic, feeling excited, feeling into it. I have to leave in 30 minutes, but I'll be back at 9. Awesome. We're going to be here for a while. So you can hop in, hop out, hop in between, consistently chat for a bit, put me on podcast, put me like a podcast on for a bit. Anything you want. We're here. We're versatile. So yes. So we're getting started with late shift. We're doing it like this because I like this way of doing it. Because it usually means that we end with like one of these and then usually get to start with a DLC one. Well, I'm setting no goal for how many we get through. We're just going to see how many we get through. And then we'll just move along. We'll see how much we can cover in like the time as we go on. So every time we finish one, see how late it is. And then if it's like still good enough, we continue. How we feeling, how we doing, and then we just onwards. So yeah, that's the plan. Very loose plan, but that's good. All you need is a very loose plan. And lo-fi music. That's all you need in life. And with that, let's get started with late shift. So we can move on, because I'm excited and energetic, and I need to use my energy on something. And narration is a good way to use my energy. Attempting to read stuff out loud, it's a good way to use my energy. And if you have any general thoughts to share about your day, any general thoughts in general, I would always be willing to hear and comment on it as well, because I feel nice asking how your day has been, if something happened, anything. So yes, again, please feel free to share your thoughts. If we get off-centered, it's fine. It happens every time, so it's fine. You want to see what I drew? I do want to see what you drew. I want to see it. I want to see the drawing. I want to see drawing. I think you'll really enjoy this one, Ace. Late shift? Okay. I'm excited. I'll be waiting for drawing, and we're going to start, late shift. Yeah. There we go. It's amazing, right? The drawing. Ooh, I'm excited about the drawing. Drawing. Oh, it's so cool. I love it. Ooh. Oh, I zoomed in into the background and the texture is so satisfying. Does it? I love it. Love the glowy effect. So glowy. I like it a lot. It's really cool. Very good drawing. It's supposed to be trees. Yeah, it looks like leaves and stuff. Yeah. It's just, I just zoomed in on it, and it's just very satisfying texture. I love it. I like texture. I like patterns and textures and stuff. Very good drawing. Very pretty leaves. Very pretty leaves indeed. Very cool glowy stuff. And it was very cool. I love it. Drawing is fun. And your drawings are very cool. Took a sip of water. Cracked in my vocal cords. And let's get started. Why am I like this? Here we go. Let's see how long it takes for me to mess up on reading. After lunch, she ran into Baxter. He was more than happy for an impromptu hangout in your neighborhood. So far, so good. He idly spoke about the first time he bought a shirt online. Okay, kind of faltered there. Apparently, the website hadn't been in English, so he had made do with automatic online translations. Oh no. Oh no. His unique fashion sense was eclectic in more than one way. Finding out how he filled out his wardrobe answered some of your questions about his look. He smiled in fond remembrance. I measured myself multiple times to make sure I could order the correct size. Yes. It wasn't as if I'd be able to ship it back if there were problems. I guess that does depend on the website. Some like online shopping thingies, yes, do allow it. You can like ship it back, and then they like either give you your money back, or if it's like the wrong size, send you the other size if you ask for it. I had to do it with a door thing once. It wasn't clothes, but it was something. It was like one of those mosquito nets for like doors. We had gotten the wrong size. It didn't fit the door, and so we had to ship it back and then get the correct size for the door shipped. Whoops. But to make it a long story short, it arrived in one piece multiple months later. At that point, I wasn't going to complain. It was a physical object in my hands. He gestured with his arm for emphasis. As he did, Baxter glanced at his wrist at a watch that wasn't there. Anyway, I hope I'm not taking too much of your time with this. It's cool. We started a conversation. This is how conversations work. You had a few chores to do, but you were generally free. You weren't worried about it and shook your head. Baxter eased back and returned to chatting. The two of you entered around the neighborhood, aimlessly walking as you talked. Saw Cove earlier. He was on his way to work from what I gathered in a brief chat, and from how he was dressed. Yeah, he's working at the old library as an assistant. You considered how much the position actually fit Cove. From what you could tell, he enjoyed it. Despite this town not having a lot of options, he found something good. He tried to work late and have his early afternoons free. Since you are free, perhaps we could do better than standing here. I'd be delighted to invite you over to my condo to chat more comfortably. Baxter's condo. You'd lived on this street your entire life, but had never actually been inside. You were curious about it. Well, sure. I'll go, I can't. Thought you'd never ask. You nodded in acceptance. You shook your head at the idea. That sounds something. Let's do it. Go the librarian. Yes. True. But I will need to leave before this evening. I have plans to visit Cove at his work too. Of course, I wouldn't presume to keep you. Let's go see other house. Let's go see other house. He made a grand let's get jealous at another very pretty house. He made a grand sweeping gesture directed at his place and let the short walk over. You followed beside him, stopping when you reached his front door. He opened it for you and welcomed you inside. It was a familiar threshold from your childhood. You couldn't help having a slight shiver up your spine as you thought of this condo's previous residents. Ooh. Ooh. You took a quick breath as you cautiously stepped into the condo. The first thing you noticed was just how unexpectedly nice and sleek it was. It is very sleek. It's very sleek. Love this, like, the wood paneling wall, like, as a statement wall with the rest of the walls being white. Love this big window that has kind of like this, like, balcony type thing. Very pretty. I like this. It was also clean and smelled faintly like some sort of unidentifiable air freshener. You had to wonder how much of this was due to whoever rented it out, the former residents or the current one. Regardless of the pleasant presentation, you were on edge. You couldn't help but stay on guard, as if mean not grandparents might jump out to yell at you at any moment. Baxter noticed something of your discomfort and raised an eyebrow. Has anyone told him about this, or nah? Is everything alright? Can we tell him about this, or nah? I've never seen the inside of this condo.
Really?
Really? He seemed genuinely surprised. The former neighbors never had you over for tea? Sounds out of character for this street. Can we tell him about the mean not grandparents? No. They weren't nice people. You shook your head at the memory of the mean not grandparents looking at you with disapproval. It was shocking that you were in their old condo now. It must be trippy. Not in like trippy sense, but like weird, right? I can't believe I'm actually inside. Baxter's smile was curled as he ushered you the rest of the way inside and closed the door. I would like to hear more about this. Sounds like there's a story there. Oh, is there? He sat on his sofa, first sitting properly before readjusting his position to a comfortable forward crouch. It's like I can picture it. He waved his hand towards his furniture, an invitation to take a seat yourself. You sat on the couch beside him, you sprawled on the other half of the couch, you took the seat on a nearby chair. I want this chair. Or, like, this little inch thing. It was more comfortable than it looked. Ooh. The shift. So you want to hear about the mean not grandparents?
Absolutely.
My ears are open. You began to give him the rundown of your past neighbors, explaining how they didn't like children and had a reputation among you and the other kids for being nasty. A long time ago, my sister wanted to go ding-dong ditch them. Which clearly sounds like a wonderful idea. I didn't, but I could have. Baxter chuckled at your non-prank story. Sounds like you. Fair enough. The two of you continued to chat until the sun started hanging lower in the sky. It could be seen falling through his large windows, very large windows. You stood up when it was time to go, and Baxter led you to the door. I think I'm actually going on an outing to town myself. It's a good night for exploring. You nodded as you stepped outside. Bye, see you later. Thanks for having me over. Have a nice time. You waved him goodbye. You left without looking back. Have a nice time. Goodbye, Ace. You parted in good spirits and walked off. Alright, that's that. You entered your house and got yourself ready to visit Cove. You were definitely looking forward to seeing him. Lately, Ko had been working more often. You rarely saw him during his shift for obvious reasons. He was busy. That was why it had been a surprise when Ko asked you to swing by. Maybe Ko was also thinking about how much his job had impacted how often you saw each other. Walking down the street. Luckily, his place of employment was within walking distance. You wouldn't have to worry about getting a ride. Good, because you can't drive. The air felt heated around you, but with enough of a breeze to cool you off. You strolled past familiar buildings, not even having to think about how to get to Kove's job. You had gone down these streets more than enough times to memorize the way. It was easy to just enjoy the brief trip. The library. Soon enough, you reached the local library parking lot. You headed right inside. Immediately after opening the door, you smelled the warm, solid smell of books. A bit stuffy, but it was a nostalgic feeling. Your eyes scanned the front room for a certain tall, green-haired assistant. You spotted him easily at a desk. He didn't seem too busy. No one else was around. You stepped closer. He instinctively looked up from a stack of papers at the sound of someone approaching. Cove met your eyes with a welcoming smile when he realized who it was.
Thanks.
No problem. Thanks for coming. Hello, is everything going all right? Words, sentences, yes, phrases, I know how to read. Cove laughed quietly, his eyes alight with past bemusement. You should have seen it. When I got here earlier, there was a huge fight going on with the schedule. I just tried to stay out of it. I'm lucky no one else wants to close. It's not something I've got to defend. Some shifts are way too competitive. He shook his head at the memory. You wondered how the shifts had been sorted out in the end. He didn't bother to elaborate further on his workplace drama. Anyway, yeah, it's fine. That was the most exciting today got. I'm so glad I don't have to deal with all that. Good thing you weren't dragged into that problem. Now I'm worried about what's gonna be like when I get a job. You decide not to comment on it. Good thing you weren't dragged into that problem. Cove nodded in immediate agreement. I don't think I could handle it. You know me. He pressed his lips together at the thought. He sighed. I really don't want to start making a scene at work.
Oh.
Cove's eyes grew wide and then drifted off. His mind was clearly elsewhere. Speaking of work, I gotta get back to it. That's what I'm doing right now. He laughed at how easily your presence made him forget the situation at hand. Take a seat or wander around a little. Try not to disappear, though. I won't be too long. I just have a couple things to take care of. He gave a significant look at the papers he had been sorting through before he had noticed you. Alright. You found a quiet table and waited. You sat at a table that already had a book and pursued it. You checked out the YA section. Accurate. Listen. YA's great. Mystery novels are great too, but YA. There are many fantasy novels mixed in with contemporary fiction. Sometimes while you were browsing, you would run into an older title that had once been in the children's section when you were little. Conversely, some books sounded more adults than others. Yeah, YA is a little... You get everything. You get all types of YA books at this point. As promised, Cove swung by again. He stood up straight, the task that had been at hand completed. Since you had a moment together, you struck up a new conversation. How's it like working here? So, do people hit on you a lot while you're working? You teasingly flirted with him. It feels really weird to see you on the job. How's it like? He looked around and shrugged.
I guess.
I mean, it's a job. I can't exactly expect it to be amazing. It's fine. You come to an agreement and he continued. His face shifted into a look of mild annoyance. I get a lot of comments on my eyebrows. A lot of people asking me if Cove is my real name, and also people who don't even ask. They just launched it into some tirade about how important it is for visitors to know the real names of those who are assisting them, and it's so unprofessional of me. How I better not be expecting them to actually call me so silly, and well, you can imagine the rest. He gestured around at your surroundings with bewilderment. After all the years of knowing him, you'd forgotten that for most people the word Cove was not a name human beings have. It was kind of funny to think about. Am I not getting so? I do get that maybe it's not like a common name, but I feel like people are named everything. I feel like I've heard way more unusual names, just in general, or either of people I know, or like stuff I've seen online, or just in general. No? It's just, I feel like I've heard way more unusual names. I'm like, okay. Still, you shook your head at the sheer rudeness of it all. Even if it was uncommon, it's not their place to insist it's fake. Exactly. Like, listen, if someone introduces themselves with a name, and maybe it's a name I've never heard before, my first thought isn't, is this a nickname? No. Listen, if someone's introducing themselves by a certain name, it's not so hard to just call them by that name. If they're introducing themselves that way, it must be for some reason. Also, this is coming from someone who's wildly just been on the internet since very young, so it's just used to calling people like they're like it quote unquote internet names. So maybe that's part of the reason why I'm just like, but I don't know. It's fine, I think. Plus, again, way more unusual names out there. me criticizing fictional people that aren't even like shown up characters on their criteria for name judging. I wish people treated you better. It's really okay, you don't need to worry about it. You frowned. It bothered you that strangers couldn't leave things like his eyebrows or his name alone. That's the other thing. I haven't even touched on the eyebrow thing, which that's just straight up rude. Making a comment on anyone's appearance, especially if negative, is just incredibly rude. Go tempted to smile. It's just a few rude people. Most are pretty good. Sometimes they're even kind of cool. But at the end of the day, I do appreciate that I was able to get a job here. There are definitely worse places I could have ended up at. Did I ever tell you about the person who tried to donate a giant bear figure? No, but I do want to know. And I mean giant. It was something used in their own store, but eventually they didn't need it anymore. They just went, hey, do you want a giant bear? How did this go down? He told you about a few of the more fun visitors who balanced out the terrible one. And wait, why did they bring that into a library? No, there's so much I want to hear the rest of that. He told you about a few more of the fun visitors who balanced out the terrible ones. It was fun. Oh, actually, you were suddenly reminded of your afternoon adventure at Baxter's place. Remember that mean not grandparents? I saw inside their home.
What?
Yeah. He looked amazed, like he was just barely containing himself from peppering you with questions. Suddenly, a thought hit him like a brick. Wait. He settled down immediately. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. The new person staying there is really, really, welcoming. You overheard someone sounding frustrated as they couldn't find a specific book. Cove turned his head towards them without pause, his customer service smile already on his face. Working customer service. He gave you a quick nod and then headed over, disappearing into the labyrinth of shelves. Wait, does this mean he has customer service tone? Or he can use customer service tone? Because this is important information. I need, you know what I'm talking about, right? The customer service voice. Listen, you don't talk the same way as you talk normally as when you're talking if you're doing customer service. No such thing, no such person exists. No such person exists. He gave you a quick nod and then headed over, disappearing into the labyrinth of shelves. It was a shame your conversations were so brief, but what else could you expect when he was on the clock? Seeing Cove acting so mature was different. He was like a real adult and giving service with a grin, at least when he remembered he was supposed to be working. You were proud of him. You felt a little awkward, like you weren't keeping up with him. You were sad at the reminder you were really becoming adults. You found it hard to believe his crybaby self had come so far. You didn't know how to feel. Proud. Just, yay. It was nice to see him growing up. He had changed a lot over the years, and you were happy to see how much he had matured. My vision got the way it gets when I take my glasses off. You decided to walk around the shelves a little and explore. Every so often, you'd see Cove. He'd be reshelving books or helping people find what they needed. Not IRL. I realized that when I said that, it might have sounded like it was IRL. No. It was a joke at the blurry background. No. When I said it and then I started reading again, I noticed that it might have sounded like it was actually happening in real life. No. He was good at it, always calm and quiet enough for the library. He took small moments to talk with you every so often or smile in your direction. Eventually, it seemed like it was time for some kind of book club. The library lobby flooded with people, all clutching their copies of what you guessed was a satirical fantasy book. Cove got busier himself, pulling out chairs and arranging the area. You made the call that it was time to head out since he'd have to be occupied for a while with all that. He glanced over at you after he'd nudged a fake plant over to make room for another chair. You waved at him from near the front entrance. He frowned, but then switched right back to a smile. He gave a quick wave before turning back to the book club event. You grinned, you sighed, you shrugged. Good. You felt buoyant to see Cove for a little bit. Wordlessly, you ambled back outside into the parking lot. The evening sun was warm on your skin while you were taking the trip back home. You felt your phone buzz and stopped on the sidewalk. Then you pulled it out. It was from Mom. Would you mind stopping by the grocery store on your way home to pick up some asparagus and peppers for dinner tomorrow? Can't make it myself. Deadlines are tight right now. Thank you and have a great day. You sighed, you shook your head in frustration. You shrugged. You didn't mind the request. You were happy to do it. If I'm already outside, I could just pit stop. It's not that bad. It wasn't what you were expected to do today, but it was totally fine. Your mom was always working hard. You wondered how her day was going. Hopefully much better than yours, you thought. Texting back, you said, yeah, I could do that. You weren't expecting her to text back anytime soon, though you did already get a thanks for it. Your phone remained grasping your hands as you grew lost in your thoughts. Everyone was busy working nowadays. The only other person who wasn't was Liz, and you had no idea how long before that changed. You were glad that you hadn't to get a job yet. It was frustrating how you hadn't found a job that fit yet. You were terrified that one day it'd be up to you to support yourself. You were curious about what working full-time would be like. It was exciting imagining what your own future career would be like. You were aiming to make it without working a typical job. Curious about what working full-time would be like. You'd observe what the years had been like for your moms. Some days would be really good and satisfying. They were happy with what they were doing. There were also days where you'd think it was someone's mission to make work a nightmare. There were times where your moms would come home exhausted and defeated. The experience of that simultaneously captivated and unnerved you. You were still inside of your head when another message came through. Looking at your phone, you saw that it was Cove this time. Can we hang out again? After I closed at work this time. I could come to your house or something. You texted back, yeah. You texted back, why? You texted back, no. You did reply, yeah. A fun smile tugged at the corner of your mouth when the message arrived immediately. Also, it is like me with my lower cases. Awesome, thanks. You were struck with an idea as your fingers hovered to reply. You already agreed to run by the store today. You could meet Cove in town. Actually, I'll meet you at work when you're done. I have to stay out running an errand anyway. Cool. I'll be here, obviously. See you later. Smiley face. You finally put your phone away. You realized then that you may not have enough time to get to the store and back before Cove was off. You needed to return to the library first. But what was done was done. To fill the little gap of space in between your new plans, you decided to see Cove more texts while he was working, browse other places close by. Listen, no. He's working. He's busy. I'm not gonna be annoying like that. Browse other places. There's probably something to do. Your feet took you down where several of the touristy shops were located. Okay, that does sound fun. It had been a while since you last poked your nose around what they were selling. Bloop. As you approached the library building, you noticed a figure out front. It was Cove. His silhouette was instantly recognizable to you, even in the dim light of the parking lot. You could see he was smiling eagerly as you got closer. He had been waiting for this. You shot him a smile in return, you waved, you ran up to hug him, you ran to kiss him. I like hugs far too much, but sure. You bounced through the Every time I'm defeated by the English language. Every time. You bounced through the final steps to reach Cove and planted a kiss right on his face. It was too fast for him to respond, but he chuckled approvingly. Hi. Hi, Ace. His initial excitement at your arrival deflated quickly. Cove stopped being able to meet your eyes as he spoke more.
I'm sorry.
Sorry for earlier when you were visiting. It wasn't very excited, was it? I hope I wasn't wasting your time. I figured we wouldn't be chatting much while you were working. COVID's never a waste to see you. It kind of did feel pointless. Why did you want me to come in the first place? It's never a waste. Aw. Oh. His smile re-emerged, though only slightly when he continued his thought. Just with all the shifts I've been doing lately, I wanted to have you around some more. That's really all. It was to make my day better. But it's not like working has to be a good time, but there's better things you could have been doing than watching me do stuff at a distance. That's okay, there's nothing wrong with wanting some support. Thanks for talking to me about this. What a precious man you are. I'm flattered. You nodded, taking his words quietly. There's nothing wrong with wanting some support. I'm here for you. You grinned easily. You felt proud you were the one he called when he needed someone to lift his spirits. Go flushed as you beamed openly at him. I'm glad my job doesn't have to get in the way of us being together. I feel the same way. Thanks. It works out then. Gove reached out for you and you leaned into it. He gently held you against him as you relaxed against his body. It was comforting. What was that errand you talked about before? Are you still doing that? Yeah. Do you think you might want to come? Do you think you want? Do you think you might want to go with me? Words. There we go. It was late, and you knew that Cove wanted to go home, but admittedly, you wanted company. He's that concerned by smiling softly. Sure. Yeah, I could go shopping with you. You walked, right? Mm-hmm. Want me to drive you? Yeah, that would make things a lot easier. No problem. It's nice of you to do this.
Not really.
I like spending time with you. I like spending time with you too. There we go. I like that too. Go had his things together, and you were both ready to swing by the store. And get some asparagus and peppers, I think. Pretty sure that was it. I think I do remember. Go pulled into one of the many free parking spots at the neighborhood 24-hour grocery store. Car doors were popped open, and you got out at the same time. There was a salty smell in the air as the two of you strolled through the dim parking lot. The local burger joint on the other side of the pavement guaranteed the place always smelled like fries. Ooh, supermarkets. Oh, supermarkets. Your eyes squinted at the change of lighting when you made it inside the building. The automatic doors shut behind you. With you truly having arrived, Cove raised his brow curiously. So, what are we here for again? Asparagus and peppers. I was right! It's for something my moms are making tomorrow. So it's good. This'll be a short trip. Uh-huh. You hadly scanned the front room for a basket you could use. A full cart wasn't necessary. You felt responsible having your parents rely on you. You were already looking forward to tomorrow's dinner. It was overwhelming how much you had to take care of. You couldn't stand the thought of making it longer. That was all there was to it. Responsible, I guess, yeah. It was a recent change that you wanted to fully embrace. You spotted the baskets and caught a glimpse of Cove's full appearance while looking down to pick one up. It is kind of weird to see you dressed in a uniform in a different store. Cove snickered while sliding up beside you.
Right?
It's like I'm wearing a costume after Halloween is over, but I just hope no one thinks I work here. The uniform's totally different, but you never know. Basket in hand, you ambled towards the vegetable section. It was set near the back. It usually is. Fruits and veggies are usually in supermarkets set near the end, and that's just because psychologically it tends to be better. It gets people shopping more. Basically, it's the way supermarkets are spaced out is just to get people to buy more stuff, which makes sense. It's how stores are usually set up anyway. But yeah. And like the people that have these, like the brands that like pay for these, have to pay a lot more because psychologically these catch people's attention more. So you usually have to pay more like to get these spots. I'm pretty sure it's certain things like that. And then having like candy stuff near children eye level, all that sort of stuff. All that sort of psychological stuff that gets, yeah, you know. Basket in hand, you ambled towards the vegetable section. It was near the back, but visible right from the entrance. Cove matched your pace, keeping at your side. The asparagus was simple enough to select. You simply picked up a bundle that looked fresh. All that was left was the peppers. There was a wrinkle in that plan. What color did they want? They didn't say. They didn't say. Exactly, she didn't say. What are we gonna do? The color definitely matters. Yes, it definitely matters. No, it doesn't matter. We'll have to get one of every color. I'll text mom real quick to ask. She left it out. That means I gotta make the call. I don't know. What do you think? What would I do in this situation? It probably does matter. You don't just... the color of the peppers usually does matter in most cases. It's usually... For a lot of dishes, it's usually red peppers. But... you never know. Look at the name on top of the chips thing. Wait, let me just pick this and then I'll check it. Because I think I'm blocking it. Or I can't see it fully because of this. I'll take out one of every color. I'll text mom real quick to ask. She left it out, that means I gotta make the call. I'll text and see if she answers, and if she doesn't, then I'll just probably pick something. French fries. Why? New. He nodded, satisfied with your solution. You tried to fish out your phone while balancing the basket. Cove held her hand out to take it. You accepted the help. With both hands free, you were able to type out a brief message to ask about pepper colors. Pepper colors. What's up with this popcorn? Look at this popcorn. I keep glancing back at it. Look at this popcorn. Then you stared, waiting at the screen. Cove hovered nearby to peek over your shoulder. The replying icon appeared, and you felt Cove lean in even closer. Just the regular green ones is what she sent back. Alright, that's easy. And he was right. You picked up the requested green peppers, tossing a few into the basket. Them calling chips French fries is the only downside about this game. I love this little banner thing with the little new. I love this so much though. Apart from the French fries thing, I love this so much. Why is there a wooden skewer? What is this? I mean, I guess it works. Also, are they all different flavors? That sounds great. I thought these were here because, this flavor might have been the new one. But no, the other flavors all say new as well. I thought we were, advertising the new flavor. But no, all the bags say new. Me just casually looking, why are there random boxes? And I mean, I guess they could be restocking, so I guess that makes sense. But, everything looks so well stocked. Well, I guess there's a little shadowy area. It's just permanently new. Always new. I mean, it'd be a great marketing strategy. I don't think people would allow that. But, I think it would stop tricking people relatively quickly. But, I guess it would work for a bit. Product acquired, all that was left was to go through the line. But as you approached the cash registers, Cove stopped in his tracks. Oh, while we're here, I want to get something too. I need fruit for breakfast tomorrow. But what should I have? He glanced back unsurely at the selection you just left. Whatever it is, you better hurry because I'm getting in line. Cove, you had plenty of time for that before, we were leaving. I could go back to look with you. Yeah, sure. That coaxed a small smile from Cove. His tension eased.
Sorry.
It's fine. And it's new in the grand scale of things. Like, in the human history of creation of this chip flavor is very new. It's arguably new if you compare it to other stuff. If you compare it to other stuff, it's new. It's all about perspective. It's fine. We could take a little more time to do this. Cove gratefully led you back to the fruit stands. Fruit. He let his eyes wander across all the options, seriously considering his decision. Not bothering to rush, he walked up and down the produce aisle for the second time that trip. Finally, something caught his attention. Transparent cases containing fresh blueberries. Ooh, that does sound good. I like blueberries a lot. I haven't had blueberries in a very long time. Damn. Cove grinned. That's it. It'll be perfect for tomorrow. Also, those little plastic containers of blueberries are great for breakfast snacks and stuff. So yes. Because they have a lot of stuff. You kind of you can snack on them quite easily. Great. Despite the suddenness of how it happened, you were genuinely glad Cove was able to get something nice for himself during the visit to the store. It made the trip even more worthwhile. Cove carried his food himself, and the two of you went back to get a spot in line. After that, you completed separate orders for what you were getting. The produce was packed away into paper bags. There was one for you and one for Cove. You both had what you needed in hand. The errand was finished. You walked across the length of the store to reach the doors closest to where you had parked. Grocery store, yes. You and Cove stepped back into the night. Cove lightly swung his bag back and forth in his grip as you peered squinting into the dark parking lot. He smiled slightly, a gentle expression on his lips. Thanks for inviting me to the grocery store. You don't have to thank me for that. Thanks for keeping me company. Thank my mom for sending me out to do this. You're welcome. You quietly smiled back. Thanks for keeping me company. You're welcome. We should do this again. After a moment of walking further into the parking lot, he sighed mildly. As nice as Cove was about this, he had to be tired after working a full shift. It's been a long day. Yeah. That very brief exchange really summed it up. Cove shook his head to himself, bemusement replacing his worn-down expression. When did a busy day go from having too many ways we wanted to play, or having some extra homework, to having to spend all day at a job and then running errands after? I don't know, when we became grown-ups, I don't know, but it sucks. Hey, this is still better than high school. You didn't have an answer. In my mind, yes. But I don't know. Me neither. Going to the store has so far been our best chance to spend time together recently. That kind of thing just happens, I guess. He seemed to run through how adult that made the two of you seem. You were now the grown-ups who catch up with each other in the bread aisle. Oh no, we are officially old. Cove's eyes narrowed as his mouth opened slightly. He was having a thought.
I think?
Your moms need this stuff for tomorrow's dinner, not tonight, right? Uh-huh. And nothing's frozen, so you don't need to get it home urgently or anything. Would you want to go across the parking lot to that fast food place? We could get something. You know it's still open. Doesn't matter how late it is. It might be nice. You perked up at the suggestion. It sounded like fun. It does sound like fun. Let's do it. You nodded, but looked at the grocery bag in your hand. Let's drop the groceries off, then we can go. You agreed and co-strolled over to the cars, buoyed at the thought of something to look forward to. He placed his bag in the back of his car and then let you store yours inside as well. With the groceries taken care of, it was a short walk to the burger joint, where there were 3 cars lined up in the drive-thru, which wasn't too bad. Yay! Fast food! You had to go all the way around the building to get into the front entrance, but soon you were under another set of bright fluorescent lights. Luckily, there was no line inside the building, so you stepped right up to the counter. You glanced over the menu. You remember eating here before with Cove, back when Kira had taken you both years ago. Can we get the onion rings again? The menu looked pretty much the same from what you could remember. It was missing the mozzarella sticks. No! The departure of mozzarella sticks is the saddest part of the saddest part of this game. Gonna cry. No, not the mozzarella stick. Mozzarella sticks are no joke. Awesome. I'm so sad that they don't have them anymore. I'm so sad that the fictional fast food place got rid of the mozzarella sticks. This is the saddest moment in my life. Hello, what would you like to order? Cashier, my favorite character. Yes, hello, I would like one of everything on your dessert menu. That sounds great. You burst out laughing. You gave him an "Are you serious?" look. Hey, you stole my order. Good idea. You kept it. I literally said good idea. He brushed a hand against the back of his head in his polite smile for the employee event. Mom dropped off on me. He was reminiscing on that visit too. After the cashier made sure Cove was being serious, it was your time to order. You got hamburger, again, veggie burger, chicken sandwich, a spicy chicken sandwich, french fries. Oh, we can get the onion rings! Okay, I want the onion rings, absolutely. Ooh, I can get some chicken nuggies. I can get... Give me a soft-served sundae. Give me an apple pie. Give me a soda. And... Ooh, some french fries and a milkshake. Have you ever dipped french fries in milkshakes? I did that today. So effing good. I love it so much. It's like sweet, salty, like heaven. Sweet, salty heaven. That's all. I'll give you a little thumbs up. He wasn't the only one indulging. I mean, we're here already, right? You wrapped up the ordering process, paid, got the number 264, then claimed a table. Never dip fries in a milkshake. I recommend. I really like dipping fries in a milkshake. Oh, it's so good. Just like if it was like a sauce, like a dipping sauce for the fries, dipping them in some milkshake. Incredible. Amazing. Ice cream's fine too, but it's usually better with milkshakes. And just in my experience, I tend to do it with milkshakes more than I do ice cream. So, which, again, it's good with ice cream too, because, like, the base is kind of the same, but I just like it more. I've just usually done it, the first time I did it was with a milkshake, and I just usually do it with milkshakes, so. You sat down across from Cove in a booth where you had a good view of the front counter. It was nice to have the pick of the place. Thanks for doing this, Cove. I'm looking forward to this. Too bad the mozzarella sticks are gone. Yes! Why did they get rid of the mozzarella sticks? Oh, I didn't even notice. I wonder why they got rid of them. But neither of you had an answer to that question. I don't know, but I'm so upset that the fictional burger place got rid of the mozzarella sticks. Mozzarella sticks are so good. Then you took out your phone to text your moms about your delay home. You didn't want them to worry. Goof watched you before pulling out his phone as well. Maybe for the same reason you did. When the updates were sent, it was back to being just you and your neighbor once more. He offered you a small smile. I've missed you, you know. Even if you weren't ever really gone, it's been less time than I'm accustomed to. Goof tapped his fist on the table definitively. He paired that action with a childish pout. If someone saw him like that, they might have assumed he was throwing a fit over not getting the toy that comes with a kid's meal. I feel the same way. I'm really glad we're doing this. We demanded more time with each other. You're really cute. You're so spoiled. He chuckled at his mini tantrum. I feel the same way. He beamed at you sincerely over a sunshine in this late night food trip. When the number was called, Cove hopped up from his seat before you could react.
Don't worry about it.
I've got it. Save our spot. Alright, see, I'm helping get that. You're not in agreement. You should get. I'm helping with that. Alright, I guess we probably don't have to worry about someone taking our seats. He threw a glance across the empty restaurant with a smirk. The empty restaurant is so fun. When you go to a place and it's there's only few people there, it's very nice. Because it breaks out the usual where it's usually just bustling. You snickered as you both walked over to the counter together. There were 2 trays sitting on the counter. Coke grabbed the one that was mostly his dessert items, leaving space for you to reach the other. Coke picked up the drinks and passed you them. Then he grabbed the tray with food. This way we don't accidentally spill. No! The real way of doing it. There was this fast food place near my high school, right? And there was an outside area and an indoor area. Right? And the indoor area had very few seating spaces. So at lunch, it was usually very full inside. So you usually had to take a seat outside, which was fun. Which was fine. Especially during early summer, because you wouldn't get the sun because they had the parasols things. So it was great. The problem was that the door was not a sliding door or it was just perpetually open. No, it was a glass door that opened inwards. So you had to pull it to leave. So you could imagine how fun it was to grab your tray, have to go outside and try to balance your tray on one hand and then pull open the door while you have the door pulled open. Go in, stop pulling on the door, put the tray back on both of your hands and then leave without spilling anything. And the worst part of it all is that if you ordered a large drink, they would give it to you in a glass, a glass, and it was always filled so close to the brim, it was so hard not to spill it. Did you ever drop it? No. Surprisingly, no. I never dropped anything. And I went there far too many times, because a lot of times if we had something to do in the afternoon, or if we're gonna hang out afterwards or whatever, we usually ate there because it was the nearest place for school. But oh my god, it was the first few times the most stressful thing ever. Most stressful thing ever. And then occasionally when the line was like really like there was a lot of people inside or like whatever, you would get like nice people who would like open the door when they saw you coming with like the full tray and like both of your hands full, and they would open the door for you. It was very nice. But sometimes, yeah, there was just like the line wasn't full, there wasn't anyone near the door at that moment, and you just kind of had to do it yourself. Yeah, it sucked. Other times you could just, like, sometimes with my friends we would just take turns giving, like, opening the door. That also works. But, like, yeah, no. Don't drop food. Yep. Right. You agreed to Co's plan and worked together to bring back the food. Once you had everything situated and placed on the table, the two of you returned to your seats. Yay! New art. Gov didn't hesitate before digging in. He took a large bite of his cookie and he immediately sipped his milkshake. Then he took a spoon and sampled his sundae with an approving hum. He made an attempt to follow that up with a bite of his apple pie as well, but failed with a distressed look on his face. You tilted your head in a silent question. Hot. He switched back to the milkshake, taking a dedicated slurp. Gov sighed at the cool relief it brought. You also started to taste yours. It really wasn't bad. If in only a minute, Gov's cookie was gone. You wouldn't be surprised if the milkshake wasn't far behind. He smiled as he enjoyed himself. He flicked a straw wrapper at Gov. You teasingly offered to feed him his remaining treats. All of these are great. What? My goodness, my phone. What's happening? Well, okay. I'm flicking the straw wrapper. Sounds fun. You found the paper discarded from the straw Cove used for his milkshake. You squished it into a little ball while he was distracted, and then very deliberately launched it at Cove. Just like did the movement with my hand and everything. Your aim was true. Again, video games surely letting you live out your dream life. A life where I have aim. It hit him square in the nose. Go was shocked when it struck. Once he looked from the paper ball on the table to your mischievous smile, your attack finally dawned on him. He pouted and drank his drink with the feel of a great betrayal. He snorted at his reaction when his lip bubbled. He broke into a smile and shook his head at the silliness. He scooped up the tiny ball and loved it back to your side. You felt so glad Cove agreed to come along with you on the initial grocery trip, and equally happy you accepted his invitation here. A little time off your feet, a little something to eat, you felt more energized than before. You continued to chat, mess around, laugh, and enjoy yourselves. For the first time that night, you felt like you weren't totally grown up after all. We had some food, and the saddest part, the mozzarella sticks were gone. I'm so genuinely upset about that. No! Not the mozzarella sticks! Told you you'd like that one. It was very sweet. It was very nice. Domestic. Anyway, errands, which I think I remember. Pretty sure. Yes, I do! Yes, I do remember! Yeah, I do! Whoop, 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 whoop. I did like it. I like this. But I feel like me liking it is no longer the question. It's just to what degree is gonna be the like, or what flavor of liking it are we gonna get this time? Are we gonna get the liking it, the full-on like actual eyeing liking it, the whoop whoop like screaming into oblivion liking it? There's so many flavors now. You never know what you're gonna get. From the moment you woke up, you knew that today was going to be busier than usual. There was a list of errands that needed to be finished before the day was done. Like, all of it's great. It is. It is. First up was visiting one of the biggest farmers markets in the area, which this sounds great. Again, markets are very fun. They're just very nice to walk around in. Christmas markets are great. I like Christmas markets. Been to a lot of Christmas markets and they're very, very nice. Very, very nice Christmas markets. First up was visiting one of the biggest farmers markets in the area. It was only open 2 weekends a month during certain parts of the year. It was rare that you and your family were able to attend, so your moms liked to make the most out of every minute of it. And you realized it was not just them feeling that way when you heard a whistle from your left side. Wow, this is a swanky show. Vegetables have never seemed so highbrow. Seriously, they don't mess around with their products.
Isn't that great?
It's so great. Liz crossed her arms. You could tell she was amused. We couldn't have picked a more perfect trip. It's been too long since we had a true family outing. Her teasing tone said more than she actually did. Your next-door neighbors had joined you on this day, and that's what made it a true family outing. The 3 parents laughed approvingly. Out of the corner of your eye, you caught Cove looking at you sympathetically. Some things never changed, and some jokes never died. You'd long accepted that. You're excited to check things out. You thought this trip might be fun. You shrugged, feeling indifferent. You felt uncomfortable. You were in a bad mood. This trip was a waste of your time. Nah. This trip might be fun. High-class vegetables be like. I'm only sold at the yearly market. Look at how high-class of a vegetable I am. You smiled, trying to imagine how many stalls were set up. You were curious what hidden gems were waiting for you to discover among them. Well, I'm ready to get started. I've got plenty of dishes in mind I could use ingredients for. Before your moms responded to that, they glanced at each other and smiled. Yes, that's a very good idea, Cliff. This place is much larger than it seems. It's difficult to visit each part in a single day.
I got it.
I'm sure we can make a decent dent together, at least. Actually, since there's so many of us this time, we could take different sides of the market.
Sounds good.
Divide and conquer, eh? That sounds brilliant. Everyone watched your mom surprised. No one had considered that an option, but your mom flashed the group a dazzling smile, continuing with the thought. Though it's a little unfair that there are 4 Pixelus family members and only 2 Holdens here, so I'll go with you boys to even out the odds.
Okay.
That's fine with me. Cliff scratched the back of his neck and slowly met Co's stare. They both seemed unconvinced, but weren't sure what to say about it. Moms sound so sure. That how can you argue with this? I know we're 18 at this point, but even at this point, I'd be scared to say no. Don't worry, we'll be apart for only a few hours, and then we'll have something to talk about by the end of it. Father and son ultimately nodded. This wasn't an argument they were gonna win. My point exactly.
Alright.
Alright. I don't get the point, but I also don't mind spending the first part of the trip with Ace and Ma. Ma clapped her hands together at that. Wonderful. Are the teams ready to go? I didn't agree to anything. Yeah, let's go. Gonna be the one who goes with the Holdens instead. I'm just being incredibly biased. But, nah. Again, too fair to argue, and I also remember slightly, so... I also love that, hey, I didn't agree to anything. Me buying high-class aubergines at the market for anything but high-class purposes, like... No! 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 Nah, I'm gonna be a pissy bitch. You kept your tone even and confident, and you crossed your arms. It wasn't fair that they weren't given any say. No, okay. Ma hooked an arm around you in a little side hug.
Please?
You're right. I'm sorry for not hearing your opinion first, but could you go along with the plan for a little while? The tension relaxed in your shoulders. She gave you another side hug squeeze. Okay. Taking the lead, Mom walked over towards Cove and Cliff, who were still eyeing her confusedly. Like,
let's go.
Come on, boys. We're heading out. Sure. Okay. It's like, alright. Ace, fun fact, I once saw someone buy 12 aubergines and 2 avocados. 12? 12? My god. That's all my comment is. Goat looked at you softly and found himself pulled forward, stopping in front of you. His expression flickered for a moment, hesitant.
Bye.
Bye. Goat lightly took one of your hands in his and gave it a small squeeze. He dipped his head forward, wanting to kiss farewell. When instead he stopped midway, his whole body stiff. He jerked his gaze back at your mom, and you realized that she had grabbed the hem of his shirt. She gave it a small tug before letting go.
No.
No. Time's a wasting, Cove, and I've known you long enough to be aware that you're one to linger. If I don't stop you now, you'll only drag your feet on parting ways more. The two of you can snuggle and make out as much as you want later. We have important shopping to do now. Go gasp at what he felt was a truly obscene thing to say. His face turned red, but that was ignored by him. He spoke with an unimpressed roll of the eyes.
Seriously?
You don't need to literally pull me away from Ace. I'm not that clingy. Mom sniggered with a shake of her head. Cove's eyebrows raised over the reaction, and he turned to Ma. She wouldn't meet his eyes as she whistled innocently. Liz smirked ear to ear, and Cove whipped his head towards his dad. Mr. Holden couldn't offer anything more than an apologetic shrug. Oh no! It was only then that it dawned on Cove that everyone did think he was that needy. Finally, he dared to face you with wide, pleading eyes. Don't make fun of Cove, who said you were allowed to say things like that to him. Cove is totally capable of being independent when he wants to be. There's nothing wrong with being attached. It's nice. Oh, come on. Oh, Cove, you know how it is. Silently, you stared back at him. Nah, me, support. He spoke very matter of fact and fixed a stern gaze on the group. Cove, meanwhile, beamed at having your support. Wait, I want to hear the rest of the aubergine story. It was weird, like, they just had two of the vegetable bags that were almost bursting simply because of the sheer amount of aubergines. And while carrying that many aubergines, they were also trying to push, like, a baby in one of those, like, strollers. So wait, they had 12 aubergines, 2 avocados, and also pushing along a baby? I do imagine that was quite an odd sight to see. Props, though, I guess. I'm confused, but props, I suppose. I mean, they accomplished it, didn't they? I mean, fair enough, good on ya. But, I'm just very confused. I'm just kinda lost. Cove, meanwhile, beamed at having your support. Without thinking, Cove took another step forward, feeling drawn to you. Also, again, Mom grabbed the back of his shirt. She tried suppressing her laughter, but a few chuckles escaped. Actions speak louder than words. Cove's mouth twisted as he struggled to come up with something to say in defense. He was newly embarrassed all over again. Yeah, well... So what? That admission had Liz, your mom's, and his dad bursting into laughter. Cove grimaced and walked several steps from the group before stopping. He clearly wanted to move on, so much that he was physically moving away. You smiled softly at him. Cove nodded ever so slightly, so you knew that he caught it, and he seemed to feel better just a bit.
See you later.
See you in a few hours. Take care of yourselves. At that, Mom picked a direction and set out into the market with Mr. Holden and Cove following behind her. Grinning, Ma sent them off with a big wave. Liz gave a daintier goodbye wave herself. Despite the change of plans, you were still glad to be here. You felt the change of plans was a good idea. You felt unsure about this. You had been happy, now you were annoyed. That definitely put a damper on your good mood. Despite the change of plans, so you're still glad to be here. Because they're throwing a dinner party with stuffed aubergine filled with aubergine or something. Yeah, what dish would need... What plan would require 12, not just 12 aubergines, but just 12 of anything, of just any form of, like, vegetable produce. Like, what? Are you making the same dish, like every day in a row? Or are you making something that are you feeding an entire battalion? I need to know. There are answers that I'm not seeing. It wasn't what you'd imagine, but that didn't matter. There was a whole market to explore, and you couldn't wait to find some good stuff. Can't wait to buy myself 12 aubergines as well. When they were gone, Ma cheerily turned towards you and Liz. She put her hands on her hips. Do you think there'll be any nice ginger around here? There might be that and some nice gingers as well. No, I'm kidding. Badoom-ching. We'll have to find out. You nodded in agreement, keen to truly get the trip going. Maud led you both into the busy market. Sometime past browsing, there were only a few stalls you stopped at, and you had fun chatting and laughing, pointing out various things to Ma and Liz and vice versa. At one point, Ma stopped suddenly. She put a hand on her belly and gave a half-hearted smile. I think I should have used the bathroom before we left home like the two of you responsibly did. Just need to pee?
Yes.
I'll have to visit the ladies' room now. Should we wait here? Should Liz and I go on without you? Should we all go with you? Should we wait here? Ma craned forward as she struggled to pinpoint the direction she needed to go. She gently brushed your comment away. There's no need to worry about me for this, or waste time standing around. Keep on shopping. Though, actually, I might need help finding my way. Can you please come, Lizzie? You and your sister had to share a look over that. Why do that, of all things? And normally I'm just thinking like, oh, enjoy yourself. But given the fact that she was pushing a baby around, I'm just pretending it's for some food-related reason. And not the alternative. Right? But again, but even if it was, like, not for, like, a food-related reason, it's still 12. What are you doing? I'm just trying to come up with anything in my head that would make sense to get 12, again, of any form of vegetable produce. I don't know. I just want an explanation. I'm, like, not judging. I just want an I just want the reasoning. In my head, it feels so confusing. I'm confused. Maybe for, like, a photo shoot or something. That is true. That is true. I guess it would be less expensive to just get... I guess it depends, but I feel like it would be, like, less expensive to get, like, actual vegetables for a photo shoot than get, like, the plastic ones, or, like, fake ones. I guess that would make sense, but you would have to do it quite quickly. Well, not necessarily. It would take a while for them to, like, not look as perfect anymore. I guess it could be that. Still kind of... That's, like, the one explanation in my head that kind of makes sense so far. Like, I guess that would work. Like, I guess that would work out. I guess that would make sense. 12 things... Yeah, I guess... that kind of checks out. I guess that would make sense. You and your sister had to share a look over that. Why do that, of all things?
Hey.
Ma, if anyone should go anywhere on their own, shouldn't it be you? You're the one needing a detour, and you're the parent here. Ma giggled, unfazed by the resistance. Liz, meanwhile, tipped the brow of her hat up, watching Ma skeptically. It's a great hat, by the way. I just have to say. It's a great hat. I love that it matches, like, the, like, belt/ribbon around the dress. Soon enough, Ace will have to handle doing these kinds of errands on their own. This makes good practice. What? Ma hooked an arm around Liz and pulled her along.
Have fun.
Have fun. We'll find each other again later. Okay. Excuse me? Wait, you waved. You tried following after them. You stood there stunned. You watched, dumbfounded, as they waved into the crowd. They were out of sight within moments, and what started as group outing rapidly became you, entirely on your own. Yeah, let's just say it was a photo shoot for the cooking book they were releasing or something like that. That would make sense. You know how in like cooking and like recipes on like websites and like books and stuff, they'll have like the dish and then have the random, and sometimes have like the random ingredients around it just because it looks like aesthetically pleasing. Could be that. Yes, that's gonna be the conclusion in my head. That makes sense. That makes sense. So, like, part of it could be used for the actual dish, and then the others for the picture. There we go. Let's go with that. Let's go with that. Let's go with that. There we go. We got satisfying answer. Satisfying hypothesis. Now let's keep exploring a fictional market on our own. You were overwhelmed. You thought, screw them. You were done with this whole trip. You felt great being on your own. You thought Ma was being ridiculous, but you didn't really mind. You didn't know what to think. It meant me ridiculous, but you don't really mind. You weren't sure what ulterior motives Ma had for pulling this, but that was far down on your priority list at the moment. You were starting to feel happy at the idea of doing things on your own pace. You walked off on your own. You found a place to sit where you were left. You texted Cove to meet up. Sure. At that point, you had no interest in your mom's plan. And if they weren't going to stick around to follow it through, you were going to do what you actually wanted. Taking out your phone, you quickly pulled your chat with Cove up and said, "Hey, would you want to shop with me, or could I join your group? Mine and Liz left me." It wasn't long at all before you got a response back. Cove responded in rapid-fire messages. What? Wait. Where are you? You took a survey of your surroundings and then sent him a description of where you were and the path you took to get there. While you waited for his response, you watched all the people moving around and past you. There wasn't a single familiar face. When your phone received a new text, you breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I'm on my way. Thank you, Cove. Cove couldn't get there fast enough. There wasn't any reason that you could think of why you had to wander around the market alone. When you were certain Cove wasn't sending any more messages for now, you went to put your phone away. The familiar keychain caught your eye, bringing a warm smile to your lips. It was still so easy to remember those early days of your relationship with Cove. His pink cast, his big sad eyes, his frustration with his parents, but through it all, he was there. Since you met him, Cove had always been there. You had grown up to really appreciate what it meant. You placed your phone back where it belonged and checked around for a nearby stall to kill time at. One pulled your focus. While most stalls were selling various garden-grown foods, this one was an array of homemade fudge. There were even vegan versions of every option. You got closer to this. Yes! Fudge! You sidestepped past a few other people and got yourself right in front of the counter for a better look. There was a widespread dozens and dozens of delicately cut squares of decadence. The owner smiled and approached you to explain their shop. Fudge seller! Yes! The fudge is sold in boxes of 4 pieces. They either can be all the same, all different, or any mix you like. Are you looking to buy any today? You didn't want to get any. You wanted to get yourself a box. You wanted to get a box to share with everyone. You wanted to get a box just for Cove. Looking at the treats made you think of Cove. You grinned, hoping he liked what you picked out. You wanted to get yourself a box. You wanted to get a box to share with everyone. Alright, let's get 3 boxes. We got money. Your mind was already filling with thoughts of sinking your teeth into the delicious fudge. There was no walking away empty-handed now. We have money! We have money! We have money! Money! The whole selection was too good not to share. Get fruity one for Cove. Yep. And that was all. That is all the options. He likes tropical fruit flavored dessert. True. He's gone like lemon stuff before, and he's gone like berry mixes. Like the smoothie, pretty sure it was like banana, strawberry, and something else maybe. Pretty sure that kind of thing. It's very fruity stuff. I remembered lemon somewhere along the line. Yeah. I remember fruit. I do know that it's a lot of fruit, a lot of tropical fruit. Yeah, I could use some fudge. I'm glad you came to the right place then. For yourself, you picked milk chocolate, dark chocolate, white chocolate, cookies and cream, caramel swirl, chocolate peanut butter, key lime, chocolate toffee, white chocolate peppermint, maple walnut, red velvet, dark chocolate mint. I'm getting... This is such an important choice. Cookies and cream. And red velvet sounds good. And why am I overthinking it? White chocolate and the key lime one. For the group you picked, we're getting just mix of stuff so that there's stuff. We might get some white chocolate peppermint, some dark chocolate, caramel swirl, and maple walnut. Just a mix, just a buried kind of stuff. For the group you picked, definitely key lime. And I'm not sure. Key lime's a definite. Absolutely. Would it go well for like a key lime? I'm feeling like maybe like a half and half box. I feel like it might go well with like a white chocolate, the key lime mix. I think it might be nice because it's like a sweet flavored with like a tangy flavor. I feel like me trying to sort this out in my head. I'm like actually trying to picture this. I'm like thinking this through. But like I'm thinking white chocolate's rather sweet, key lime's rather tangy. I feel like it's a rather good like drop. So I think I'm gonna go with a half and half. Why am I thinking this through so hard? And key lime and white chocolate. Like, me going through this in my head. But that sounds rather nice, because it's something, because again, it's the mixture of, like, tangy and sweet. I feel like that would be nice. It's like the testament for when people make those fancy desserts, when those, like, fancy dessert chefs make fancy desserts, I've seen enough dessert reality shows to know that the true, like, secret to making a good, like, fancy dessert is your mix of flavors and textures. Very important, both of them. So if you have a lot of sweet or chocolatey stuff, you need a fruit flavor to cut through the sweetness. And then you can add texture like nuts or like granulated stuff to like break up the like smooth textures. See enough reality shows about competitions about desserts to know that that's usually how it works out. The shop owner carefully put your order together. You were already looking forward to when you'd eat your fine selection of fudge. You couldn't help but try to imagine how Cove might react when you presented this to him. Everyone else was definitely going to be happy when you regrouped later. You paid and there was no stopping the large grin going all across your face. Pivoting on your heels, you wove your way back to where you were initially. You kept yourself on alert, trying to spot Cove among the crowd. For the next several minutes, you stood there on high alert, trying to spot Cove among the crowd. You broke into a smile when you saw his familiar seafoam hair sticking out above the masses. Benefits of your boyfriend being tall. He hadn't seen you yet, but Cove was walking with purpose in your direction. You noticed he was hefting a couple bags in his hands. Cove? The moment his name left your lips, you were certain your voice didn't project enough, but he stopped dead in his tracks. Alert, Cove's head snapped up and his eyes searched the crowd until they landed on you. His whole demeanor brightened at the sight.
Ace.
But even from a distance, you could tell his mood shifted again. He seemed serious. He weaved through passerby awkwardly in an attempt to get through as fast as reasonably possible, nearly stumbling more than once. It only took a moment for him to arrive.
Are you okay?
You quietly nodded. Is Mom mad you left? No. Yours weren't the only ones to just leave. Your mom took my dad before you even messaged. You're kidding. I wish. I can't believe this happened to both of us. They planned it. They had to, but I don't know why. Are they pranking us? I don't know either. And you meant it. You couldn't fathom what your moms were up to. Cove shook his head, trying to clear his mind.
So...
His change in tone caught your attention. You watched his eyes start to twinkle with mischief as his mouth pulled into a cheeky smile. You know, it is technically later, and your mom isn't around this time. You chuckled, knowing exactly what he was implying. That incident was already replaying in your head. You hugged him, you kissed him, bashfully you nodded. Flustered, you told him not right now. I don't really feel like it right now. right on for it. Come on. You stepped closer, placing a hand on his upper arm. Cove beamed and leaned in. It was quick, too quick, but you could feel him smile through it. When you both did part, Cove chuckled affectionately. I'm glad it's later.
Me too.
So, his gaze wandered off as if one of your parents might simply appear if he kept checking, and you could tell he was still processing the situation. He scratched the back of his head, looking sheepish. Do you still want to go shopping with me? Happily, you nodded. I felt good knowing you were going to have company for the rest of the trip. Cove seemed to be thinking the same thing because his body seemed to relax then. It was finally time to take some control back over your day. Cove's grin twisted into a conspiratorial one. You both knew that you were going against whatever had been planned for this outing, but luckily neither of you cared one bit at this point. So, where to first? I don't mind going back the way I came if it's new to you. It's not hard to miss stuff even if I've gone past it. What have you gotten? Cove shuffled his bags around and started pulling them open so you could peek inside each one. You recognized the array of things he picked up around the market. I mostly got typical things I can use pretty easily so far. Nothing super exciting. And, well, I picked up a few things I figured you might want to have too. There are a few onions, some apples, and potatoes, among other things, that were wrapped up so you couldn't discern what they were. Thank you. What Cove bought made sense, but it was far from a complete selection. You glanced around at the nearby stalls. Want to start over here? Cove followed your eye as you pointed at one of the larger stalls. It was filled with several kinds of staple fruits and vegetables.
Come on.
Yeah, let's go. Once a few people finished paying and moved, you and Cove got yourselves directly in front of the shop. There were so many things to pick from. Apples, oranges, peaches, strawberries, onions, peppers, lettuce, cucumbers, carrots, lemons, limes, spinach, potatoes. What shall we get? We need to get apples for the memes. I want to get strawberries because I like strawberries. Let's get potatoes because, yes. Let's get carrots because I like carrots. And let's get tomatoes because you can use them on quite a few things. And let's get... I just get everything. Okay. The shop owner put your selection together and handed it to you in a few bags. Happily, you paid and waited for Cove to make his purchase. Ready to go? Cove grinned, satisfied with his new choices. He had added another bag to a small but growing collection. You nodded. We're rich, remember? True. We can get everything we want. We have so much money. Oh wait, before we start moving on and everything, wanna hold hands? You held onto his hand. Shyly, you lifted your hand for him to take. You took his arm instead. You offered him your arm. You shook your head now. Cove stared at you in a blush surprise when you stretched your arm out towards him. Slowly, delicately, he held onto your arm. You held his gaze and smiled. Cove's blush deepened, and then he nodded his head to the side.
All right.
Okay, now let's go. Together, you and Cove wandered the market on the lookout for any stalls that caught your attention. Cove was walking around with a spring in his step, talking about the various meal ideas he had in mind. After a while, you had to go greater distances to find something of interest. Several of the stalls were selling the same goods. It was only a matter now of which you wanted to buy from. You continued ambling down the path until Cove stopped suddenly, literally pulling you away from your thoughts. Cove? You followed his eye line past the crowds. Immediately, you knew what grabbed him: homemade jams and local honey. That does sound awesome. Homemade jam is so good. That stall was glittering with quaint glass jars stacked high, each encasing gels of varying colors. Cove's eyes were practically sparkling at the sight. His feet automatically began to take him there, likely without being fully aware he had made an unexplained detour. When you got closer, you were surprised that there were even more varieties than you thought. There were even different honeys based on what type of pollen the bees used. Cove's focus seemed torn between the bottle of blackberry jam and one of clover honey. Want some honey? You asked earnestly. Did you want some honey? You said just to tease him. I wonder what on earth could you possibly want at this stall? Everything looks really good. You shook your head at him almost disapprovingly. You quietly left him to his dilemma. It's such a good. It's so stereotypical, but come on, you have to. The opportunity is right there. Take it away. You spoke without a hint of irony to the pet name. You thought it was sweet, and the smile I got from Gove made it even sweeter. He nodded. You thought things over for yourself too. Clover honey, orange blossom honey, spring wildflower honey, honey butter, strawberry jam, raspberry jam, blackberry jam, apricot jam, blueberry jam, plum jam, rubber jam. Strawberry jam definitely. I want to see what a spring wildflower looks like. This is important. This is important. This is so important in my choice. And I need to see what an orange blossom looks like. This is gonna be so important in my choice. I'm just gonna pick between which one looks prettier. I like the way orange blossoms look, I think. A flower. Yeah, I think I like the way orange blossoms look. It's honey made from wild random flowers that bloom in spring, Ace. But I'm getting... oh yeah, I am getting different random flowers, but yeah. But still, the orange ones looked pretty. I just took in the first picture that I found when I googled both and just, yeah. It worked out. Also, blackberry jam, because I've had that and I like it. There we go. I would do the same thing where I got everything again, but I just wanted to just Google stuff and then actually pick jams that I've had before and then just Google. I literally just looked up the picture, looked up the flowers, looked at the first picture, and then went based off that. You paid and the shop owner started putting together your order. They carefully packed it in a single bag with paper. Thank you very much. Amused, you watched Cove give in and just buy both the clover honey and the blackberry jam. He also went all in, getting spring wildflower honey and plum jam too. The shop owner thoughtfully wrapped each in brown paper to protect them before putting them away in a bag. He handed the purchase to Cove.
Thank you.
You both stepped away from the stall. Cove didn't fail to notice the look you'd been giving him since he agonized over his toast toppers. Hey, this doesn't go bad for a long time, so why not stock up? I could have chosen one if I wanted to. Alright, Cove, it'll be nice to enjoy snacking on it for a while. As you began to stroll, Cove looked up at the sky. He smiled. It was sort of unexpected considering all of this was technically an errand and unexpected changes often upset him. That's such a good thing to say when you got everything intact. That was everything. Now I don't get to use it. Oh no, I'm sad that I ruined that. But he was happy and Cove liked doing this kind of normal thing. And you could tell that Cove especially enjoyed doing these kinds of things with you. You were just thinking about how comfortable doing this with Cove felt. You were feeling the same as him. You were just feeling down about how the trip turned out. Cove's pleased attitude annoyed you. You were feeling mean. You weren't going to let what happened put a damper on this outing. I'm glad you're having a good time. We're so domestic. I kind of wonder what the others are doing right now. You remain silent. Cove chuckled. His gaze fell to his bags. Fell to his bags and he was clearly thinking about all the treats he just bought.
So?
Are you having fun too? Yeah, I really am. It's been a good day. Later, when you spotted a less crowded area, you took a break from browsing. Cove started rummaging through one of his bags just to check on how his goods were doing. A smile grew on his face as he went on to the next. You chuckled, knowing that Cove wouldn't let anything go to waste. There wasn't a single doubt he was gonna eat it all. You held a hand in front of your face as you squinted upwards. The sun had moved quite a bit. You'd been at the market for a good while now. Neither your feet nor your arms were sore right now, and Cove looked to be doing fine too, but that was something that could be coming. There was a price to pay for this much shopping, and it wasn't always just in money. Especially because we're rich and it doesn't matter. Can you give me a piggyback ride? Could you carry my things? Want me to carry your bags? Want a piggyback ride? You quietly enjoyed the break. Listen, I would offer, but I'm not sure I would be able to. I just don't have the confidence in my noodle ass legs to be able to do it. But I'm willing to fictionally give it a try. Kind of thing. Listen, if I had full confidence that I could that I could offer someone a piggyback ride without it failing catastrophically, I would offer more often. But I don't, simply because I don't trust neither my strength nor my balance nor these noodle legs to hold up anything. Fictional, you can do everything. Exactly. Therefore, Go gave you an odd look until he realized that you were completely serious. He burst into laughter. Come on, it's not that funny. Go smiled adoringly at you and then he shook his head. You sighed. Sorry, I know it's not your fault I'm bigger than you, but no piggyback ride. Definitely not right now while I have so much stuff. Besides, Ace, just think about it. You're trying to lift someone like me in this crowded place with all the bags. It's gonna end in tragedy. But it would be funny afterwards, and fictional me can do anything. Let's not consider the incredible amount of inches you have on me. No, it's the incredible height difference. Let's not, no, but it's fine. Throw it out the window. Fictional me can do everything. Even disobey the laws of physics. You hung your head in disappointing. Can you laugh the whole thing off? Can I carry your bags? Can I at least carry your bags for you? You laughed the whole thing off. Yeah, you're probably right. Forgot about it. You smiled and Cope put a hand on your shoulder.
Don't worry about it.
Hey, I get what you were trying to do, and I really appreciate it. Your size is great the way it is. The sincerity and warmth as he spoke was touching. You knew he meant it. So, unlike our belief, fictional me cannot disobey the laws of physics. Fictional me can do almost everything. Disobeying the laws of physics for romantic reasons. Exactly. Only for romantic reasons. I could be like quantum physics. And then I do all these incredible things like giving people piggyback rides when you're not looking. Maybe that's the way it works. Everyone just needs to collectively close their eyes and then stuff starts working out. Quantum physics style. And with that, you and Cove continued your trip through the market together. Ma and Mom had both texted you during the trip, though only to say that they hoped you'd found some good stuff and that they'd see you later. There were no answers on why they went or why. Yeah, does that work? Quantum physics? A mystery. I have a good meme about it, which is a meme that I found on Pinterest. But it's very funny. It's about the double slit experiment. This is it for a very niche audience. But yeah, it's about the double slit experiment where the pattern forms when there was no camera watching what the light was doing, and then only two lines of light were formed when there was a camera watching what light was doing. It's quantum physics breaks my brain a little bit because it's the whole thing where it's like, no, light isn't sentient, but it's but this phenomena does exist, and it that light is just light. Light isn't a wave nor a particle because it is just light because it behaves like both. And quantum physics is freaking weird. Just know you're watching it. Who knows? Schrodinger's box and all that. All possibilities exist until you've looked, or whatever. That's the whole idea. If you grab a cup, if you grab a dim, a non-transparent cup, and have a dice in it, and jiggle the dice around, and then put the cup down, so that the dice will be facing a different, one number, until you look, all the different numbers exist. All those different possibilities are coexisting until you look. And then only one of those possibilities exist. That's the entire idea. Where every possibility coexists until you witness one of them. And then that's the only one that exists. That's the entire idea. That's the box thing. That's the cat in the box. That it could be dead or it could be alive and you don't know until you check the box. It's both dead and alive until you look. Because both possibilities are coexisting. Until you look. That's the entire idea, and it's very trippy, and it's like, yes, but, My mom had both texted you during the trip, and enough physics talk, back to game, ha ha hee hee. Though only to say that they'd hope you'd found some good stuff and that they'd see you later. There were no answers on where they went or why. You and Cove continued to wind your way through the bustling market, the list of outstanding items steadily shrinking while bags grew heavier. Eventually, Cove realized that he hadn't checked his own phone in a while. The two of you came to a stop in the nearest alcove, where you'd be out of the steady stream of people pursuing the stalls, and he pulled out his phone. Cove rearranged all the bags he was carrying, freeing a hand so that he could pull out his phone. You watched his eyes dart over the screen as he read the waiting messages. Not important. I can reply to that later. He mumbled his verdict under his breath. Then Cove's face scrunched up with confusion.
Huh?
Wait, I've got a message from my dad. Listen to this. Cove, I wasn't a part of the plan. I didn't know what was going on when I left with Ace's mom. Where are you? He sent that ages ago. I didn't hear it come in. He sent another one since then. He says he hopes I'm alright and that he's not bothering me. The newest one says everybody's going to the parking lot soon and we can meet up there. Schrodinger be like, there's a cat in this box, but you have no way of knowing if the cat is dead or alive until we open it. But a box meows. You have to go under the presumption that the cat is not meowing while inside the box. Otherwise, I think you know the answer to whether the cat is alive or dead in the box. You have to presume that the cat is very, very silent inside of the box. But yeah, that is the entire idea. You can't know if it's dead or alive. And technically it's both dead and alive at the same time. Until you open the box and check. That's the whole idea. That's the whole idea. I like the dice one better, because I feel like it is easier for my head to understand. Like, the dice one. I feel like in my head, and like the whole thing where all the numbers are kind of coexisting until you, like lift up the cup, and check what number you get, makes more sense to me than the cat box thing. But it is the same principle. It is the same idea. It is strange, but yeah, apparently, yeah. but yeah. He lowered his phone, eyes narrowed. The same conclusion that was settling on you had landed on Kova as well. So it was on purpose. He lifted the phone again, staring hard at the screen. Didn't my mom pull this stunt when we were little? You know, that time she took us to the mall? Sharker pulls out dead cat and a Bluetooth speaker. Ha! I told you couldn't know. That is true. Could be a Bluetooth speaker. He's just sitting with an app, just like putting on cat meowing sound effects. Inside this box could be a cat that's alive or a dead cat in a Bluetooth speaker. And you'll never know. At least your mom said that she was leaving. My mom's had a plan. The mall thing was a spur of the moment. Is this a mom thing? Or your mom did was even worse. I don't remember. You didn't say anything else. Is this a mom thing? Go blinked as light frown furrowing his forehead. He didn't seem to know how to respond to this. Do all moms do this? At moms, in general. The crowd of people passing by stayed as noisy as ever, a sharp contrast to the silence that had fallen over you and Cove. He was rubbing the screen of his phone against his shirt, wiping away dust and debris. He continued scrubbing the screen long after anything could have remained, the action a poor substitute for pushing away the awkwardness of the moment. You felt right about it all. The whole mess was so upsetting to you. You were furious. You didn't care about what your moms had done. You were struggling to comprehend this. The shock was too fresh for you to even know how you felt. It had all been deliberate. A part of you had still believed it was a misunderstanding. Okay, then, fine. How are they going to explain this? I can't believe them. You sniffled, trying to hold back tears. You groaned, the sound expressing your misery in ways the words couldn't. How are they going to explain this? Gove leaned down, making his eyes level with yours. He laid his hands on your shoulders, grounding you. Gove's frown grew taut, his mouth a stiff, serious line, but his eyes wide with concern.
I'm sorry.
Sorry about your mom's leaving you alone out here like this without warning. His speech was slower than usual. You suspected that he was choosing each word carefully. It was unnatural, but you appreciated that he didn't want to risk upsetting you further. Oh! Yo! Wait! Did Ali just beat you to it? No, because this is such a wonderful, course of events. You're back! Perfect! And then immediately followed by Ali redeeming it first. Queen! Do you know how much we appreciate you? Do you know how much we love and care about you? Do you know how much we appreciate you in our life, and how different our life would be without you in it? And how much we care about you, and how amazing you are, and how beautiful you are, and how you deserve every good thing coming your way, and even more good things that should be coming your way. That we're manifesting them coming your way because you deserve them, because you're such a wonderful person and you make our life a lot better just with your presence in it. And we're so glad to know you. Did you know that? Because if you didn't know that, I'm here to tell you, because you're amazing. There we go. That was a good one. Back to game. Nothing is more as satisfying than being halfway through a compliment and just getting shouts of no. Schrodinger, please put me in your box. I can't handle it anymore. It's too much. In this box, there could be a very quiet, alive queen or a dead queen, and both possibilities are coexisting until you open the box. Or mayhaps it's queen and a Bluetooth speaker. We may never know. Back to game. I don't know if you want to talk to them about this, but I can definitely back you up. I totally get that it's sucky. You vented about the debacle. You wanted to let it go. You said nothing at all. Wanted to let it go. It's not that big of a deal, I guess. I don't want to talk about it. Let's just move on.
It's okay.
You don't have to. His voice was soft and reassuring. He smiled, a gesture of gentle encouragement. You decided to bend? No, you didn't need to dwell on it. It's alright. I'd rather not think about that. You then drew a deep breath, the fresh air steadying you. You didn't stop until your lungs were full. Goof watched over you, still concerned. I must be so confused right now over the whole cat in the box and the Bluetooth speaker. Maybe. Doo-doo-doo. Goof watched over you, still concerned.
Sorry.
Even though I guess it's not exactly my fault this time, but is there anything I could do to make you feel better? Even a little bit? You already have, you're not the one who can make this feel better. You shook your head. Here, aren't I the one who's supposed to help with your parents? Can I have a hug? Yeah. I have care to enlighten me. We were talking about quantum physics a little bit ago. Because I made a joke. Well, kind of a joke, and then we just got into the topic of quantum physics for a little bit. And then we were talking about Schrodinger's cat. And then the conversation just kind of debauchered further. And then dice and Bluetooth speakers and yeah. Quantum physics! I mean, the Bluetooth speaker scenario, we kind of added that one. That's not one that's used to explain quantum physics usually. But, but still, it's usually just the double slit experiment, the box with the cats, and the dice to explain the trilogy of explaining quantum physics. But the cat and the Bluetooth speakers, great. More realistic. I want a hug. Go spread his arms wide, his expression as open and welcoming as his stance beckoned you forward. You couldn't help but smile at how easy that was. You walked into his embrace, returning it by wrapping your arms tightly around him. Go well, deal. It was restorative, rivaling the best night's sleep. You parted, the smile on your face so bright. Gove smiled back at you and patted your arm, giving you a little additional reassurance, just in case the hug hadn't been enough. Clearly, he was underestimating the charm of his own hugs. After a moment, he stepped further away from you, face turned. Gove closed his eyes and took a deep breath. His brow creased, then furrowed deeper into his skull, his arms tightly coiling together. So they did do something stupid, I knew it. His voice had taken on an exaggerated quality, but what truly distinguished it from Cove's typical speaking tone was the abundance of rage. This is such a chore. Parents are so dumb. Why do people have to go places with family members anyway? I hate them. I also hate farmers markets. You got it instantly. It had been years since the boy with the Volca had been in town for the summer, but Gove had never forgotten. Jeremy! Jeremy! To this day, he continued to unleash his impersonation whenever the moment felt right. Sometimes he wondered if the act had grown more exaggerated over the years, or if the kid really was that ridiculous. Perspective really amps up stuff. You burst out laughing, you shook your head at Cove's silliness, you played along, you smiled quietly. The kid's never gonna live that down, huh? You decided it comes from the person who punched him in the face. You played along. Wow, what is wrong with you?
No.
I'm not wrong, actually. If you're as smart as me, you'd know that. Go gave you a loop-sided smile, letting the joke rest for now. Come on, we should probably go meet up with the group. Yeah. You didn't dally any longer, slipping back into the crowd and making your way towards the entrance of the farmers' market. It didn't take long to reach the parking lot. Your parents, Mr. Holden and Liz, were already waiting there, and they waved at you as you both approached. Your own family seemed to be in pretty good moods, in contrast to Mr. Holden. He stared at Cove with open concern as you got closer. Hey, bud. Hey, Ace. How you doing? We'd be doing better if we hadn't been abandoned in a farmer's market by our families. You saw your mom's frowning at his response, smile glancing from Cove to Mom with blinking eyes. Just because Ace is shy and tries not to complain doesn't mean you could just leave them out of your plans and expect them to go with it every time. Ma hung her head, ashamed, and Mom had a hand pressed to her cheek. You could tell that they were quickly regretting their scheme.
I'm so sorry.
Fine. Her words were full of emotion. Mom squeezed Ma's arm. We were trying to make the errand more of a trip, less of a chore. Ma nodded. We didn't think you, Cove, and Liz wanted to be stuck trudging around a market with your parents all day. Especially not in the summer. But you're already very thoughtful and don't like to leave your moms behind, so we did it. So we did ourselves. It was only going to be for the market, not the other stops. I promise. Still, you're right. We could have just told you and let you make your own call. I really am sorry. Neither of us meant to upset you.
I'm really sorry.
All gas, no brakes, and we should have known better. Sorry. Ma ditched me too after pulling her urgent potty break stunt, if that helps. I went off to do my own shopping, as it seems they planned.
Sorry.
Sorry I didn't check back in with you. I wasn't thinking and just tried to blow it off. You quietly took in their stories of what happened. Over to the side, Cove was talking to his dad. Thanks for telling me something was up, though I feel bad for missing the warning when you sent it.
You're welcome.
It's not a travel sport. I learned my lesson about making surprise plans. Character development.
So-
Ah!
I'm sorry.
Whoops!
Sorry.
You're welcome.
Whoops! Accidentally scrolling back. Ghost smiled at his dad. Mr. Holden, laughing, clapped Cove on the back.
Not bad.
Wow, we're really being outplayed today. You realize you hadn't been the only onlookers to the Holdens' development. Your moms were exchanging rueful looks. Liz had her arms crossed over her chest, patiently watching it all unfold. Yes, looks like it. We'd better find some way to catch up.
In that case,
Maybe we could do Ace's chores for the next week. Mom jabbed Ma on the shoulder. You might be onto something. Ace, how'd you like the sound of that? They looked at you hopefully. Sounds good to me. Make it 2 weeks. You're gonna have to do a lot more than that. I'll think about it. You don't have to do anything. It's not that big of a deal, but it'd be kind of a crime not to take this up. I feel kind of bad, but hey. Good, we're serious. And at the very least, we can make sure everyone stays together for the rest of the stops we're making today. You all nodded at the suggestion.
Yes.
We won't let you down. We'll be the best sheepdogs ever, guarding the flock and catching any strays.
funny.
We could at least be sheepherds. Sheepherds. Shepherd's. I don't know how to speak. You chuckled, your mood lifting in spite of the bumpy morning. It was going to be all right. You turned to the entrance for the farmers' market for one final glance, pressing it into your memory under this new light. You thought on what you'd picked up at the market and how you were going to enjoy it later. Some things you could only get from local suppliers like this. This was another perk about coming to the market today. Actually, you realized this would be a good time to bring out the fudge you got to share, while everyone was clustered together. I just realized the Derek DLC is released. Yes! I released yesterday? Today? Something like that. It was like 29, right? It was yesterday. Pretty sure it was yesterday, right? Got released yesterday? Pretty sure. Fudge time! You cleared your throat. I got something for you all. The announcement grabbed everyone's interest and they looked over at you, each curious about what you had in store. You dug your hand into the bag and pulled out the especially selected treat. It's fudge. There's only 4 pieces, but I thought we could try a little each. Ooh.
Aww.
That's so sweet of you. The Holdens were wearing matching grins at the prospect of free dessert, the family resemblance more notable as they mirrored each other's expression. Sweet is the right word for this. Thanks very much, Ace.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're fantastic.
Thank you. Great, can't wait to bust it open. We should save it for tonight. We can't properly enjoy a treat when there's still chores to be done. Besides, we don't want to make a mess with it melting in this heat. The others murmured their agreements and nodded, reaching a consensus. You stowed the box away safely for now. Goat then sidled up next to you, an eager smile on his face. You could tell from his expression that he was up to something. Thanks again for getting fudge. It was really cool of you. You knew he hadn't come over just to say thank you individually. Not with that huge smirk. I had something to share too, but well, only really with you. I guess I'm not as nice. Oh well. You smiled wryly at him, eyebrows raised. He laughed. Anyway, well, I sort of picked something out with you in mind. You held a hand to your chest, staring at Kova as he explained it further.
I mean...
Since your mom's decided we should shop separately, I figured I could use the time to get you something, just as a little surprise. He reached into one of his bags and retrieved one of the wrapped-up objects. You accepted the unexpected present, and he looked on excitedly as you tore off the paper. It was a glass bottle of small batch lemonade. You didn't need to taste it to know it would be nice. It was a boutique product. It was heavy in your hands. The container and smart metal cap reaffirming the quality. Even the label, constructed from coarse paper rather than a flimsy sheet of plastic, was distinctive. You were practically bouncing in anticipation, and he smiled sweetly at your reaction. It's not a big deal, but I just thought you might like it. Thank you, you didn't have to do that. You're so wonderful. You smiled at him. You're always getting me things. You shook your head at his antics. You're so wonderful. I can't believe we both got each other something. You weren't the only one who had that idea. We're au pair. You grinned, ready to unleash your surprise at him. You weren't the only one who had that idea. His eyes began to widen. I got something for you too when you weren't around. There was a burst of laughter, first from your mom, followed by a chorus of chuckles from the other three. You'd forgotten that they were still hanging around. Unfortunately, they hadn't paid you and Cove the same courtesy and had been listening in on your conversation. You weren't even apart for a whole day, and you both still used that as a chance to get each other little gifts. Ma clasped our hands together, eyes bright.
Good job.
That's so lovely. A day, it was less than a whole morning.
Right?
True, I don't even want to think about what happens when you spend real time apart. That's my boy. You reached back into a bag where you had first retrieved the box of fudge for everyone, shuffling aside to take out the other one underneath. Your cheeks were reddening. You spoke quietly, hoping that this time only Cove would hear. That one was for everybody, but I got another for you. Cove's face lit up, his grin stretching from ear to ear. The laughter that came from the others, who were fully tuned in into your little show, didn't appear to reach him. You wished you were similarly impervious to it, but you were embarrassed.
Seriously?
It's only for me? Cove took the box of fudge in one hand and claimed one of your hands with his other. He used the cold he had to lead you closer to him while he lifted the hand to his mouth and peppered kisses over your knuckles. Thank you, thank you, thank you. He looked at you with shining eyes. At this rate, it wouldn't just be your little group that knew that you'd been treating him. The whole parking lot was gonna learn about it. Because boys, oh my god, I know! Behind Cove, you could see Mom watching you both with a smile of hilarity. See, this is why he's so attached. You spoiled him. You shouldn't make fun, Pam. It's clearly mutual. Besides, I don't hear you complaining when I'm spoiling you. Ma pinched Mom's cheek, making her laugh as she batted the hand away.
True.
True. Liz clapped her hands together with the air of a teacher calling for attention. Since the other adults aren't acting like grown-ups, the rest of us are gonna have to pick up the slack. Have you ever heard Baxter's voice? True. Have you heard Baxter's voice? It's the way Baxter speaks. Have you heard the way Baxter speaks? This is important. It's time to get back on schedule and continue with the rest of the errands. Playtime is officially over. Ma laughed while Mr. Holden grinned awkwardly. Mom hung her head in an exaggerated display of mock defeat. Kids are tough, and I can't even call them kids anymore. Liz tut-tutted with amusement at her mother. Cove shrugged, staying a neutral observer, but the small smile on his face revealed that he was enjoying the conclusion. You nodded, relieved that everyone was getting along. Oh, what a shame that you just responded to no, I don't think so, Queen. I could kind of hear it in Baxter's voice. Why could I picture him saying that, though? You nodded, relieved that everyone was getting along. With that, your trip to the farmer's market was closed. It was time to move on. There were too many of you for one car, so you and Cove had wound up in Mr. Holden's car on the way over. You figured it made sense to do the same for the next leg of the journey. You would say that, exactly. You sat next to Cove in the back. Gods, do I speak like Baxter? You sat next to Cove in the back. Immediately after the click of the seatbelt and its lock announced that Cove was safely strapped in, he began to unfold the box of fudge he'd been given. You gonna eat it now? Uh-huh. He nodded eagerly, not taking his eyes from the container. He lifted the top off longingly and longingly admired the selection inside. White chocolate always tastes great. Is the green fudge lime? Yeah, key lime. That's amazing, because it's fudge, but also fruity somehow. Once Cove had finished bestowing praise on what you'd picked, he promptly started sampling the selection. He was smiling, licking his lips, and having a grand old time. You could also tell from the way his nibbling was turning into munching that the box wasn't going to survive the trip to the next stop. You were right. Cove had tried to savor the treats, claiming just one more until there was only one left, and the statement was finally forced to be true. He finished the last one too. He sighed contentedly.
Thank you.
No problem. Those were really great. You're welcome. He set the picked clean box to the side, then rested his hand on his spoiled tummy. Cove wasn't going to be hungry for a while after that. From there, he sat wordlessly, gaze drifting to the window. He knew Cove well enough to spot the signs of when he was physically present, but mentally elsewhere. The way he would fall quiet, staring without seeing, the long blinks, all of which he was doing right now as he looked at nothing in particular. He licked his fingers absent-mindedly, getting the last of the melted fudge off his hand. You were pleased he'd enjoyed it so much. Is it too late to ask for a taste? You teased him. I would have enjoyed a bite too, he said seriously. You looked away, feeling bashful over how well your gift had been received. You're pleased he'd enjoyed it so much. You closed your eyes as you pulled up the resolve to speak. What has you so lost in thought? Well, I was just thinking about how nice you are. How nice I am? Yeah. His face grew redder as his hands clenched around the top of his knees. He stared at him, hoping for an explanation, but Cove simply ducked his head. When he next spoke, his voice was barely more than a whisper. I'm lucky I get to be with you. That's so sweet. I feel lucky too. You laughed happily. You blushed. His words stunned you. I feel lucky too. He peeked at you from the corner of his eyes, still too shy to look at you directly. You smiled at him affectionately, eliciting an equally caring smile from Cove in return. You felt content, secure in your relationship with Cove. You decided to enjoy your drink now. You wanted to save the drink for later. We're having lemonade! You twisted up the cap and brought it to your mouth. Even before the first sip reached your lips, the scent tickled your nostrils. You took a swig. It was refreshing. The perfect way to hit the spot after a long morning trawling through the market. It's good. Thank you. He grinned at you, pleased that his pick had been well received.
You're welcome.
This is so wholesome! You spent the rest of the day completing the remaining errands all together as a group. You had enjoyed your brief independence. You were glad that you'd closed the day with everyone. Yep. Mad had been true to her word and ensured that you spent the rest of the time with the Pixel's family and the Holden family in one place. It had been a wonderful time. A lovely high note to end on. I like that one. That one's sweet. I like that. That's very sweet. Yay! We're making good progress! And I'm having a great time. And now we get to do another new one! Whoop whoop! Whoop whoop! Serendipity time! Serendipity time. Let's have some fun. So far, I'd call it success that we got in through 2. And I'd also call it success that I haven't just friggin' bawled yet. I haven't cried today. Progress. Serendipity. Hey, Serendipity is really good. I'm excited then. Light flickered down through the leaves of an oak tree overhead. Already starting off the reading game strong. Casting speckled shadows on the sidewalk all around you. There was a drop of sweat slowly making its way down the side of your face. You flicked it away with your thumb, slowing to a stop in the cool shade. Good thing I brought 2 water bottles in, because my first one is starting to run out. I did not expect that. Well, it's still got a bit of it left, but I brought 2 water bottles in. Because I realized I was starting to forget to fill up my bedside table one. So I was like, I could just take it and have it as a backup water bottle for streaming. And then refill it before going to, like, bed. And I was like, that seems smarter. So that way I won't forget it because it's on my desk as well. So I decided to do that. So, 2 water bottles. Bloop, bloop. You flicked it away with your thumb, slowing to a stop in the cool shade. The day had you out and about in town, in no hurry to go anywhere in particular. You had just gotten something to eat, and there was nothing planned for the rest of the afternoon. Your moms were at work, and Liz had left early in the morning to do something. You had no idea what. You took out your phone, idly nodding the time when it started to buzz. The screen lit up in your hand. Ali! I guess what goes around comes around. Ali, did you know how nice you are, how incredible you are, how much we appreciate you, how you're honestly a light in our life, how much we all love you deeply? No, what do you mean no? I mean, you should know at this point. And the fact that you don't know is bad because you are. Because we all care about you so much. Because we all appreciate you so much. Because you make our day-to-day lives better with your presence. Because having you in our lives makes our lives better. Because we get to know you. We get to spend time with you. And you're a wonderful person. And you're a nice person. You're an incredible person. We all love you so much. So I really need to make I need to really draw like the heart-shaped hands just to add as an overlay on top of my little character every time I do compliment time. Because every time I do compliment time, I end up doing a heart with my hands, and then I remember you can't see it. But it's just because I speak with my hands anyway, so I just start doing them. I just start doing stuff anyway. You took out your phone, idly noting the time when it started to buzz. The screen lit up in your hand. Phone. Speak of the devil, Liz messaged you. Come home ASAP. Before you could even begin to question why, your phone went off again. Nothing bad, but you have to see this, so come back already. We can see it in our heart, says. Good. Don't say thank you. You deserve it, and I mean it. And I'm glad you can see my hand hearts in your hearts. You know it's there. Just every time I compliment you or someone else, just if a compliment is directed at you, just know that just know that I'm doing the love heart thing with my hands most likely. And that is yes, and that's part of the compliment as well. I am intrigued by this text message. Also, thank you for adding the nothing bad. Because if you just left it at come home ASAP, I would be making my way home just panicking over what happened. Thank you. This is very much appreciated. And with the final message, you were left only slightly less confused than you were before. You hadn't seen much of your sister lately. She had been acting strange for days, always shutting herself up in her room. Which wouldn't be so weird if at the dinner table she didn't suddenly start smirking to herself over nothing. What? The rare times you did see her, she would sneak you expecting looks like she was waiting to be asked what was up, but all your questions led nowhere. Now I'm mega intrigued. She'd answered you with a put upon sigh, proclaimed that she was busy, and tell you that she would have to talk about it later. No hints, no guessing, whatever it was, she was determined to keep it a secret. Maybe now you'd finally find out what it was. I don't know, sounds familiar. I mean, who wouldn't leave everything behind when you get a message asking come here now? I realized after I said what I said that I may have or may not known. I may have done the same thing very recently. Well, kind of recently. It's been a while now. It's been a little while now. But after I said it, I realized that I might have unintentionally done that. Whoops! Sorry again for panicking you that one time when I met up with Jack. Whoops, not my intent. I realized only afterwards that you had texted that something happened. Did something bad happen? I was just very quickly trying to get you on the voice call. I love you too, Ali. Whoops. I only... Is you the not? Yeah, I kind of did. Because I was like, can you voice call right now? I kind of just immediately started spamming Ali. Went, can you BC right now? And then I had to text Bear too. Because that was the other person we wanted to get in the voice call. And then I didn't notice Ali had texted the did something bad happen thing until afterwards. Whoops. I was in my it's very bad defense, but I was just excited and my hands were also shaking and I was just not thinking through everything I was doing. I was just doing it. And yeah, whoops. I accidentally worried Ali over nothing. I just scared my darling Snapdragon like that. Yeah, I know. I felt bad about it afterwards, but yeah. Whoops. 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 Maybe now you'd finally find out what it was. Well, considering you met up with Jack, it was something bad, so no offense, /J. Fair enough. Not me and Bear planning a murder. Never gonna forget getting the welcome home cheater meme sent to me. Oh, wonderful. I love having friends. Yeah. As you did an about face on the sidewalk and started heading home, you received more text. To your surprise, the name that popped up on the screen this time was Coves. Did you hear from Liz? About some about some urgent thing you have to see? There we go. She messaged Cove too? You weren't surprised. Liz teased him about it, but he was like family. However, you were struggling to understand how he fit into Liz's surprise. Yeah, Liz sent me the same thing. What, is there something on fire? Why would Liz tell you your news? Yeah, Liz sent me the same thing. His reply came only seconds later as he waited to cross the street. I figured she would. Are you gonna see what's up? I'm walking there now. Me too. Glancing up, you saw that the light had changed to walk sign while you were busy texting. Sounds, yep. You hurriedly wrapped things up, texting Cove a quick goodbye before crossing the street. It was fine. You'd be seeing him later anyway. Not expecting any more messages, you put your phone away so you could walk without having to worry about tripping over the curve, which would be nice, yes. Thankfully, it was a short trek home, and soon enough you were walking up your street, the familiar face of your house already in view. Thinking of what might be waiting at home was making you worried, left you entirely lost, felt exciting, left you entirely lost. I have no idea what to expect. And the more you learned, the more questions you had. They were all buzzing around in your head, too many to try to pick out and make sense of. I literally don't know. Lost in your thought, you almost didn't see who was walking further up the street. Cove. Even from the back, the bright sea green color of his hair was unmistakable. You quickened your pace to catch up to him, the scuff of your shoes loud against the pavement. He heard it instantly, not missing a beat as he turned towards you and slowed his steps in sync.
Hey.
Hi. Hi. Here we are, at my house. At that, Cove gave you a wry smile. Here we are. It sounded almost like a question, wondering why the two of you had been summoned there. Any ideas on what Liz wants us for? You shook your head. The situation was out of character for your sister. Anything could happen. Literally anything could happen. Well, I guess we should go in and find out. Taking his cue, you grabbed your keys and opened up the front door. Coop trailed behind you as you entered. You walked to the front door and peered about, not sure what you were looking for. From the entryway, you could see Liz pacing across the living room, her smiling gaze intent on her phone. You had caught her just as she had completed a turn. Behind you, the door clicked shut. The second she heard it, her head darted up to your direction, her features lighting up at the sight of you and Cove. Ah, you've arrived, and together too. That's perfect, just perfect. She flashed you a radiant smile. You could almost see her limbs vibrating as if she was poised to pounce. Cope raised an eyebrow at your sister's bizarre behavior. What is happening? What's going on? This better be important. You're in a good mood today. So what is it? Where is it? What are you going to show us? You quietly waited to see what she would reveal. What's going on? Oh, you'll see. Liz's eyes narrowed with a mischievous glint, and she let out a little cackle. So lately, I've been hard at work on a little plan of mine, and you two get the honor of seeing it all come together. Here it is. Surprise! She lifted a hand in the air to present the very comfortable but complete mundane living room. Am I missing something? Am I being dense? I don't understand. In the resulting silence, you and Cove glanced around again and then made eye contact with each other. His face mirrored your bafflement. Then suddenly another voice rang out in the room.
Surprise!
Ah! Cove flinched at the shout, his shoulders shooting up to his ears. Laughter came from your sister as well as from the other side of the room. Oh! Never in a million years would I don't know what I expected! Oh! Your head whipped around just in time to see a familiar figure with a freckled face and a purple cap springing up from behind the back of the couch. When did this happen? How did this happen? I am confused. Ghost's mouth fell open, recognition immediately coming to him. Shiloh? Hi, Cove. Hi, Ace. Shiloh greeted the two of you so casually, like he'd been gone for 10 days rather than 10 years. Me leaning back on my chair. It also means you're not ready for what's to come. Oh no. Shiloh, you were too stunned to speak. Oh, it's too stunned to speak. What in the world are you doing there? You started laughing, but I thought you weren't the Shiloh we knew. You're actually here. Shiloh! Let go if you find yourself shouting for long lost companion's name out of sheer disbelief. What is happening? Couldn't be him, but it was really him, here, in your living room. With a wide grin on her face, Liz snickered and clapped her hands together, as pleased as a child after a fruitful night of trick-or-treating. Oh, how in themed with the fact that tomorrow's October. You and Co's reactions were adequate offerings in her bucket full of treats. As amazed as you were still wondering one thing. Yeah, wait! You were so confused before! What happened? Wait! So much is not adding up. You hesitated to bring it up, but it was bothering you so much you finally blurted it out. Yeah, I need to know. You didn't remember us before. Shiloh's gaze self-consciously dropped to the side. He tucked the brim of his hat down, bracing himself to answer, but Liz waved a hand at him as if to say, don't worry about it. I'll explain. When we got home that day, I changed my mind about letting it go. Why did I have to? Social media exists, right? True. That is very true. You can easily find anybody. You're not wrong. So I thought, why not try finding him and sending him a little reminder message? Luckily, there are only so many 17-year-old Shiloh Fields in the world. It wasn't that hard to do. Hearing Liz speak seemed to encourage Shiloh, who pulled himself together to face both you and your sister with a careful smile.
Sorry.
It's fine. I'm really sorry about what happened. When you talked to me that first time, I was in the middle of a tour for a school field trip. I couldn't get separated from the group and didn't expect anyone to want to be talking to me. I was so worried about getting back to everyone else, I didn't think too hard on what you were saying. But when Lizzie's message showed up, everything suddenly hit me. Lizzie, Ace, Cove, you were the kids of Sunset Bird back when I was a little kid. There's no way I could forget that. Not for real. I do know all of you, and I'm so happy I get to see you again. Wholesome! I have Lizzie to thank for that. My mom was already planning to take a short trip near here this summer.
Well,
If my mom could bring me along, Lizzie offered to pick me up and bring me the rest of the way here, just so I could visit the neighborhood again. And that's why I decided to make it a big reveal instead of outright telling you two I got back in contact with Shiloh. Once again, she lifted a hand in the air, properly presented that long-lost childhood friend you all shared. So, ta-da! It was impressive how it all came together. Alright, still pretty stupid of you not to realize sooner. You were glad you were able to see each other again. You were amused at their stunt. You were unsure what to feel about it. It's impressive. Nice. You never could have planned seeing Shiloh that day. To think it would lead to this. You raised your hand and started clapping for Liz. Thank you. You've been a wonderful audience. Coupling slowly, still a little dazed by everything that was going on. Fair enough. Okay, I'm going to get some water. Don't disappear or anything. He padded off to the kitchen, no need for a chaperone. He knew where the cups were. Wow, you really surprised them, Lizzie. And Ace too. Did you see their face when I appeared? Yes, I did. Liz patted the cushion in front of the couch. Make yourself comfortable. You don't need to keep hunkering down behind there anymore. Wait, I was under the assumption he had gotten up from behind the couch already. You're telling me we had this entire conversation while he was still standing behind the couch? I was under the assumption he had moved away from the couch. With a laugh, Shiloh crossed around the backside and took the seat. But maybe it was awkward being the only one sitting because he kept idly twiddling his fingers. You could hear him humming to himself, a nonsense tune with no real melody, something to keep his voice busy. Being here again could be more nerve-wracking for him than he let on. Which, fair enough. Cove's soft voice announced his return. He paused to drag the back of his hand across his mouth, wiping away what droplets of water lingered there. Hi, Shiloh. Welcome back? At Cove's confused greeting, Shiloh laughed cheerily.
thanks.
I think it's amazing you're all still here in the same neighborhood. It's just like how it was back then. With a giggle that implied differently, Liz nodded in your general direction.
Mm-hmm.
There have been some changes since then. You narrowed your eyes at Liz. There was no way you could miss the teasing look she was fixing you and Cove with. Shiloh's eyes shifted across the group, still smiling politely, but there was a slight tilt to his eyebrows. He didn't know what to make of what she was saying, that is, until Cove cleared his throat and spoke. Ace and I are dating. It was fascinating how red he got as he said it, but his voice was steady, confident. By now, most people knew you were going out. Shiloh's eyes went wide as saucers, mouth opening into a tiny O shape.
Congratulations, that's amazing.
Thank you! The two of you seem to like each other, even when we were kids. It's really sweet that you're together. He silently blushed, got himself a keeper. Yeah, it was pretty inevitable we'd end up together. I wouldn't want to be with anyone else. I wouldn't want to be with anyone else. You didn't falter as you said it. There was no one like Cove. No one who could replace who he was to you and what you had gone through together. He gave you an adoring smile, and the eyes that met yours were full of sincerity. He felt the same way. This is so cute. Shiloh sighed happily at the moment as Cove raised an eyebrow and gave the room a considering glance. Hey, this is where we why can't I read? This is where we met the first time, remember? Right after I moved in, me and Ace were brought down right here to have a play date with you. Shiloh laughed, his eyes downcast as he fiddled with the corner of his collared shirt. We met on the hill behind the house. What? The two of you ran away from the living room because Cove didn't want to meet me. That's right, that did happen. Oh shit, I almost forgot. Whoops. I totally forgot about that. I just sinked into my chair like it actually happened. You grimaced, remembering how Cove had gone straight to the window and to escape the arranged meeting. You had gone with him when Shiloh had arrived. That's true, yeah, I did tag along. That's true, I did make that choice. Gilchrist had the memory of his younger self being pushed back to the forefront of his mind. His mouth going tight, he awkwardly looked away from Shiloh. You have a good memory. Like, you have a good memory, but why did you have to remember that?
Oh?
I don't think so. Seeing this place again just brings lots of things back. He clapped his hands together, an idea suddenly coming to him. But hey, now that the group is together, would you want to go and visit some of the old places? Let's go to the beach park! Can we go to the beach park? I've been hiding in the living room since I got here. Liz wasn't afraid to laugh at herself, bringing a hand to her chest to silently take the blame for that. I'd love to. Yeah. Without missing a beat, the others turned to you for your answer. Definitely, we're two first. Why not? You silently nodded your assent. You shrugged in reply. You looked hesitant. We're two first.
That's fine.
I'm sure we'll figure it out along the way. And with that, the four of you headed out into the neighborhood as one. Just like old times. Even with how short the time you spent indoors was, the sun was momentarily blinding once you left the house. Squinting, you brought your hand up to shield your eyes. The pleasant summer day had yet to go away. Only a few wispy clouds drifted along in the sky. As you strolled down the way, Liz took the lead, followed by you and Cove walking side by side. Shiloh freely took to walking in the middle of the road, his arms idly swinging back and forth at his sides as he turned his head every which way to take in as much as he could. It was very much a trip down memory lane for him. You wondered how much the neighborhood had changed in his eyes. Not a word passed between the group about where you were heading first, but soon enough you found yourselves walking the usual path to the shopping street. Before you reached it, the sound of it did. A collective of sandals tracking sand, the shrill calls of seagulls, the overlapping conversations of beachgoers, and random strains of music from various stalls. Wow! The odd gasp had come from Shiloh. His eyes were all lit up. Were there always so many different stores in one place?
Yeah.
Of course. Wow, I can see why so many people come here. Hey, do they still have those nice little ice cream stands? I think so. Yay, we should get some. It'll be my treat. Thanks, Shiloh. Ice cream sounds perfect on such a hot day. How about you, Cove? You could see that unlike Liz, Cove was struggling with the decision, brow wrinkled in thought. Finally, a hesitant smile appeared on his face as he settled on keeping to the spirit of the special occasion. Yeah, sounds good to me. Awesome, an ace? I'd never say no to ice cream. Me. Yeah. We have money. We have money. Alright, what? Shiloh's voice rose an octave, so taken off guard that you would offer such a thing. You never let me do anything for you when we were kids. Now that you're here to visit, you gotta let me treat you for a change. The reason I chose that specifically was because I just got reminded of when we went to ice cream. We went for a popsicle when we were kids. And while he gave me some of his coins and helped me search for coins around the house, he still let me just buy whatever I wanted. So I just when that option came up, I just got reminded of that and just went, well, I kind of want to give back after that. 10 years later, but give back to that anyway. Oh, that's really sweet. Red-faced, Shiloh gave a helpless chuckle. Alright, I'd like it a lot if you paid for me. You were pleased to hear that. Shiloh was still his overly generous self, but not everything was the same. If it had been that time from when you were kids, the two of you might have gone back and forth on this forever. Yep. Lizzie not so subtly sidled up to you, her shoulder bumping against yours with a smirk. What a goody two-shoes. Me? Always, apparently. You rolled your eyes at the childish insult, but you knew she didn't mean it. She was happy to see you getting along with Shiloh. The four of you continued to walk as ice cream plans were further discussed. Ice cream! Are you getting a popsicle, Lizzie? Yes. Fair. Hearing that, Shiloh smiled shyly. It's like a tongue twister. I thought you might still like that. I'm gonna get an ice cream cone. Shiloh began to turn towards Cove, but before he could ask, Cove offered up his choice. I'll get an ice cream sandwich. I'm gonna get a popsicle, an ice cream cone, and an ice cream sandwich too. I'm getting a popsicle. Following in my footsteps, that's touching. To be fair, I just really like popsicles. And if it's a hot summer day, I would love a popsicle even further. You shook your head at her like you might be a petulant child. You were allowed to go whatever tree you wanted. You still like those, Cool. Yep. Oh, that's right, because I'm pretty sure I chose a popsicle in the before thing. Yeah. There was an ice cream stall further up the street, across from a souvenir shop displaying postcards of the seaside and saltwater taffy in its windows. The stand itself was already hard to miss with its pastel pinks and blues and its eye-catching poster boards listing every individual flavor. It was impossible to ignore once the catchy little jingle playing from its speakers was added. Shiloh greeted the owner and began picking out the treats that everyone had chosen. He paid for the others, stepping outside to let you buy his, and he handed the rest out to their respective owners. You picked out your choice too and added that to your purchase. Sinking your teeth into your popsicle, you relished the sweet chill it left in your mouth. This was right. This was a perfect treat for your summer day. Around you, everyone was eating at their own pace. Liz held her popsicle away from herself, careful not to let it drip onto her dress. She was trying to go about eating it as delicately as she could while Shiloh dug into his. You counted only 2 or 3 bites before Cove had devoured his sandwich. Shiloh laughed, also noticing the way Cove inhaled his food. It's already finished? Cove shrugged a little in reply, his attention more focused on crumpling up the sandwich wrapper in his hand. So, what have you been doing around here since I've been gone? Well, I already told you about me attending college away from here, so I don't really live here anymore. But to be more specific on my life, I'm pursuing a degree in architecture. Shiloh perked up at that, his mouth falling open in awe. Amazing.
Thanks.
Actually, I was thinking about it, and the first time I really decided to like the buildings and building them was when you and I would make sandcastles out on the beach. Okay, that's really sweet.
Aw.
Oh, indeed, that is very sweet. At such a sincere admission from your sister, all Shiloh could do was blush and lower his head, too flattered to know what else to say. Liz laughed, just as flustered, though she had been the one to say it. The atmosphere was awkward, but not unpleasant. Again, Shiloh shyly glanced over at you and Cove. Then what about you two? What have you been up to?
Oh.
Me and Ace just graduated. High school, I mean. I've got a part-time job. I volunteer at this organization to clean up stuff, things like that. You nodded along with Cove. You idly explained how you're doing normal things. That's a secret. You explained how you had a lot of plans. I'm mainly taking it easy right now. Doing normal things, I guess? You felt there wasn't anything super interesting to share about your life. What you cared about was important to you, but you knew it wasn't always the same for other people. Shiloh just seemed happy to hear it.
Great!
Great indeed. Being around him again was a little like picking up an old forgotten habit. Clunky at first, but as the 4 of you talked, it started to come more naturally. And when one of you ran out of things to say, suddenly someone else remembered something new. Alright, do you remember those mean old not actually grandparents that used to live in our neighborhood? They're gone! Yeah, they were so mean. Well, they're not here anymore. Oh no! They're not spending summer here anymore. They're still alive. That did sound like they died. They didn't die. Disclaimer, not dead. Thank goodness. That would have been a more gruesome story than it was intended. I hope that Shiloh was just as eager to hear what had gone in his absence as people were to tell him. Soon, everybody threw out what trash they had in a nearby garbage can as your group made their way down to the beach. Going down the shore inevitably led to a certain spot. It didn't take very long for Shiloh to recognize what was in the distance. His words trailed off in the middle of the sentence, his footsteps faltering at first. Then all at once, he broke away from the group and dashed right into the old park, giggling as he ran. I knew they were gonna come here. Oh, everything's so small. His laughter uttered out as he came to a stop by the swings and grabbed hold of one of the support poles. He walked in a little circle around it, marveling at how easily his hand wrapped around its entirety. Emboldened by Shiloh's enthusiasm, Liz plopped herself down on one of the swing sets, only to instantly show an expression of regret. There was no way she was comfortable in that tiny seat so low to the ground, not with how she had to scrunch up her legs to fit there. Shiloh creeped up behind her. He took hold of the chain of their swing, one in each hand.
Seriously?
What are you doing? And with a grin, Shiloh started walking back. Liz shifted in her seat to look at him. You cannot be trying to push me. These are made for kids. It's never gonna work. But Shiloh just hummed and kept pulling her back. Resigning herself to her fate, Liz tucked her legs up as much as possible as Shiloh moved his hands to her back. With a running start, he got her forward and up as far as he could go before jumping out of the way. Liz had her eyes squeezed shut, a screech escaping her as the swing started falling backwards, and when it swung back around, there was Shiloh again to push her. She couldn't kick the ground like when you were kids. Her legs were too long for that now, but Shiloh was pushing her enough to keep the momentum going. The air was filled with their wild laughter and the almost rhythmic jangle of the swing chains. Ko sat against the bars of the jungle gym, wearing a bent smile as he watched them. He was fiddling with something, turning it over and over in his hands. When you craned your neck to get a better view, he obligingly lifted it for you to see. It was a piece of shell, one side rough and molted gray, the other side completely smooth, revealing a faint blue sheen when it caught the light. I saw it on the beach. It's nice, isn't it? Yeah, it's a good one. No, I meant Shiloh. He seems more confident than I remember. I think so too. You found it amazing to be playing with Shiloh at the park again. You thought it was crazy how much time had gone by. Why you pushed me on the swings like that? You left the conversation there. I think so too. He and Liz looked closer than they did as kids. Gove nodded, leaning back to enjoy the breeze blowing in from the sea. Just like, oh, Shiloh, good news. The old people are dead. It's like, oh, do you want to hear about the local gossip? Oh, you know those not grandparents? Yeah, they died. No, that means I'm like, I'm glad the news is they're gone. They don't live here anymore. Like they don't rent out the condo anymore. Not, well, they're gone from this realm. Sue and your sister began to speak out. All right, I'm ready to get off now. How do you stop this? Oh, his laugh. Don't worry. Shiloh braced himself, one foot planted forward as the swing started coming back down. Then in one quick motion, he reached up and cut the chains again. The impact had his feet skidding back in the sand, but he kept his stance steady. If Liz was surprised at suddenly being brought to a halt, she didn't show it, only tilting her head to smile at him. Shiloh had yet to catch his breath, though returned the smile just as brightly. He let go of the chains, walking around the swing set and briefly rubbing his hands together before offering one to Liz, which she graciously accepted, needing the help to get out of the tiny seat. Then the two of them made their way back over to Ewan Cove. Liz was looking more ruffled than usual, and her sun hat was off kilter, having held on for dear life for the entire ride. She took a moment to straighten her outfit back into place. That looked like fun. It was. Even though you were just pushing me on the swings? Yep, that was the fun part.
Huh.
Hey Shiloh, you've got an idea of what our lives have been like since you've been gone, but I've been wondering what happened to you after you moved away. Shiloh's eyes went wide as if it was surprising to hear. You couldn't recall him talking about himself when you were all telling stories, but maybe he hadn't been able to find the right timing. He brought his hand to his chin, tapping it thoughtfully as he looked up and to the side. Well, what happened was my mom decided to move back to the south, closer to where I was born. We stayed there for a few years until she got another job offer in California again, thanks to a connection she had here. It's a really good job at a private boarding school, so she decided to take it. With a wide grin, he said the next part. And as a bonus, her kid, me, gets to attend the school and live in the dorms for free. I've been there since my second year of middle school. Pretty soon, I'm going to be starting my last year of high school. Liz leaned forward towards him with an attentive smile on her face. Have you been doing well there? Getting good grades? Got any friends? At the list of questions, Shiloh held his hands in front of himself as if they were physical things he could starve off.
Yeah.
To everything. It can be a little hard sometimes because of how people are in that school, but I'm happy. How people are? Cove couldn't guess what that meant, but Liz folded her arms, scowling. Don't tell me there's more people like that Nate guy hanging around. Shiloh rubbed at his cheek, laughing nervously. He glanced from the bars of the jungle gym to the laces of his shoes to the trees swaying in the distance, unsure of where to rest his gaze. Ace, be kind to him, because if you're kind to him now, you'll become kind of friends, and Cove quite enjoys his company, and he's gotten a lot cooler. Oh, I think I got it. I think I understand. Pretty sure I got it. I think I got the messaging. I think the capitalized helped. The capitalized emphasis helps, I think. I think I got it. You guys from the bars of the jungle. Okay, I read that. Not exactly. Nate doesn't mean to be mean. He just kind of is. He's the school's #1 performer for athletics and academics. He always takes on so much responsibility that the only possible way he can finish it all is if absolutely nothing goes wrong. But that's impossible, so he's always stressed and ready to snap. He can't handle it when someone seems to be causing a problem. That's why during the field trip, he was upset when I went off on my own like that. Still, he's really smart and reliable and sensitive, and he cares a lot. Most of the time, he doesn't even realize his way of dealing with stuff upsets other people. Cove had a patient smile on his face, listening earnestly as Shiloh rattled off his list of Nate's good traits. You know him pretty well. Are you actually friends? Well, not exactly. Me and Nate are in the same after-school group. About once a month, me, 6 other students, and a supervisor get together to talk. We did all of last year, and I think next year we're gonna be in the same group again. I hope so. Nice, that's weird. Why would you want to be in a group with him? I'm glad Nate's not so bad after all. You didn't comment on it. Nice. Shiloh liked this school group of his, and you were glad to hear he had a space for himself in his school. Personally, I still appreciate having a word with Nate about his communication skills. Her tone of voice was low and pointed. You'd be worried for Nate if not for the playful smile that accompanied her words. Shiloh let a little laugh at that. I do have Nate's number, but he wouldn't pick up. The people in my group only answer when they feel like hearing from me, so I usually have to wait for them to call. Either that or they never even consider answering my calls, or calling me, or talking to me at all, unless the supervisor forces them to. It was such a bleak description of his dynamic with his group, but he didn't seem to realize it until he glanced up and saw the concerned looks up in everyone's faces. His smile fell. He hastened to add one more thing. Well, except for one who'll always answer for sure. Oh? She immediately perked up.
Really?
So that's a friend of yours? He hesitated to answer, something Cove picked up on. Not exactly? Yeah, I'd like to be friends, though. Alright. Liz crossed her arms together once more, grim face like she was the commander of a ship about to lead her little crew into battle. You should call them, right now. What? If you want to be friends with them, I can help. If you're gonna be in the same group again, then you should at least try to get along. No, I couldn't. He quickly grew flustered, his tongue stumbling over his sentences. I don't want to be a bother.
I mean...
Liz, what are we gonna do? Watch him while he talks to someone on the phone? No, Cove. Shiloh. The last syllable of Shiloh's name trailing off into nothing, it soon became clear Liz had not fully thought out the plan yet. But she wouldn't be Liz if she just stopped there. Shiloh could put them on a video call and we could all talk together, of course. She clapped her hands together, a wide smile on her face that didn't leave room for dissenting opinions.
Alright.
It's a good idea. It'll work. It's a great idea. It's a terrible idea. I'm sorry. No, Cove gave a long-suffering sigh at Liz's suggestion. Come on, Shiloh. We'll just talk to them. Say that we're your friends from out of town. The worst that could happen is nothing changes. But once they have more chances to talk to you, I know they'll be convinced to be better friends. It's gonna turn out okay. Shiloh stalled to answer, but his hands was already hovering over one of the pockets of his pants. Alright, we can talk. Yes. Liz clenched a hand into a fist, cheering as Shiloh officially reached into the pocket and pulled out his phone. You noticed it was the same type of model as your own, but his had a red case around it. The screen lit up and Shiloh requested a video call with some numbers in his contacts. None of them on the list had names. He must remember what numbers belonged to what person. How? What? How? No. How? I'm confused. He edged closer to the three of you so everyone could hear better. Vaguely, you wondered how this looked from the outside. 4 teenagers on the verge of adulthood, hanging out on an old playground, all huddled together around a single phone. Strange? Suspicious? The ringing of the phone broke you out of your musings. You kept your eyes on it, your heart speeding at the end of each dial tone, thinking, could this be it? Only to have another start up. It had been ringing for a while when you started to think of what Cove said, about all of you watching as Shiloh talked on the phone. Maybe even that wouldn't happen. Shiloh could sense the awkwardness in the air, smiling to try to dispel it. Yeah, this is normal, don't worry. I don't even know my own insanity. Literally let my pen fall to the ground. I don't even know my own phone number. I don't understand how you can know so many numbers by heart. I don't know my own phone number either. So... Just as he said it, the call ended, not even going to voicemail. Shiloh clicked to redial. He never answers on the first call. He always does on the second. That's how he is, at least with most people. There are exceptions. You listened. Cove furtively shared ambiguous looks, none of you wanting to accidentally discourage Shiloh. Then you focused on the phone again as it started to ring once more. The jingling suddenly cut off in the middle, followed by the faint sound of white noise. With a big smile and flushed cheeks, Shiloh brought the phone up to his face. A voice, low and groggy, came rasping out of the speakers. Hello? Shiloh, on the other hand, was much more chipper.
Hi.
I'm visiting a town I used to live in when I was little, and I wanted to introduce my group mate to the people I knew back then. Some of them have already met Nate. Can you say hey to them too? And with that rushed introduction, Shiloh stuck the phone out towards Cove, gesturing for him to greet the person on the other end. Although Cove hadn't been on board in the beginning, the only indication of that now was the loop-sided tilt of his smile. He turned his gaze down to the screen, opening his mouth to speak. Only to stutter to a complete stop. Huh? All Cove could do was sputter and gape at the screen. His reaction had Shiloh's brow crinkling in worry. What? Shiloh's groupmate didn't sound particularly impressed with how this conversation was going so far. Shiloh frowned, retracting his arm away from Cove. As he did so, the screen tilted towards you and you caught a glimpse of what was on the screen. Okay, so I did interpret Queen's capitalization correctly. The haircut has improved. Light green hair, sharp orange eyes, shadowed with bags, and icy pale skin, all tied together to make up the scowling face of a person who clearly had no desire to be here. Gee, I wonder where that sounds familiar. Yep. A flood of memories arose, flashes of that one summer years ago at this very same park. You holding on to an arrangement of fruit, Derek and Cove at your side. Me! Only weeks later, punching him in the face. And that kid, mean as a tiny chihuahua, snapping at everyone who dared to come close. Be nice, Ace, I'm gonna be nice. Scream. Quick, hang up the phone while you're laughing. No! Why is he hot now? I don't know, because everyone in this game is, and he can't be the exception? I don't know. You enjoying Cove as a stunned statue, as if he was Medusa. A single look from a phone screen enough to freeze the poor victim into place. Cove still couldn't take his wide eyes off the phone. He spoke now in a very small voice, almost a squeak. Jeremy? Yeah? His replies was mildly annoyed at this point. How did you know his name was Jeremy? Well, you see. Well, you see. You didn't tell them? No, I only called you somebody from my group at school. Indeed. Well, Ace, why do we know? Ha 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 ha! Well, you see... Jeremy regarded Cove cautiously for the first time, giving the situation a little of his focus. I'm like just preparing for him to realize I'm so scared. Oh no, it's the consequences of my actions. Here they come. Oh no. Hey yo, thanks for the follow. Oh no, it's the consequences of my actions drawing up upon me. I always heard legend of those. Gove bristled, sucking in a long, deep, dramatic breath.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, indeed. And all at once, he started shouting, and not just with his voice. He waved his arms around, gesturing wildly with his hands as he repeatedly yelled, "Oh my god," with all sort of inflections. Honestly, fair. I literally cannot blame you. This kid has been a running joke for 5 years. Why? Oh my god. Oh my god. At these antics, Jeremy gave a short huff of a sigh through his teeth. The sound tinny over the phone speakers. Just try and sweet talk him, Ace. I'll try. My best. What is this, Shiloh? Are you trying to make me suffer? Are you still mad about what happened at the amusement park? I was on your side, you know. Liz, who had been entirely lost this whole time, finally spoke up.
Huh?
What happened at the amusement park? But no one paid that question any mind. I don't know what's going on. Have you met each other before? Oh no, it's the consequences of my actions. No, yeah. It was an immediate reply from Jeremy, but then those stinging eyes squinted. Wait. There was a flash of recognition there as he leaned his head forward and scrutinized the both of you. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. His already wide frown somehow found a way to go deeper at this at his realization.
Oh, it's you people. Again.
Thank you for doing the voice line. Yo. Awkward. The screen instantly went blank. How am I not shocked? Shallow gasped, looking at his phone to the rest of the group. Now, how do we go about explaining this one? He hung up. Jeremy doesn't just hang up on people like that. What happened? Don't look at me. I've never met that kid before. You have, but once. Once. You can feel Cove's stare poking and prodding at the side of your head. You caught his expression, wide-eyed and tense. I do not blame you. Me too. You knew what happened. Cove knew what happened, but he wasn't giving any answer to Shiloh because how do you go about explaining this? Punched him here. I don't know what to tell you. Honest to God, don't know what to give as an explanation. Pressing your mouth into a hard line, you tore your gaze away from Cove. You shrugged. There was a flicker of confusion on Shallow's face, but it quickly changed to concern. Yeah, I can imagine why that might happen. He started pressing buttons on his phone. Gotta call him back. Don't do that. Why do you care? You didn't say anything. This whole situation was already far beyond what you could have predicted for today. It was awkward, but you waited for Charlotte to finish redialing the number. The phone rang for a long time, long enough that you were surprised when Jeremy actually picked up. He answered with an even longer sigh.
What?
Shallow held the phone close to his face, looking down at the screen with large apologetic eyes. Are you okay? I'd be better if you hadn't called back.
Aw.
Jeremy, can we talk it over? I don't want any of us fighting.
Do I have to?
I love the voice acting. Yeah, I think so. Why did you hang up? Because... yeah... Oh no! It's the consequences of my actions! Oh shit. Oh no. I heard legends about this at some point. When will you learn? When will you learn that your actions have consequences? They do. They really do. It was so worth it at the time, though. It was so worth it at the time. It was so worth it at the time. In my defense, it was so worth it. Because that person hit me in the face when I was there? Jeremy's pointed look was leveled directly at you, and more eyes came your way upon the revelation. Ace, really? Yes, really.
What?
You definitely have to stay now, Jeremy. We need to resolve this. Come on, say something to him. Shiloh held his phone out towards you and Cove once more. Next to you, Cove glared defensively and silently. He also refused to speak. Hi there. This is a bad idea. I'm glad you remembered me. Sorry for hitting you. Okay, what's up? Sorry, I guess. It's the consequences. I was, in my defense, I was 13, and you were being a jerk. So... Whoops. Yeah, at least he deserved it. Where was your he deserved it when we were punching him in the face? You were the one who wanted me to tell my fictional moms about it. You didn't expect that to ever come back to haunt you. No, I really didn't. When will you learn? When will you learn that your actions have consequences? But here you were. 5 years later, I punched a kid in the face and suddenly that kid is back in my life. Finally, Jeremy's shoulders dipped slightly. He made the most exaggerated sigh you'd ever heard since the previous one, at least.
Sorry.
I don't remember exactly what I did or what I said to you, but sorry. What? Jeremy sighed yet again. You were sensing a pattern. His gaze rolled over to Cove. I do know what I was like as a kid. But, well, okay, but who's that apology for? It better be for me and Ace. He spoke sternly, though there was no hiding the shakiness present. That didn't matter. Cove coming to your defense by confronting Jeremy brought a more smile to your face. Jeremy, on the other hand, continued to be unimpressed. The corner of his lip twitched. I didn't need to know what the teenage guy equivalent of a smushy squeak is, but now I do. Thanks for that. A small offended noise escaped Cove. Unfortunately, it was also squeaky sounding. His face immediately burned red with embarrassment. Hey, that's my squeak. That caught me off guard. Not gonna lie. I melted halfway down my chair laughing at that. That caught me off guard. Alright. I have to be nice to him, right? Just need a reminder. I need to be nice to him, right? So I should just not? What should I do in this situation? I should be nice. Okay. Play nice now, kids. Yeah. I need to prove that I am better than my 13-year-old self punching him in the face. I need to prove some level of maturity. I guess, or something. Is not saying anything the best case scenario? Me trying not to upset anyone. I don't know what to do at this point. I feel the second one's so funny. It got a good chuckle out of me. I'm willing to do it for the lulz. It was also kind of lightened the all around mood. Yeah. Hey, I can be cringy on my own amount just to make everyone a little bit smilier. With your thumb, not my thumb, my thumb. You pointed at Cove for added emphasis. Cove huffed in disbelief, but he couldn't fight the smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. It's sickeningly sweet. Jeremy didn't react at all. He continued watching the four people on the other end of his unwanted call, lackadaisically.
Whatever.
The apology is for whoever. Anyone who had to deal with me back then wasn't having a good time. Ace just had the spine not to take it, and that's whatever. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, Ace Cove took a few processing moments before he could respond. He blinked and rubbed the back of his neck. Thanks? I mean, it's no problem? He just looked away. I've still got my eyes on you. I accept your apology. Thank you, Jeremy. This is honestly incredible. Okay, then. Thank you. This moment was the absolutely last thing you expected today. True. But you couldn't help but be pleased it happened. Whatever. Following Koza, you watched it dart from Shallow to Jeremy, openly wondering what had happened to Jeremy over these past few years. Yeah. What character development magic is this? So you're nice now?
Nope.
Fair enough. I don't throw tantrums or pick fights anymore, but I'm not nice. Jeremy shook his head in disbelief. That squeak toy comment wasn't a compliment, you know? He's like fancy wine. The older he gets, the better he gets. he's like wine. It gets better with age. Would he be a red wine? Would he be like a red wine? Like a white wine? He's not a rosé. What type of wine are you? What type of wine are you? Is he like a... I don't think he's like a dessert wine. He's probably like a bold red wine or like a medium red wine. I don't think I feel like a red wine's pretty good. I don't think he's like a white wine. Also not sparkling. Probably like a bold red wine. If you were a type of wine, what wine would you be? Like the ones that give you the weird feeling in your mouth. Yeah. Very, like, I feel like he'd be either medium red wine or a, like, bold red wine. Yeah. energy to get angrily worked up like I used to as a kid. It's so pointless anyway. Now I'm just miserable. His tone was even grumblier than usual and dragged the syllables out on the last word for extra emphasis. Oh. An awkward laugh escaped Shiloh, then his mouth pulled into a demure smile. Don't let what Jeremy says about himself get you too down. He's got people who care about him and make sure he's okay, like me. Don't listen to Shiloh. don't listen to Jeremy. Don't listen to Shiloh. Don't listen to Jeremy. Don't listen to Shiloh. And the endless loop. Bold, probably. He went from annoying looking to hot. That's a bold change. True. My only issue is that I'm biasly against a bold red wine because I find it not incredible. I'd rather have a white wine on most cases. I don't know. Red wine's fine. A light red wine's fine. Medium's pushing the edge a little bit for me. White wine's fine. The sparklings. Rosés. You know. Fancy shit. It says you're looking out for someone else, Shiloh. I don't really care if Jeremy is sad or not. I'm still not over the fact that the two of you actually know each other. You didn't say anything. It's nice, I guess. I don't know. Shiloh blushed at the compliment while Jeremy fixed you with a blank stare. Thanks, Ace. Okay, seriously, how long am I meant to be out of the loop here? Her expression twisted in frustration as Liz rubbed her right temple. Why am I the only one who doesn't know this kid? Shiloh goes to school with him, that's fine, but how the two of you meet him and I didn't? You met him once, and then you didn't remember. But then, you tried to explain you hoped someone else would do it. I'll try. You were there, I think. He was around town one summer, maybe 5 years ago? Is that all? While Liz seemed a bit underwhelmed, Shiloh appeared to be utterly amazed. You had to hold back it's a small world after all. You had to hold back a small laugh.
Really?
You knew Jeremy as a little kid? What was he like? You don't want to know the answer to that question. I've only known him for a year and a half. That's probably better. I haven't had a lot of wines because no one got me wines for my birthday, even though some people promised me wine. It is your time to go ask for that wine. And then get back on me on what type of wine you prefer the best. And then once you do that, also get back on me on if you were a type of wine, what type of wine would you be? Or you could broaden the question to if you were any alcohol-based drink, any alcoholic drink, what alcoholic drink would you be? Clearly, this is very important. Is there a quiz on that? Because I just buy my own wine. You could also do that as well. But if people promised you wine, it's time to cash up on those promises. Hey, you, person, you owe me wine. Well, his voice immediately hushed into nothing. You could see Cove wins just thinking on those past encounters. Fair enough. You reflect on that as well. Actually, Cove does a good Jeremy impression. No, we're not. You reflect on that as well. You go already picture past Jeremy in your mind. He was a mean kid. He was horrible. All you did was yell and say people were dumb. He was kind of pathetic. I don't even know how to explain it. You didn't attempt to answer. Not even gonna. The awkward tension only grew in the following moments of silence. Cove rubbed his arm. Jeremy mostly, he just went around being mad about everything. He was always upset, shouting and insulting people a lot. And that was it! That pretty much sums it up. You summed it up pretty well. Jeremy's expression didn't give away a single sign of what he might have been thinking. He continued to blindly stare at you both up until he finally spoke.
Yep.
That sounds like me. At that confirmation, Shiloh burst into uncontrolled laughter. Even when he calmed moments later, gasping for breath, there was still a wide grin plastered on his face. I can't imagine Jeremy being like that. Then damn, he's changed! I can't imagine him not being like that. Perspective. They both chuckled again. Cove's mouth pulled into a bent smile. I mean, Jeremy hasn't made fun of my eyebrows once this whole conversation. Unbelievable. Character growth.
Huh.
Indeed. Jeremy blinked and focused all his attention onto Cove. His eyes unmistakably narrowed in on the eyebrows. He didn't say anything at first, and then his words came out in a mumble. That makes sense. I guess insulting eyebrows was just what I did as a kid. What does that mean? What do you think it means? You weren't the only kid in the world with bad eyebrows, and you're not the only one I picked on for it.
Seriously?
I wasn't? You couldn't help yourself, could you? Nope. Wow. So what made their eyebrows bad? Are you curious if yours are better by terrible eyebrow standards, at least? I mean, I'm curious about this too now. I want to know I want to know now too. I'm kind of curious now. Kind of, yeah. Yeah, you piqued my interest now.
Sigh.
Sorry, anyone that sighs by saying sigh? Okay, you've won me over slightly. You're growing on me slightly. Okay. I can get behind older Jeremy. Incredulously, Cove looked from Jeremy to you and then back to him again. You have to question if you heard that right. He spoke the word sigh instead of actually sighing. Incredible. Honestly, slay. Noticing the reaction, Jeremy sighed for real, but he continued on to answer Cove's question. The guy has particularly odd hair coloring, white hair, but only on top of his head. Every other strand on his body is dark brown, including his immensely bushy eyebrows. He was born that way. So not died. So you were the scarred boy with dumb wavy eyebrows, and he was the white-haired boy with stupid caterpillar eyebrows. Ow. Unexpectedly, a loud gasp came from Shiloh at that description. No, you picked on Pran for his eyebrows? I did. I'm sure you find that hilarious. No, that's not very funny. So he said, but Shiloh was smothering laughter. The unconvinced note in Jeremy's voice didn't surprise you. Okay, wait, give me a second. Let me just... Jeremy rolled his eyes in the slowest, most exaggerated way possible. When he made a complete circle, he spoke flatly while Shiloh broke into a fit of giggles. There. Who's Pran? Shiloh knows him too?
Well,
Jeremy and Pran have known each other for a long time. They managed to go to the same boarding school later on. I met them both there in spring last year. Well, group mates. Jeremy's gaze slid away from Shiloh. He looked somewhere between you and Cove. Pran and I met about 4.5 years ago, back when I was still an intolerant brat and Pran was meek. You can only imagine how amazing that combination was. Yeah, it must make those group meetings awkward. Nope. Somehow, some way, for some reason, Pran chose to stubbornly stick with me for as long as we've known each other. He's my best friend. What? It's surprising, I know. I have a best friend, and it's the caterpillar brow guy of all people. But I guess things balanced out in the end. Pran's timid nature is good and dead. He grew up to be colder than even me. I'm mopey and he's broody. Perfect match. Damn. Two peas and ruining everyone's life pod.
Gross.
Don't quote Everett. Go whined after Jeremy snapped his last remark. Now who's Everett? You don't want to know. Yeah, you don't want to know. Shiloh hummed and he watched his 3 old friends with an amused smile. He was having fun. Before he could say anything, Jeremy continued. Everett is also part of the group, unfortunately. But he chose not to elaborate further than that. Liz sighed this time. You could feel her frustration. You couldn't blame her for that. She hadn't been able to participate much at all. Yeah, participation was kind of thrown out the window when the recognition began. She didn't know Jeremy then, so there was no basis for reminiscing now, and there was a 10-year gap in her history with Shiloh. The whole situation struck an odd chord with you. 2 boys that you knew separately came to know each other, and now they know each other much better than they know any of you. Shiloh was almost a stranger. You shrugged the feeling off. You didn't know how to feel. You were on the same page as Liz. You felt down. You were glad things seemed to be going alright. You felt annoyed at how things unfolded. all in all, this is a win. I think Jeremy hadn't left the call, and you were learning bits and pieces about Shiloh's new world outside of Sunset Bird. You were taking both as little wins. Turning to the three of you, Shiloh smiled apologetically. You wondered if he was picking up on how in the dark Cove and Liz were feeling. He was perceptive when he wanted to be. Hey, is there anything you want to hear about Jeremy? I could tell you all about him. We should get to know each other better. Don't do that. It'll be okay. Jeremy whined, but Shiloh brushed his complaints off. He remained happily focused on the rest of you, and Liz seemed to perk up at the conversation shift. That sounds great. We should get to know Jeremy. So, who wants to go first? Despite being eager, it was obviously that Liz didn't have any ideas herself. Jeremy let out a very long sigh. When's his birthday? What's his full name? Can I get his number? What are his parents like? Does he have any siblings? Does he have any hobbies? Is he doing well in school? How tall is he? What happened to his bowl cut and glasses? What did happen at the amusement park? Is he single? I don't have any questions. Why am I curious about birthdays? And the hobbies also. I'm curious about the hobbies. Reading and crafty handiwork type of stuff. Oh, and archery. Ooh! Jeremy's really talented. Seriously, that's really cool. Archery's cool. Jeremy scoffed at the compliments. He clearly wanted to move on from the conversation. He's not hanging up, though. I want to know the birthday. May 4th, he's a Taurus. Jeremy refused to comment on that. Instead, he rolled his eyes. What is it, man? I'm kind of curious. Jeremy marrying King. His last name is King? Isn't that neat? It is neat. Why do you even want to know that? Are you planning on stealing my identity? That is under wraps. He crossed his arm and your eyes grew wide with shock. That was the last thing on your mind, but before you could say anything, he sighed. You can have it. Hey, let's go commit crimes in his name! That stunned you into silence. And then his number, what are his parents like? Does he have any siblings? Is he doing well in school? How tall is he? What I want to ask about the amusement park, kinda. I also want to ask about this.
Nope.
Jeremy's an only child. He doesn't have pets either. Although Pran spends almost no time with his own family, and a lot of Jeremy's, it's kind of like a sibling relationship. Don't bring Pran into this awful thing. Okay. I'm far too curious.
Oh.
I don't actually know. I can only think of one time when we were both there. I'm not sure what part he's talking about. As far as I could tell, I didn't do anything to upset him. I know he didn't do anything to me. Sigh. That's where you're going with this, Shiloh? Jimmy, what happened? I'm not gonna tell you. It's humiliating. And Shiloh knows I'm not gonna say anything. It's why he won't explain it either. For several quiet moments, everyone stared at Shiloh and Jeremy in confusion. Shiloh had a similar look on his face before averting his eyes. Sorry, I can't help you. I can't help you with this one, Ace. Fair enough. I'll ask about the parents, and I'll also ask about the tall, because I'm kind of curious. They're nice and optimistic. They work really hard, but they can be smothering, sort of, and usually embarrass Jeremy. Jeremy seemed unenthused by Shiloh's answer. 5'5". It's kind of short. Still taller than me. I think that's about it. Like, yeah, I could ask everything, but meh. I think that's about it. I was most curious about the hobby thing and the birthday thing. Not sure why. I guess that's just how it is with me sometimes. Apparently those were the questions on top of my priority list, I suppose. And it was worth it, because archery. So you know what? Fair enough. Everything I can think of. Cool. Thanks for asking. No problem. Cove, do you have any questions for Jeremy? Stunned, it took Cove a moment to recover from being put on the spot. But ultimately, his eyes shifted from Shiloh's and locked with Jeremy's. They remained like that long enough that it was as if they could speak telepathically. Alright, yeah, I have a question, but Shiloh can't answer. Fine, ask me. Let's get it over with. Get your seatbelts on, everybody. What do you think of me, even if you don't think I'm tough or something? Do you still feel like I'm stupid and wrong about everything? A crack formed in Jeremy's I'm struggling so much with this word. Icicle expression. His barely open eyes lifted a little more, but he still spoke flatly. My opinion on stuff is basically the least important thing you could ever worry about. It's pointless. Well, I'm still asking, so? Cove, right? That's your name? Cove nodded. There was a tint of pink in his cheeks as he bashfully rubbed his arm.
Okay.
Cove, you seem like a guy who cares a lot about things that don't matter. Sounds pretty dumb to me. I outgrew that years ago. And being as soft as you act, it isn't something that I would ever do, basically. But, you know what? You know what the absolute dumbest thing really is? Cove shook his head with creased brows. He then leaned forward just a bit, like he couldn't risk not hearing what revelation Jeremy was going to bestow on him. I'm so excited to see what this is. Making yourself miserable if you don't have to be. Oh. If you and the rest of the people here have a way to enjoy existence, then you should go ahead and do that. Stay gentle and happy, dumb eyebrow guy.
You have my approval, if that's what you wanted.
I hope you all have wonderful lives and suffer as little as possible. Why is that strangely sweet? Wow. The word tumbled out softly. Cove was earnestly amazed by Jeremy's words. The same. Pleasantly surprised is what I would call it.
Thank you.
Yeah. And you know what's not gonna make you stay happy? What? Talking to a downer like me. So really, you should end this conversation right now, and none of you should ever call me again for the rest of our lives. That sounds good. Can I hang up already? Oh, wait, Jeremy, I can't never call you again. Shut up, Shiloh. Unfazed, Shiloh laughed with a tilt of his head. Building something good up only to try undercutting it. That's the Jeremy I know.
Sorry.
The word dripped with sarcasm and was accompanied by a smirk. It was the first time you saw him smile this entire time. Go piped up meekly, an awkward smile on his own face. Maybe my opinion is totally skewed because I'm comparing things to how Jeremy used to be, but I mean, you don't seem that bad. What? Goop needed to look away from Jeremy's painfully sharp eyes to finish his thought. I'd probably be okay with talking to you again. Sahai, come on, you can have standards. I want to keep talking with Jeremy too. Yeah, he's pretty cute. I'd be fine with ending this call now. I do think he is that bad. He had no comment. I want to keep talking with Jeremy too. Jeremy groaned loudly at your acceptance of him. Your smile only widened in amusement, and Liz clapped her hands. Resolution! Wonderful.
Good.
Now that we're so much closer to the Jeremy kid, I think we can all get along together and be friends. Friends? Jeremy repeated the word back like it was a foreign phrase. He genuinely didn't seem to understand. That's right. If we keep working on it, I don't see why the five of us can't be friends. He stared at Liz incredulously for several moments. Her expression twisted into fresh confusion of her own. Okay, 3 things. First, I already have one whole friend, and that's more than enough. This is antidepressant at this point. It really is. See, being nice to him isn't that bad. It really is not. He's not that bad. You were right. He is like wine. He did get better. And yes, this is kind of like my antidepressant at this point. What of it? Second, I still don't know who you are. Did you even say your name at any point? I don't think so. I don't think think Liz introduced herself at any point during this entire conversation. You are absolutely right. And most importantly, third, one of the people in this friendship is Shiloh Fields. He and I aren't gonna be friends. Why not? And I'm Liz, by the way. Because he's Shiloh. Our relationship is already as good as it ever is gonna be. He mercifully leaves me be most of the time, and on the weird occasion where he needs something, I just get it over with. Then he goes away again, and I have a modicum of peace. You know how it works, right? You're in it with me. We have the best arrangement possible with the way it is. Jeremy looked to Shiloh seriously to back up the validity of their relationship, but Shiloh shook his head with a laugh. I don't try to hang around too much, but that's because you're shy. You're the only one who thinks that setup is actually a good idea. Sorry. Jeremy turned his face to the side and let out another exaggerated sigh. Cove and Liz both joined on Shiloh's mirth. Jeremy got no support.
Sigh.
I love the saying sigh as a sigh. I find it incredibly amusing. I'm not sure why. Of course you'd say that. Why did I even bother? That's Shiloh's famous memory for you. Liz chuckling stopped. Wait, what does that mean, Shiloh's famous memory? What? Ugh, whatever. Basically, Shiloh annoyingly remembers everything that happens for all of eternity. At least until some piece of info he has isn't helpful anymore, or he's got explaining to do, then magically all of a sudden he doesn't know anything about it. His boldly inconsistent recollection of situations is pretty much a running joke. It's Shiloh's shtick. One of them anyway. A skull dug into Liz's face as Jeremy spoke. Cove lost a smile seeing her reaction. Shiloh remained silent with his big childlike eyes locked on your sister. Jeremy began to shrink away from the screen at the changing atmosphere. He broke eye contact with everyone. I'm guessing he didn't mention that.
No.
He didn't. And he said he forgot something to you? I do recall him saying a little thing like that. Sorry. But well, apparently you had the pleasure of meeting Nate. You know me, and I talked a bit about Pran and Everett too. We're all in the unbearable group, and we're all unbearable people. What an amazing coincidence, huh? What we're about is kind of hard to hide. I'm gonna go now. I don't want to be the fifth wheel of your own little group. You three people have a good day, I guess. And Shiloh, I'll see you back at school.
Bye.
Jeremy promptly ended the call. Just as people had begun to warm up to him, he accidentally found a new way to ice the mood again. Yeah, but he's surprisingly alright! It's the plot twist of the century? Shiloh, now averting his own gaze, put his phone away and chuckled.
So...
I knew that Jeremy didn't think highly of me, but it's even worse than I thought. That's really sad. You're blue now! Why are you blue? Oh! I was speaking to Queen and chat, did not make that clear. Blue! I just am. Good for you, blue. Made myself blue. You look good. It looks good, the blue. It just suddenly was such a big change for me because I've been seeing so much red recently. Shiloh. Her firm tone immediately brought Shiloh's focus back to her. Once she got his attention, however, Liz's voice became small. When we first met you in the city, did you know who we were? Did you pretend not to recognize us? The two old friends watched each other for a beat, but ultimately Shiloh closed his eyes with a loop-sided smile. Oh, Lizzie, you've got to know I could never really forget you. Liz was speechless, but it wasn't quiet. Gove couldn't stop himself from shouting out. Oh my god, you were lying to them? Lying is a strong word. I was improvising. That was cool, Shiloh. Yep, that makes way more sense than you not figuring it out. You didn't really mind, but were instead concerned about why he felt that was the best option. You're crazy and a liar. You smirked and thought Shiloh was pretty bold. You didn't have any idea what to say that. I'm concerned of what made him think that way. Did he dislike you that much, or was it something else? Go home, Shiloh, or go to my house and wait there until we can send you home.
Alright.
He was like, okay, fair enough. With his shoulders dipped and his head low, Shiloh obediently left the park alone. After he disappeared up the road, Liz sat her butt down right into the sand with no concern for how dirty her dress might get this time. You went up to Shiloh to just talk to him. You crashed down with your sister. Lo-fi music intensifies. Curious, because I kind of want to ask what made him think it was the best option. Watch Liz, I'll be back.
What?
Yes! It's Blame Conquer. You didn't give him an explanation. You just shot out to the park after Shiloh. You caught up with him on your neighborhood street. He must have noticed your footsteps because he was standing still in the middle of the road, waiting. You couldn't read his expression and he didn't say anything. I want to talk. He smiled while fiddling with the rim of his hat. We will, later. Thanks for trying. And that was it! He turned his back on you, continuing his walk of shame. He wanted to wait, like Liz asked. Even after all this time, he listened to her. There was nothing you could do. You left him there to rejoin the others at the park. Gov seemed concerned for you when you arrived, but you quickly reassured him when you sat down. He nodded and gave you space by your sister. She hadn't moved from where you had first left her, however. Your presence caused her to stir. You can go. We're done. Gov shared an unsure look with you. She wanted to be done, but this wasn't the time for that. She wanted to be alone, but this wasn't the time for that. Liz, we don't want to go. Accepting that you were going to be here for this, she let out a groan. At the same time, Liz pulled the side of her hat down, gripping it tightly in frustration. I can't believe he pretended he didn't know us. Since when was Shiloh too good to catch up with acquaintances? It's infuriating. Am I an idiot for thinking we could talk? You wrapped your arms around her, you leaned against her, you took your arm, you watched her carefully. You leaned. You wiggled over even closer to your big sister, so your shoulders were touching and you let your head rest on her. She kept her hat down. No, you're not an idiot. He's the idiot. Shiloh lied to us. It's not your fault. No, you're smart and talented and amazing. Liz, I'm so sorry. We could still make things okay again. Yeah, somehow.
Fine.
I know I shouldn't care. It doesn't matter if one person doesn't want to be my bestie. He's not the greatest man on earth. I'll be fine. But I brought him here all the way from the other side of the state, and I don't even know why he did any of this. Liz finally removed her hands from the brim of her hat in order to rub at her temples instead. It blows. Ghost started some nervous laughter at her unexpected phrasing. She didn't mind it. It's true, but he'll always say the word and I'll force the answers out of him. I bet he's just intimidated by successful women. Listen, if we ever see that guy again, I'll hurl him into the ocean. We'll have so much fun without him. He has no idea what he'll be missing out on. I'm here for you, Liz, through thick and thin, no matter what.
Thank you.
No problem. What we're here for. She squished you tight and rocked you back and forth in a dramatic hug. You let her go like squeak. I love you. I love you too. And what is family for? Well, I thought it was for hogging the phone while growing up, but this works. Why can't both is good. She released you with a shaky, self-imposed laugh. Self-impressed laugh. Oh, and thank you too, Cove, for being around. We're going to officially be family one day, right? She shot him a wry smile and he tensed up, face going red. He was willing to take her teasing if it made her feel better. To be fair, the marriage joke has been going on since we were 8. Don't mention it. Good. Liz rested her eyes after those last couple of words. It eased your heart to see her feel better. Gov let out a soft sigh of relief. Hey. Gov then brought his face close to yours so he could speak in a whisper.
Are you okay?
I know Liz was his best friend, but you knew him too. And you were there when he did his whole pretend improvisation act. Don't worry about me. I'm okay. I'm sad. I'm furious. I don't know how to feel it. You didn't say anything. It's like I'm okay, but I also don't know how to feel about it. Cause like my biggest thing in my head right now is the why more than the fact that it actually happened. So I'm just gonna not answer.
No way.
So I'm just gonna not answer. You know that's impossible. I know. Thanks for asking. You're welcome. Cove ended his checkup by reaching over to pat you on the shoulder reassuringly. Your longtime neighborhood group sat together quietly in the sand, just enjoying the feeling of familiarity and support. You weren't entirely sure how much time passed, but you were eventually caught off guard by a soft call in the distance. In unison, the three of you turned your head to the sound, and there, standing on the edge of the playground, was Shiloh himself. He waved. You moved in front of Lizzie protectively, you huddled closer to Lizzie nervously, you huddled closer to Cove nervously, you waved back, you froze in place, you simply waited there. I'm waiting. You wanted to give him a chance. I want to see what happens. You got a lot of nerve, Shiloh, it's a good thing your name is Fields, because I'm gonna put you in the ground. Ba-doom ching! Hi, do you have something to say? I'll punch you in the face just like guys talk to me. Ba-doom ching! No, I'm just gonna hi. You aren't sure what else to say. What's that? I couldn't hear you from over here. But don't get up on my account. I'll come to you. Really, Shiloh? Alright. You knew he heard what you said. Shiloh approached with easy strides, as if he had been welcomed. You were floored with how much confidence or shamelessness the boy was apparently capable of now. Character development. Liz turned her face and refused to acknowledge what was happening. She might have been trying to think happy thoughts and wish Shiloh's presence away. Unfortunately, it didn't work. When Shiloh arrived, he plopped down into the sand with the rest of you, his legs folded crisscross.
Hi.
He's so I can't be mad at him. He's so sweet. Get lost, Shiloh. I will in just a minute. What do you want now? Well, I figured you want to talk to me after you had some space. I ought to let you do that, even if you're gonna yell at me. Liz finally faced him to be free to snap at Shiloh with full force. And why in the world would you think that? Unfazed, Shiloh looked back at her softly. You haven't changed that much, Lizzie. You're the one who found me online when I brushed you off earlier this summer. When have you ever preferred leaving something unresolved in the end? You didn't even get a chance to make me explain why I did it. I bet you're dying to do that. Liz ground her teeth, quietly fuming. Shiloh had called it right, and that sucked for her. Fine, I'll bite. Give me your excuses.
Well,
Mostly, it was really bad timing. I could have handled it a lot better if I had known I was going to see you that day, and if there wasn't a self-appointed hall monitor dutifully watching every move people made. And a hi, good to see you, gotta go was simply too much for your little heart to manage? Of course, the goal was to keep as much distance as possible. Admitting I was the guy you knew wouldn't have been helpful. So you can't stand us, and me trying to reconnect was just a huge pain for you after all. Amazing, wonderful, thank you so much for saying so. No, that's not it. Don't feel bad though, you're almost never wrong. Your older sister's brows twitched as she stared at Shiloh in tired disbelief. He smiled back at her brightly. I did it so this wouldn't happen. What? I dealt with that situation the way I always do, by saying stuff I didn't exactly mean because it's just easier that way. You heard Jeremy, it's what I'm known for. Sure, right now you're mad that I pretended not to remember you, but if I hadn't done that, it would have been something else later on, and we'd have ended up here still. Liz's anger became more and more difficult for her to maintain. It was soon replaced with sad confusion. Then don't do that. Don't be like that. Why not be someone you're actually okay showing me? Shiloh chuckled uncomfortably and searched for a way to explain himself to his former idol. I wouldn't have made you sad if I could have avoided it. I mean that. I thought I could at least finish this visit without issues. Jeremy wasn't someone I expected to call me out. That's pointless to him usually. But I'm not going to be someone whose personality revolves around making you happy. No matter how much I follow others, it wasn't for them. Every decision was mine. I couldn't be in charge, so being a sidekick to the best option was something I did for my sake. I chose to let people be the boss when it's what I what I need, and I chose where to stop it. And the best I can do for you now is spare you from dealing with it. I'm not as earnest as you are. I'm not as nice as you are. I was always like that, even as a kid. Back then, I wanted to fit in, even if it meant excluding someone else. If they were the odd one out, that'd mean I wasn't. Finding my place here got harder when Cove moved in. It was a good thing for everybody that I ended up moving myself soon after that. You're speechless. That's horrible. I knew it. I was sure you weren't being honest back then. You felt bad for him hearing that. Huh, okay then. You didn't want to say it out loud, but you had always expected that. I had not. I'm just kind of stunned, to be fair, so yeah. It was so much to have to suddenly accept. I knew that's essentially how you were back then. You were a scaredy cat who wanted someone to defend you.
Jeez.
I simply imagined that in the past 10 years you grew out of that and learned how to speak to others like, I don't know, an actual grown-up human being. Well, in my defense, I'm not an adult yet. Won't be on 18 until later this year in October. October 30th. You remembered. So did you, punk. Shiloh chuckled self-consciously as Liz smirked at him again. There was an affable moment before she became serious again. I liked you when we were kids. I wanted to know you now. That's what upset me the most. The idea that maybe you only wanted to be rid of your old friends.
Aw.
Lizzie, you're too good to need someone like me in your life. That's the truth. I'm not worth the effort. Except for with unusual people who have odd taste. Then she straightened up in the sand, brushing her dress back out. That's an incredibly annoying thing to say. It's insane. You've only changed in stupid ways and stayed the same for the rest. That's fair. Is it? It means maybe I have unusual taste. You could have stuffed Shiloh's entire hat into his mouth with how wide he opened it. Really? Well, as much as Mother Hen being compelled to look out for their chick, no matter how useless they are, is unusual. I can't help it. You haven't changed that much after all either. You're still Shiloh. You're painfully still Shiloh.
You're welcome.
I brought you here and I'm not gonna abandon you. It has to be someone's job to look out for and keep an eye on you. With her certitude returning, she pulled herself up off the ground and lowered down at Shiloh with her arms folded. Now, I do want an apology for everything you've done behind our backs when you could have opened with all of that you just said. You should have given us a real chance or stayed home. This stunt was rude to me and Ace and Cove too. As if bringing the baby chick comparison to life, Shiloh dutifully did as he was told.
Sorry.
Sorry, Lizzie, Ace, Cove, everyone. I didn't want to cause problems or ruin the day. You don't have to accept it just because I'm saying it. Not everyone needs to like everyone. Alright then? You were kind of mean sometimes when we were kids, but I wasn't very nice to you either. All this reason stuff isn't really something to make about me, so I'm not gonna hold on to it. I mean, as long as you're not gonna keep upsetting people from now on. Thanks, Cove. I'll avoid doing that in the future. He then changed his focus to you. His expression was curious. He wanted to know where your feelings landed on him. Were you pretending to have a good time with us today? I'll accept your apology. I'm not forgiving you, don't even think about it. You couldn't give him a straight answer. You shouldn't forgive him, that's crazy. You gave him a faint smile, feeling sort of relief. Just because of my own concerns in my head, though I assume the answer is hopefully no. No, it really was great to come back to the old neighborhood and see you three. I only guessed it would end badly, so I tried not to get into the situation in the first place. Ace, do you want to stay for what's left of the evening? You don't have to. As you got to your feet, you thought about it. You did. There was reason for it. You didn't want to spend it. I do. I still like Shiloh. If Liz is looking out for Shiloh, someone has to look out for her. I'm kind of interested to see what will happen next. I'll stick around. I just feel sorry for you, Shiloh. I want us to stay together. I still like him. Despite everything he said and all the complicated feelings knowing Kim had brought you, you still couldn't bring yourself to hate him. He was still someone that mattered to you. And for a moment, you weren't sure if he had heard a word you said. You had spoken quietly, but then his smile grew delicately. Shiloh jumped to his feet, straightening his cap on the landing. Lynn would be so proud. You did not leave. Go froze as well, but with a groan. Another group mate?
Nope.
Nope, he's our group supervisor. He's also friends with my mom. And if you were still wondering, that group is for people who have difficult to deal with attitudes. Jeremy and Nate being in it makes a lot of sense, huh? Shiloh spoke simply and finished his thought with a breezy shrug. Liz sighed loudly and then she smiled ruefully at him. Jeez, Shiloh, you certainly made yourself other people's problems since leaving. Well, now you all know me better too. Thanks for sharing. I feel strangely touched. It was like sad for a moment and then it got back to like wholesome. In like a weird way. I'm enjoying it. A small smirk appeared on her face as she watched Shiloh. You didn't fail to notice the hint of sarcasm in her voice. And thank you, Ace. Accompanied by a warm smile, Liz's tone was sincere. I could keep hanging out with everyone too. Sheepish, Cove rubbed his arm. Ah! Whoops. Ah, there we go. Nope. Stop. There we go. And thank you, Ace. Accompanied by a warm smile, Liz's tone was sincere. I could keep hanging out with everyone too. Sheepish, Cove rubbed his arm. Liz's smile stretched into a grin at that news. Aw, thanks for sticking around. Well then, what now? The four of you stared at each other in silence until Shiloh tentatively made a suggestion. Would anyone want to build a sandcastle? That sounds ideal. Your older sister began to truly relax again, and you were glad to see it. Glancing at Cove, he nodded in agreement with Liz. Okay. It had been a long time since you last built a sandcastle together. The suggestion tugged at a sentimental heartstring. It really does. I'm starting to understand one of the other reasons that I dig this game so much. It's because I'm a very nostalgic person, and this game pulls on that a lot. It's like fictional nostalgia. I'm like starting to pick up that I genuinely enjoy that. Because I'm a nostalgic person with my own like memories and stuff. And so getting the sense of fictional nostalgia in such a like wholesome way is also something I really enjoy. Really enjoying it. I'm starting to notice that adds to the comfort of this game in my head. That's another reason why it's such a comfort for me. And we're all agreed. Come on, gang. Let's go play at the beach. The sun was far across the sky when the four of you trailed down from the park to the shore in comfortable silence. It was hard not to think back on how familiar it all felt. You never thought the four of you would ever be here together again. It wasn't long before you were sitting on the wet ground, busily pushing as much sand as possible into a lump. You all worked together quietly, but every so often a chuckle would drift through because of this castle's loop-sided development. At one point, Cove stretched his legs out completely, and the incoming wave started reaching his toes. He initially was caught off guard and almost jumped into the castle, but ultimately didn't resist the water. After that, the group worked with purpose to finish before the ocean could tear it all down. Though even still, Liz ended up taking time to be particular about the castle's rudimentary design. Shiloh, of course, backed up all her plans. Cove was a dissenting voice, wanting to keep things more laid back. Things got pretty boisterous. Being there and doing this with Cove, Liz, and Shiloh, it felt weirdly different, yet also weirdly the same.
So...
What happened with the amusement park? You're pretending not to know, weren't you? Both you and your sister glanced at Shiloh, silently re-asking the question. Under the weight of all three of you taking a turn to ask about it, Shiloh finally gave in. What happened at the amusement park? I might have an idea on what he meant.
So...
The thing is, there's someone we're both familiar with, and she asked Jeremy to the amusement park one time. He accepted, but just complained about it, so I suggested that maybe me and her should go together. Jeremy also agreed that it'd be more fun to go around the park with me. That's what he meant when he said he was on my side. She still went with him, and now Jeremy is still embarrassed to admit not that he was turned down, but that he was the preferred option then. It's hard to believe. Anyway, Jeremy could think that I'm mad I got passed over, but it doesn't matter if she said yes or no. All that counts is if she knows I'm totally there when she needs it. And she does. Uh-huh. Sure, Shiloh. You're so reliable. I know, right? Okay. Thanks for telling us.
You're welcome.
So that's what happened at the amusement park. I don't know what I was expecting. Certainly not that. But alright. Sure. Smiling to yourself, you watched the three of them absorbed in the moment. It was nice, and you hoped everyone else was having just as much fun. It was sort of incredible that you were able to have another evening like this in your life. And the feeling of odd serendipity, roll credits, wasn't only with Shiloh. You had also gotten a sort of closure with the old villain of that one summer long ago. And now I don't have to, and I don't have to feel bad about punching him in the face. Just like old times, the four of you stayed on the beach until night fell and the moon was high in the sky. Then the time had come to say goodbye. Sean needed to get back to his mom and back to where his life truly was now. Before leaving the beach, Shiloh pulled you aside and gave you his number, just in case you wanted to keep in touch. Liz already have it, though he wanted to give it to you personally. You weren't expecting that, but it was comforting to know that this didn't have to be a permanent goodbye. That's really wholesome. The four of you walked up the neighborhood street as one, tired smiles covering the familiar faces around you. The wind gently blew by, sand dragged behind you, and a hard-to-grasp feeling of contentment carried you through the end of this road. It was a good night. After that, Shiloh disappeared from Sunset Bird once again, though this time it wasn't heartbreaking or hard to understand. This time, it was just another part of life. And it helped that Liz had her own phone and laptop and could easily check on him time to time. That was nice too. That was such a nice one. That left me with such a warm feeling inside. That left me with such a warm feeling inside. That was so nice. Oh, it felt so nice and touching. Why do I have 3 emails? Just quickly checking my phone between moments, because, yeah. Just in case something important happened. Just IRL, and I'm just missing it, because I'm here just like, woo! Let's keep going. Everything talks. What was talks about? I literally cannot remember. My mind is drawing out a blank. I guess we'll find out. My mind is drawing out a blank. Another placid summer day was drifting by. Your daydreams were chasing each other, not sticking around long enough to become a firm plan, but you really didn't mind that right now. A tapping worked its way into those dreams. Focusing more, you realized it was coming from your window. Gee, I wonder. A grin popped on your face as though it had been waiting all day for this moment. Heading to the window, you could see Cove outside. His habit of climbing this way really was true Covism. He'd rather scale your house than wait a couple of extra minutes for you to come down. You stood aside to give him space. You held out a hand for him. You offered Cove a hand to him. Once he was mostly inside, he took it to help steady the last bit of his entrance. He needed the help, despite how many times he'd done this.
Hey.
Hi. I'm glad you made it in okay. Cove laughed at that and took one last look at his exclusive entrance. He hummed with a teasing look on his face. Yeah, I think it's pretty impressive that I managed to keep this up without ending up with a new broken bone. Oh no, don't joke about that.
Sorry.
I promise it'll be alright. Cove's voice came out quietly with a strangely pleased smile on his face. Did something happen? Cove opened his mouth to answer, only to have your phone vibrating cut him off. You both turned to where it rested a little further up on your— Oh, I remember! I remember now! It suddenly dawned upon me! Oh, I had totally forgotten. And now it just suddenly went just flooding back. Oh. Yeah. I just needed the reminder of the phone, and now it's all back. Okay. Okay. It was still face down, so you couldn't tell who's calling. It's okay. Your attention shot back to Cove. He smiled at you awkwardly. Another one with a lot of emotions. Indeed. It's emotions time. It's emotions time.
Don't worry about it.
Good check. It could be important. I'll wait. Thanks. You shuffle forward and scoop the little noisemaker into your hand. I'm gonna start calling my phone my little noisemaker from now on. Yep. You flipped it over and checked the caller ID. It's Miranda. Oh, you should answer it. I want to say hi too. With a nod, you accepted the call and set it to speaker. Hi, Miranda. Hi. There was something off about her tone. Cove met your gaze and you saw the same confusion in his expression.
Have you heard from Terry?
At all? Or did you hear from about her from Cove? Huh? No, she hasn't called me, but Cove is with me right now. Hey. Oh, hi, Cove. Is that what you were gonna say? He shook his head no before realizing that it wasn't a good enough answer when one person couldn't actually see it.
No.
Derry hasn't called me today either. Is something wrong? At that, Miranda couldn't hold herself together any longer. The muffled sobs from the other side of the line were unmistakable. Terry doesn't like me anymore, if she ever did. What? That doesn't sound right. You're probably her best friend out of all of us. Yeah, why do you think that? She sniffled and there was a pause as you could hear her shift the phone to her other hand. Derry was here the other night watching movies with me. We were up super late. She realized her parents probably went to bed so they couldn't pick her up. My mom and dad were definitely asleep then. Dad works early. I tried telling her it was okay to just spend the night and she could text her parents what happened, but Terry really didn't want to. He glanced at Cove. He looked equally unsure as you about where this story was going. It didn't sound like a friendship-ending situation. I suggested things to make it easier if she was nervous, like she could sleep by herself in my room while I stayed somewhere else. Yeah. And I said we didn't have to sleep at all. We could have kept watching movies until one of our parents woke up. I wouldn't have minded. I know not everyone can do sleepovers, but Terry wouldn't even tell me what was really wrong or what I could do to help. I thought we could tell each other anything. I guess I was wrong. Did she stay in the end?
No.
We got too loud in the kitchen and my dad woke up. He offered to drive her home when he heard what was wrong. She texted me apologizing for my dad having to do that when he needed rest, but that was it. She isn't talking to me anymore. You could hear every bit of the tears and heartbreak in Miranda's voice. This continued to be a shock for your neighbor, but Cove recovered and spoke gently. I'm really sorry.
I mean...
There's no way Terry wanted to make you feel this bad, or that she's just done with your friendship because of this. Miranda's sniffing continued. You hope she had plenty of tissues handy. It'll be okay, I hope Terry's alright. It's really weird that she reacted like that. It's not a big deal, honestly. You weren't sure what to say. It'll be okay. It had to be. You couldn't imagine any alternative. Miranda's voice sounded a little more collected after finishing her story, but you knew that the crying was far from being done. I thought she'd have reached out to one of you by now. Maybe she's not talking to anyone. Yeah. Sorry for bothering you and Cove about this. You're not bothering us.
Right.
You can tell us things. Thank you. Her shaking voice finally conveyed a little optimism, or at least relief that she wasn't dealing with it entirely on her own.
Is that all right?
If you do hear from her or anything, could you let me know if she's alright? We can. Thanks. Let's talk later, okay? Bye. 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 I remember laughing about this the first time because just me saying bye 3 times. I remember that distinctively. I think that's a clip. I think there's a clip of that. Pretty sure there is. I'm kindly sure of it, actually. I visibly remember that. They That didn't really seem like an especially productive point to end the call, though you also weren't sure where to go from there. Looking to Cove, his face seemed as lost as yours. With no alternative, you hung up and put your phone back on your bed. Cove crossed his arms, a frown creasing his face. He began to pace the length of your room, clearly trying to put the pieces together in his head in a way that made sense. You were worried. You felt pretty confident about this working out well. It sounded like trouble to you. You weren't sure how to react. Yeah. It was all too sudden and unclear. The empty state of your head before learning this was not helping you now. You couldn't put two thoughts together, and flopping back on your own bed, you stared into space. We should probably try calling Terry. Ghost's voice managed to drag you back to some grounding. He'd stopped pacing, but you still saw a perturbed look on his face. Is it really something we should get involved with right now? Ghost's mouth pressed into a hard line. At the moment, it seemed like the two of you were on very different wavelengths as to how to deal with this.
Come on.
I want to talk to Terry. She's my friend too. Fine, then let's call her. Cove looked away and pulled his phone out. You went over and stood at his side as he was dialing. Cove let it ring and ring and ring and ring. Terry didn't answer. There wasn't even an option to leave a voice message. Your shoulders slumped, and Cove looked even more troubled, if that was possible. He turned to you as if for some lifeline. Could you try calling? I'm gonna send a text just like, hey, I was trying to reach you, call me, or something. Yeah. You took your phone once more. Unfortunately, after another set of interminable rings, the line went dead. No answer, no voicemail. Hanging up, you saw Cove visibly deflate. He rubbed his arm, eyes distant, openly struggling with the whole affair. I don't like this at all. They're fighting. We barely know anything, and we're supposed to just wait and see? Despite it only being a minute since he texted Terry, Cove checked his phone again. He was desperate for progress, for something, and you frowned as he watched him. You need to try to relax. You're making me anxious. There's no way Terry has answered you. They're gonna get over it, you know. You need to take a deep breath. Ghost stared hard at the screen as though he was trying to will a new message to appear. As your words sank in, his gaze slid over towards you. Just a little bit. Come on, you're working yourself up. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath and released it slowly. It wasn't much, but you could see him ease up slightly. Yeah, you're probably right. He's like, so you need to breathe. It is a stressful situation, but you need to breathe. Go was still gripping his phone with both hands as though it might fly away if he let go. He looked at you with an almost painful earnestness. What do we even say if we do hear from one of them? His pacing resumed as he attempted to answer his own question. We should probably tell them to talk to each other instead of only us, maybe? He slowly came to another halt like a gear winding down. We should find out Terry's side of the story. We should just come for Miranda and let up with Terry. I don't know. We should only let them to work it out between themselves. That's it. You wonder why you always had to come up with things. You didn't say anything. This one, probably. Nothing could be done until you knew what she thought of this. That much was certain. Cove nodded slightly in agreement. For several minutes, you both remained there in silence, drowning in your thoughts. Eventually, Cove turned around. I'm gonna text Terry that we already know what's going on. Maybe she'll have an easier time talking to us because she won't have to pretend or explain. Yeah, that might be the only way to get her attention. You can't do that. Miranda didn't say it was alright to admit she talked to us. You felt way too overwhelmed to know what to say next. I think you're pushing too much. That's not a good idea, Cove. Not at all. Why are you so fixated on this? I think might be fine. With the two of you on the same page, he steeled his gaze to prepare for taking this next step. Ghost's fingers worked furiously, yet carefully. He was giving his full attention to his words. You sidled up next to him and looked, trying to watch what he was writing. Ghost rapidly typed out, "Hey, Ace and I really want to talk to you. Miranda told us what happened. Please reply back." And sent. It was done. We'll just have to wait to see what happens now. Quietly, you felt nervous. I wish you weren't so concerned with everyone else's feelings but mine. It'll definitely be alright, Cove. Things are okay. Yeah, hopefully she gets back to us pretty soon. Great, can we do something else now? You're being dramatic. No. I'll definitely be alright. Comfort. He's stressed out about this. I'm not gonna like put it down. No. You gave your best smile in hopes of cheering him up. He gave a weak smile of his own in return. I hope so. I really do. A small noise escaped his lips. All the frustration at the situation crumbled away from his face as he spoke softly. Thanks, Ace. I'm glad it's not just me with all this happening. Cove took one last look at his phone and then put it away. His effort at a smile was meager but earnest.
It's okay.
We could just forget about it for a while. Terry will talk to us when she wants to. You smile just a little bit. Finally, that sounds good to me. I'd like to be alone for a while. Could you leave? You simply nodded back. You smile just a little bit. Even this slight lessening of tension between you and Cove was working wonders on your shaking heart. The last thing any of you needed was more division among your friends. A silence stretched on in what felt like hours, but it likely wasn't that long before there was a knock on your bedroom door and Mom peeked in. Just wanted to check in on you. Oh, Cove, when did you get here? When she saw you were there, she opened the door all the way. Ma was standing there as well. She slipped past her wife to come inside your space. What's going on? We're okay. It's just Miranda called earlier. She and Terry are fighting, but none of us know what's going on with Terry. Your parents exchanged a meaningful look, though its meaning was lost on you.
I'm so sorry.
That's too bad. I'm sorry there's trouble with your friends, sweetie. Is there anything we could do to help? Out of the corner of your eye, you saw Cove rub his arm awkwardly, unable to add anything. No, we're just waiting to see if Terry calls or texts, or if Miranda does. Well, we can at least help you take your mind off of things while you're waiting.
Yeah.
Another great idea, Lonnie. We could get the whole gang together for some quality time. Mom gave you a soft smile and added, This'll be good, especially since it might help make up for what happened at the farmer's market. Yes, it'll be wonderful. I'll go see what Liz is up to right now. Excitedly, she fluttered a few steps away and then stopped. She pivoted on her heels and raised a single finger, flashing a big smile at Cove.
It's no trouble.
And of course, Cliff will be welcome too. Knowing your family was always there for you, that couldn't be underestimated. In fact, it meant everything to you that your moms cared so much. It's true, they're so sweet. Thank you. Yeah, thanks. That's nice of you.
You're welcome.
You're both very welcome. Don't sweat it, not so kiddos. Leave things to us. Just relax and we'll call you when it's all together. They're so sweet! They're so sweet! You nodded and your mom's dispersed for now, springing into action for their impromptu get-together. You flopped down on your bed, feeling like you could sink into it and disappear. Cove, meanwhile, took a spot on the chair off to the side. You sighed at the same time, and Cove's mouth pulled into a bent smile at that. He gave his phone another quick check, and his eyebrows furrowed. Still nothing? Yep. This is crap, huh? Yep. Cove chewed the inside of his cheek as if to mimic the stress that was clearly eating away at him. Cove, what's wrong? What's really wrong? One disagreement doesn't make you act like this. That got a pointed pause in his movement. Cove was carefully trying to... I was gonna reach for my water bottle and I knocked the microphone into the desk. Whoops, that broke off the effect. That got a pointed pause. Take two. That got a pointed pause in his movement. Cove was carefully trying to put his thoughts together. He spoke in a fragile voice. When people you care about, when they're unhappy with each other, there's nothing you can do. At least when you're in a fight yourself, you have some responsibility, some control over it all. I wish it didn't have to happen, but that is impossible, so... oh well, I guess. His attempt at giving a nonchalant shrug after that was pitiable. Yeah, it makes me feel horrible too. True, but you're right that it can't be helped. It's whatever other people can do what they want, right? You stayed silent. Yeah. I get that. In your lap, your hands momentarily curled into fists. That kind of powerlessness, it wore you down. You looked at Cove and were reassured by his understanding nod. But is it because of what happened with your parents? You reflected on everything you had learned about Mr. Holt and Kira, their relationship, and their son. They went through a lot. Cove ran a hand through his hair, a strange smile spreading across his lips. For him, this pain struck close to his heart. Just as quickly as it had come, his smile was gone, lost amidst his faraway gaze. Yeah, you know what happened. It's like my parents. He whispered his thoughts distantly, almost unconcerned with whether you could hear them or not.
That's...
They used to fight all the time. I'm sorry.
Ace. Don't worry about it.
Gov gazed reassuringly at you. It's not like that anymore, right? Things are so different now. Better. I don't even really think about it. Again, the sorrow reasserted itself. When he continued, you could barely hear him. Though, I guess it's pretty obvious I haven't forgotten either. Which is fair enough. You tried to smile for him. You crossed the room and took his hand. You went over and placed a hand on his shoulder. You hugged him. You kissed him. Huggies. You crossed the room, picking up a little speed, and Kov's eyes widened. You shook out of the chair and stood waiting for you with a nonplussed look. When you collided into him, wrapping your arms around his middle and knocking the air out of his lung, all mystery was gone. Kove squeaked.
Oh,
You returned the gesture longingly. Exhaling, you pressed your cheek into the warmth of his chest. The tension stuck inside you released like a river flowing into the ocean that was Cove. That's such a beautiful sentence. The firmness of his hug told you Cove didn't plan on letting go anytime soon. You both needed the comfort and closeness for just a little bit longer. When he finally did, he kept hold of your hand. The two of you took a seat again, this time side by side on your bed. Today was a lot, huh? Yeah, it was. You sat there contentedly, you leaned against him, you caressed his hand. Lean. Resting the side of your head onto his shoulder, you glanced up at his face. Cope watched you affectionately. In that gentle gaze, you finally felt like everything was gonna be okay. No matter what happens, we can make it work. My hair is all over my face. I'm trying to use my headphones to flatten it down, please. No matter what happens, we can make it work. His mouth pulled into a bent smile at that. You chuckled, resting your head comfortably back on his shoulder.
me too.
I think so too. He couldn't sit still anymore. Gov leaned in, delicately pressing his lips to your forehead, and he raised one free hand to lightly touch your jaw. The breath got caught in your throat. This is so sweet! When you remembered to breathe, blush rushed to your face, turning your skin a deep red. You tried not to think about how hot you were feeling, because after everything that happened today, you were just grateful for the moment. And for a while you stayed like that. A comfortable quiet fell between you, and the sun fell with it. The warming calm ended when Cove gasped sharply. You spun, half expecting to find him nursing an injury, but instead found him staring straight ahead. What?
Oh my god.
I think my phone just vibrated. Do you want to check? Yeah. He patted his pockets, fumbling in his panic, and yanked the phone out. The force of the action nearly catapulted the device out of his grip entirely, but he caught it just in time. His eyes honed in on the screen. It's Terry! Thank God! She says she's sorry. He looked back to you, eyes wide as his nerves started to fray once more. What should I say? I don't know, give it a second. I need to think. Tell her to call us, ask her what's going on, ask if she's talking to Miranda. Yeah. Okay. Call. Phone. He flashed you a shaky smile as he began to type. You suspected that he'd have similar thoughts himself, but wanted the reassurance of a second opinion. Co's phone buzzed nearly as soon as the message was sent. Ah, it's Terry again. She's talking to us. She asked about what Miranda said, but wait. You leaned in, watching the conversation unfold on Cove's screen.
Right.
She's gonna actually call. Cove held his breath as he waited. Though he was good with people, he'd never been at ease managing conflict. His phone rang out. Cove jammed the answer button. He switched the phone into speaker mode, allowing you to participate in the conversation. But despite his immediate reaction, his voice lacked the same resolve when he spoke. Hey. It was tentative, a white flag fluttering in the wind. Ace is here too. Hi.
Hey.
Hey, buddies. Terry's voice was barely recognizable without her usual quick patter and energy.
Are you okay?
I don't know. Probably not. Cove tensed, his free hand coiling into an anxious fist. Can you talk to us about what happened? Don't you know already? Miranda explained some of it, but it doesn't make sense to us. You heard Terry sigh over the phone as she unburdened herself. Pretty much. Wait. Now, Pretty much, I was at Randy's house. We decided to watch some movies she super liked and that I'd never seen before. Turns out there's a lot of those. We watched one, then another, and another. We were having so much fun. Each time one finished, she had another one to share with me. I didn't really think about the time. I only wanted to say yes to Randy and watch her movies. She spoke wistfully, but her words were full of affection. It was Randy, you know? I wasn't thinking about my schedule or what time it was. Yeah. Then I finally saw the time and oh no, it was way too late. I already knew I couldn't stay. She took a deep breath, her voice becoming softer when she resumed talking. I was so stressed out. I just couldn't deal with it. Miranda wanted to help. She kept coming up with ways to make it better and trying to figure out why I was so upset and stuff. I was trying to answer her questions, and there were so many, but I couldn't really answer all of them. I didn't even know why some of her ideas didn't work with me. It made my head ache. I still had the first problem, and Randy there trying to help, blasting all these questions and suggestions at me faster than I could even think. She gulped audibly, sniffing. I got frustrated and told her to just leave me alone, and then she wanted to talk about why I wanted that, and we started having a fight in the kitchen. It woke Randy's dad up. We told him about how I wanted to go home, but my parents couldn't get me, so Mr. Eckert offered to do it. Oh. I accepted because I definitely couldn't stay then, not after throwing a racket and turning it into a big deal. But I feel awful and embarrassed. Why did I yell at Randy and hurt her feelings? And I made her dad lose sleep by waking him up and having to drive me home. What do you say after that? I have no idea. I don't know where to start, and I don't want to make it worse by saying the wrong thing and fighting again. So, I'm not talking. Terry, Randy isn't mad that you didn't want to stay or that you fought. She just wants to feel like you can talk to her. I mean, you can say whatever you want. She'll listen. Not talking to her at all is pretty much the only wrong way to go about it. Terry lamented mournfully on the other end of the line, but he had a point. Unless she faced Miranda again, there would be no resolution. You looked at Cove, hunched over the phone, staring pensively into it and searching for a solution. This couldn't be solved with the other key party missing, but what if you brought them in? Your phone was still free. You suggested calling up Miranda now. You rang Miranda without saying a word. I could call Miranda. You could talk to her with us. Go brighten up. The concern furrow in his brow, which had taken root when Miranda first called, eased.
Well,
that could work. Terry, are you up for it? She made a noise that wasn't a word, but nevertheless conveyed her hesitation and worry. But she brought it to a close with a decisive exhalation, as if pushing all the negative thoughts from her body. All right, I'll do it. Cove nodded. Now that you've received approval from everyone, you pulled out your phone and called Miranda. You set it to speaker and waited for her to pick up. Luckily, she did.
Hi.
Her voice was so distant, as if her thoughts were elsewhere, but it was loud enough for your needs. Hi, you're on speaker. Terry's on speaker too on Cove's phone. Oh. She paused while she digested this information. You watched the phone screen, hoping that she wouldn't hang up as a result.
Really?
Oh, really? Yep, it's really me. Can you hear my voice all the way from your house to theirs and then mine? I can. You and Cove exchanged looks, waiting for the wall between them to break and wondering who would be the one to do it. As the quiet dragged on, you caught Cove chewing his cheek. He must have weighed up the same question as you, whether to encourage the conversation along or leave Miranda and Terry to resolve it themselves. The answer came in the form of one sniff followed by another from Cove's phone.
Sorry.
I hope you still like me. What? You were the one acting as if you didn't like me. Her tone was defensive, no doubt a result of her wounds from last night still being raw.
What?
No way! Everyone likes Randy. You're wonderful. Your eyes met Cove's. His phone was tilted towards you, capturing the call directly. You moved your phone closer to his, hoping that the signal was strong enough to convey every nuance of tone. Just pushing our phones together, trying to make this conversation as audible as possible. Just discovered that the kind of chocolate truffle I bought for my sister was some weird kind with whipped creamish kind of filling rather than the dark chocolate filling I thought I'd have. Oh no! I hope the whipped creamish kind of feeling. The kind of filling is still good though. Alp is still tasty. Cove did likewise, bringing his cell right next to yours, even bumping against it as he shifted his grip. I didn't know what to say. That's the only reason I wouldn't talk to you. If I had known the answer, I'd have told you right away. Miranda murmured on the other end of the line. You didn't want to stay. Anything I tried to do bothered you, and you could have told me you didn't know. Yeah, I think I was angry at myself. I did a dumb thing, and I didn't want help with it. I wanted to be mad and just deal with it myself. It made me keep doing dumb things. Oh. When she spoke again, her voice was quiet, as tender and vulnerable as the words.
I'm sorry.
Staying up late watching stuff was all my fault. I had to find a way to fix it. That's what I thought anyway, but I should have given you space. I'm sorry for being so pushy and sensitive. Hardly. Miranda Eckert having a flaw? I've never heard of such a crazy thing. Miranda let out a ghost of a giggle. Cove cleared his throat. Maybe you should call each other now? Sorry.
Sure.
Can't do. Thanks for giving me the kick in the butt to do this already. Randy Mandy, I'm gonna call you right now. Bye, Isn't Cove. She hung up after squeezing in another quick bye, though not giving you or Cove room to respond in kind. Miranda laughed, the noise tickling gently like wind chimes in a summer breeze.
You're really nice.
Thank you for listening and helping. I'm gonna hang up now so I can answer Terry's call. Bye. Bye and good luck. Bye. Miranda hung up, still chuckling softly as your call ended. Yay! Whoops! Whoops, well, he dropped his arm to his sides, letting his head hang down like a puppet at rest. Thank God. They shouldn't have involved us in that. I'm so relieved it's okay. You were simply happy your friends had made up. The day's events had drained you. You were content now that Cove's seen Betty's again. I'm so relieved it's okay. Cove scratched at his face, his expression cloudy. I think I need to find better ways for dealing with conflict because that was awful. We could all probably do better at that. I think you did okay given the circumstances. Yeah, I think that would help. You didn't comment. I think you did okay given the circumstances. Cove meekly smiled as he rubbed at his eyes, weariness creeping over him, and mumbled his next words. We could talk about it another day. Conflict resolution methods?
Huh?
Huh? Oh no, forget it. Your eyebrows rose and then a light bulb went off in your head. Before Miranda called, didn't you say there was something you'd wanted to say? Cove's original visit had been thrown so off-kilter that it was a struggle to wind your memory back to when he'd first turned up. Now you did, though. You remember that he had been perky when he'd arrived this afternoon. Was it good news? Cove brushed his hands against his now folded arms shyly. Well, yeah, maybe. I'm not exactly sure it counts as news or even good, but it just is what it is. I'm happy about it, though. You were never going to be one to push someone else to talk when they seem reticent. Yeah, it's okay, but it's not the chocolate covered in cacao powder thing I thought it'd be, which sucks because my sister loves very dark chocolates. That is unfortunate, but hopefully, I'm sure she'll still like the whipped cream stuff since, after all, it's the thought that counts really in the end, and it is very nice of you to get something. So yeah, I hope it'll turn out okay in the end, even with the whipped cream ones. I'm sure they're nice and tasty anyway, and that she'll appreciate it anyway. I lost track of where I was. Oh wait, I've read it already. Whoops. It's okay, but it sounds good. Cove chuckled awkwardly, a hand creeping up to ruffle the hair on the back of his head.
It's
fine. If you want to hear, I can tell you. He shifted on his feet as if a different posture might give him the support he needed for the conversation. I didn't want to make it a big deal, but I kind of, well, not kind of. I just know what my sexuality is now. Oh! A real subject change, huh? He chuckled. True, it was unexpected, but you were excited that Cove had come to understand himself more, and glad he wanted to share that with you. You clapped your hands softly. And? Cove drew a breath, straightening up. I'm demisexual, so most of the time I don't really have those kinds of feelings, physical ones and stuff. It's only in some situations when I'm already really emotional and romantically connected to someone that I start to ever think about anything sexual, and it's only with them. I hadn't heard the term until pretty recently, and it just made a lot of sense once I knew what it meant. I had a word that fit how I felt.
Yeah.
And I'm pan-romantic, because I've never had a preference for a specific gender or anything, so yeah. You nodded as he spoke, completely understanding how he come to that conclusion. Good look down at the floor, being so all open and direct about a matter that personal, which you were sure he'd spend a long time trying to figure out. Seemed to be kind of weird for him. Despite that, there was a small proud smile on his face, and when he looked up again, his gaze was steadfast. Yay! We share something just fell somewhere in the house. I'm lightly concerned. But okay. Sure. I guess it doesn't matter. Hopefully. Maybe. Yes. Sips water and just moves on. We stand supporting supporting sexualities. Bowed. It's a good step. It's very nice, and it's a very good thing when someone figures this out, especially if it makes them feel more comfortable. All this talk of co-sexuality made you reflect about your own. Your feelings and yours hadn't changed. Your views had evolved since you were younger. Pretty much hadn't changed. I'm pretty sure I remember what I wrote, and I'm pretty sure it's, yeah. Who had known for years now. It was heartwarming that he had reached a point where he felt similarly capable of discussing his own. You felt even closer. Validity for everyone. Exactly. Love hearts. Yay. 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 You felt his tiredness deep in the marrow of your bones. It had been a tiring day. Now everything was neatly wrapped up, for today at least, and you had earned a rest. You had some good talks, and come out of it not only knowing each other better, but yourself too. I'm gonna lower the music a little bit because I think I'm speaking far too loud, and that is an issue. So I need it to be lower on my headphones, so I'm gonna raise it here. I have it lower on my headphones so that I'm not as loud, because I think I'm being loud, and it's 10:30 and the rest of the house is probably asleep or near sleep. I've realized. You had some good talks and come out of it not only knowing each other better, but yourself too. I'm not clicking the part of the screen that I'm so, yep, I lost my mouse. Yep, okay, there it is.
Hey.
Hey. We should probably head downstairs soon if your moms are still wanting everyone to get together. Yeah, that's right. With a renewed spring in your step, you led the way out of your room. You got downstairs to find the others already assembled and waiting.
Hi.
Look at him. Look at him. Hello. Hey. Good to see you both.
Hey!
Here we were, trying to corral everyone into a group, but the two of you were already upstairs this whole time. Where else would we be? We haven't left the front door at all. Of course we were together. You paid Ace to stick with me, or did you forget? You're never living this one down. You're never living this down. Never. Never. It's gonna be, nope, never. Never. The statement was meaningless to your family. Oh, do none of them know? Does this just never come up with my moms at all? Throughout all these 10 years? Just never? Okay, fair enough. That's so funny though. The statement was meaningless to your family, who looked to each other for answers in vain. Mr. Holden, who got the message loud and clear, seemed embarrassed. He chuckled nervously, rubbing the back of his neck. Ouch, son. You always know when to remind me of that one. Uh-huh. Can't let you live it down. I just realized Cliff tried to hire you as an escort for Cove, kind of. True. And it wasn't even like a strict hire, because I was only getting paid once. But like, basically, it was like a loose hire. But yeah, it was basically just an escort job at 8. It just gets weirder the more you think about it. It's very concerning. Kinda is. What in your head made you think this was a good idea, my mans? I really need to know. Dude, I just want to know. Like, what was going through your head? I mean, I kinda know, but still. Let's just not think about it too much. Let's just, It's fine. It's fine. It'll be okay. It all turned out fine. Can't let you live it down yet. Can we hear exactly what this secret is? The suspense is killing us.
Right.
Alright. I'd better get everyone up to speed. I want to see Mom's reaction at the whole $20 fiasco. He held up his hands, palms out, pacifying his audience, or perhaps holding them up as a shield in advance. Let's all appreciate the way Mr. Holden's about to tell the story, please. That first day I met Ace, had been worrying about Cove being alone for the summer.
Well...
There weren't a lot of kids around, and he wasn't exactly on the best terms with me at the time. He glanced around at your family, gauging their responses. You haven't gotten to the part where it's gonna get a response yet. I felt like this was my one shot, so I kind of offered them $20 to be friends with Cove, and added that they couldn't tell him about it. Liz gasped. Ma was staring incredulously at Mr. Holden, while Mom's eyebrows had retreated to her hairline. You and Cove, already knowing the story, were the only ones unaffected. We're probably, like, giggling in the corner. But after a while, I really did honestly forget it even happened. He raised his hands higher, now level with his shoulders. Not a bad idea, you thought. If Mom felt inclined to throw a cushion at him, he'd probably manage to block it in time. We were discussing how fictional Ace was basically almost hired as an escort at 8. Pretty much. I mean, I was... Part of the thing, I was all... tried to offer me $20 to be friends with his son. It sounds like an escort job. It is just an escort job. With only one payment, so after all, it's not that great of a deal anyway, if you were to consider it as a real effing job, but still. but still, at its core, it kinda is that, but it's better not to think about it. You know how Cliff was like, here's money to be walking around with my child and pretend to be all friendly with him? It's an escort. It's an escort job. It kind of just is. I know that's bad, but I've got so many grand ideas over the years, it's hard to keep track of them all. Fair enough. Cove smiled, placing his hands on his hips and shaking his head at his father's antics. I can't believe it took 10 years for my fictional family to find out that this happened. But okay, better late than never, I guess. It is a fun anecdote to tell. Great two truths and a lie, I guess.
Seriously?
I can't believe you, though also I totally can. Your moms were less indulgent. The show had ebbed away to displeasure. Yeah, well, Mom's foot was tapping rapidly as she frowned at the next door neighbor, while Ma had her arms crossed over her chest and her lips pursed. I'm sorry, Ace, and I'm sorry to your parents too. That was way out of bounds. Don't worry about it. Everything worked out. See, flash forward 10 years later and we're dating, so... I did take the money, but hey. I was just like, hang on, Cliff paid someone to spend time with someone else and pretend to like them. Sounds surprisingly much like a certain job. Really does. It really does. Your moms gave each other that look where they seemed to communicate with eyes alone. Alright, well that's that then. It won't happen again.
Absolutely.
It definitely won't.
Alright.
Good. It was a little surprising that they were letting him off the hook, but on the other hand, it was a long time ago now, and you were sure your moms remembered those painful early days of Cove's arrival too. Not that it justifies paying another child to be friends with him, but still. Mr. Holden wasn't a potential bad influence anymore, so a lecture would be pretty moot. Instead, your ma gave him a lenient smile.
In that case...
Now that it's settled, why don't we find something to do? Nods of agreement cascaded through the group in a couple waves at the suggestion. Mr. Holden's shoulders slumped with a release of tension. He brought his hands down, tucking them away into his pockets. I've just realized... Sorry, I was acting very shocked earlier at the fact that it took 10 years for my moms to find out about this whole thing. And now I've kind of been realizing about the amount of things that have probably happened and that they probably don't know about. I just had a silent realization of the amount of things that have happened and that they probably don't know about. Anyway. He brought his hands down, Mr. Holden's shoulders slumped with a release of tension. He brought his hands down, tucking them away into his pockets. How about cards? There was a murmur of interest from the others. Ooh, cards, you say? You were keen to play. That was fine with you. You'd play along with the others. You didn't really want to play, but I'm keen to play. It was very nearly, but not quite unanimous. Mr. Holden demurred.
Nah.
I think I'll sit this one out. Gee, I wonder why. Where's the fun in that? Join in. We're not too angry with you. Yes, and I know there's a lot of people. We can make it work. Mr. Holden shrunk into himself, embarrassed by their attention. Dad, you love playing cards. We do it at our house all the time. He piped up a bit to back up what Cove was saying. Yeah, we literally played cards. Yeah, I've seen that too. Yeah, you literally invited me over to dinner. Do you remember that? Dad? Mr. Holden broke under the combined force of everyone's attention. Cove and Ace, you're adults now. You deserve to know the truth. I used to throw the card game so you could win. I put up a good fight, but I always made sure to lose a lot of more rounds than I won. He toyed with the end of his ponytail, clearly distressed at the second great secret he was revealing today. I know people want to be taken seriously and fake wins don't mean as much, but I couldn't help myself. It's so much better when everyone else got the chance to be victorious. Kira knew and went along with it. Cove laughed in disbelief that this was the thing his dad stressed about. Stressed about hiding after the other stunts he's pulled over the years. Yeah. How do I tell you this? This is not the worst. This is not the worst secret you've ever hidden ever. I feel like this is mild. This is meh. So what? Lots of parents do that. I hadn't guessed it, sure, though looking back it makes sense. That's right. What's the big deal, Cliff? You could finally take the kids' gloves off and give them a run for their money. Maybe even actual money in your case. Mr. Holden smiled coyly, his gaze lowering. I'm not sure that's a good idea.
Why?
And why not? He waved his hands expansively, the movements fluid and vague. It's just... Actually, I'm something of a card shark. I used to make lots of fast cash of games. Casual players don't have a shot unless it's a game of pure luck. Gov's jaw hung open, his wide eyes fixed on his father. Really? There was a touch of amazement, even admiration nestled among the shock. The other members of the Pixelas family exchanged looks, ranging from Liz's disbelief to Mom's intrigue, with Ma somewhere in the middle between the two. You can't simply make a claim like that and expect us to go along with it. Let's see you back it up, Shark Man. Mr. Holden gave her a crooked smile, his demureness quickly being replaced with the confidence of someone very skilled or very misguided. You sure about that? Definitely. We've got to see this so-called non-casual player in action. Well, I might be able, but though who knows, maybe I've gotten rusty. His coyness continued to rile the gang up, and he was getting a kick out of it now. We're all just extremely willing to flatter at this point. Come on, please.
All right.
Alright, I can dust off the old tricks. You clapped your hands. Cove beamed at his father while Mom clapped Mr. Holden on the back. Liz started off to get a deck of cards while the rest of you settled in for the game. Hands were dealt. Mr. Holden wasted no time proving his words true, wiping the floor with all of you. You played several rounds, even switching games, but none of you were a match for him. That was how the alliance came to be forged. The rest of you joined forces against Mr. Holden only, just to try increasing the odds of beating him. It's almost a 5-hour stream. Yes! Yes! Silent celebration because I can no longer yell because of the time. So, yes! Silent celebration, I can no longer yell because of the time. Also because I've been speaking for almost 5 hours, and I'm afraid that if I start yelling too much, my voice is also gonna die out. So it's probably better for me to have to stay silent for both of the rest of the house and for my vocal cords. But I'm having way too much fun, so it's totally worth it. It's kind of like ASMR now, but not fully ASMR, because I could just be very consciously aware of my voice, and that's it. Still feel like it hasn't been that long. True. Feels like it hasn't been long enough. We could keep going. Like, this game, it really makes you lose track of time. It really does. It does not feel like it's almost 5 hours, but it's almost been 5 hours. Damn. This game. Black magic shit. Let's keep reading about the Alliance. With your combined efforts, you pulled out a few victories, yet it was still a challenge. He was clearly a professional. If these were his skills now, rusty with disuse, you couldn't even imagine what a deadly opponent he had been in the past. Despite that, you still had fun. Working cooperatively actually fostered a sense of camaraderie with the others. Mr. Holden didn't appear fazed by this strategy. You actually wondered whether the increased challenge made it more interesting for him. Mayhaps. You spent the rest of the afternoon together with your family and the Holdens having fun. It was an interesting evening for sure, with many discoveries for everyone. It was freeing, and yet simultaneously you felt more tied together than you had been before. We're almost at 5 hours, but what would be the point of stopping now when we could do boating? You know what I mean? You know, what would be the point of stopping now when we could do boating? Just in this nice, like, soothing, this nice soothing whisper tone. I was finding the word there. It's like, I was just, your voice is gonna hurt so bad. I'll be fine. It'll be fine. Oh, is Baxter in this one? Oh, is Baxter in boating? I need to know. Baxter talks in boating. We need to do boating so that Ali hears Baxter's voice. And because I also just kind of want to do it. Screw it. Screw it. It's still 10:43. We have time. We have time. We're doing boating. Screw it. Done. 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 You perched at the kitchen island, willing away the minutes until your sister joined you downstairs. Now I sound like a narrator. Could you imagine me with like a cup of tea and like an open like dusty book nearby, like a fire, like a chimney, like an open fire chimney, just narrating shit. Probably doesn't help if I say shit, but me trying to giggle softly. Baxter's not mean. Baxter's like overly nice. He's got the opposite issue. He's like way too comfortable. Derek DLC. No, we're not playing Derek DLC right now. But yeah, I'm playing just the other DLCs. I'm just doing a full replay. I'm on step 3 at the moment. I haven't done the DLCs, and yeah, Baxter DLC when it came out yesterday. I don't know if I'm kind of curious. Kind of want to see it. I might play through it at some point. Might buy it. Might play through it. I would have to see. But yes, I'd kind of do it though. I'm very curious. Content of this game is great. I didn't notice the Derek DLC was out. I think it came out yesterday. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it came out yesterday, 29th of September. Baxter DLC isn't out. Derek one is. Yes, indeed. Yeah, the Derek one is. It came out yesterday. Pretty sure. Pretty sure it came out yesterday. Yeah. Narrator voice. Willing away the minutes until your sister joined you downstairs. There was quite an adventure planned today. Lee was coming down near the Sunset Bird area as a part of what she called a little trip. Apparently, she thought how nice it would be to go on a private boat trip this summer to celebrate graduation and everything. Ooh. What might have been an idle dream for most people turned into reality in Lee's hands. You'd been invited along for the ride by your best cousin. Oh! It was kind of insane she could make that happen. You were eagerly anticipating the adventure. It'll be great to see her. The idea of being on a ship worried you a little. You were pretty mellow about it all. I'm excited. This sounds fun. It wasn't every day that you got to ride on a proper boat. Exactly. Let alone a private one. Exactly. You're excited to get out on the water and see the ocean from a fresh angle. This sounds fun. You weren't the only ones who was heading out on the trip. Liz was coming, of course. Your moms had been invited, but hadn't been able to find the time to squeeze it in. Oh no. And so the trip would only involve the kids of the family. A term that had stuck, despite all of the three of you being adults. So Lee one, pretty sure it's boating. We're probably gonna be in a boat. That's all I could assume by how it started, and by how it started, and because of the picture of the moment. So I would presume we would be on a boat, and I am guessing Lee's gonna be there because of the beginning bit as well. Mom would have joked about cramping your style, but there was apparently plenty of room on the ship. Lee had been more than happy for you and Liz to bring other friends along if you wanted. Not just any boat, a fancy boat. Ooh, I'm excited for the fancy boat. I'm excited. But the trip out to Sunset Bird, then even further out to where Lee and the boat would be, just wasn't feasible for most people. Not many folks lived close by. There was, naturally, one person around who could always be there for the ride. Cove. You were just about to meet up with him outside. Lee had been glad when you told her he'd be able to come along today. Just as you were thinking about your cousin and her plans for the day ahead, your phone sprang to life. Glancing at the display, you saw the incoming call was from Lee herself. You answered it without pause. Hey.
Hi!
I love Lee so much. Aww. She dove straight into the topic, the trip meetup. You could hear the thrill of excitement in her voice. I'm here now and everything is all set. All you gotta do is show up and we'll be off. Woo! She spoke quickly, animated by anticipation. Hooray! You echoed her enthusiasm. Great! Can't wait to see you. Liz and Cove were definitely still on board too. The boat pun. Not the boat pun. On board too, right? Not saying anything but stuff for Lee Masterpiece. True. You're not wrong. I've seen stuff or the reason I'm replaying is because now I have the DLCs. But the boat puns, not the boat puns. Not the boat puns. Yep. Wonderful. There's still a bit of time before you're due to set off. Is there anyone you want to extend the last minute invite to? No need to keep the guest list sparse now. It's not like we'll be bumping into anyone else joining when we're out in the middle of the ocean. Very true. Well, there's this new guy in the neighborhood I like. There's this new guy around. I think you might like him. No one really comes to mind that I want to be there. Of course we're inviting Baxter. Come on. We gotta do it. We gotta do it. Ooh, you'd better invite him then. Okay, I will. I don't know if he's free though.
Talk to you later.
I'll let you go. I have to if I want to see you here in the flesh. She uttered the last word dramatically, making them sound more like a threat than a statement. Laughing, you shook your head. Lee chuckled along down the phone. Bye, Lee. Bye. Now that your attention was free, you looked over to the stairs to see if Liz had emerged yet, but there was still no sign of her. You figured you might as well go out and see if Cove was ready in the meantime. Besides, you needed to stop by Baxter's place to invite him along. Ding dong, hey, do you want to go on a fancy boat? I mean, to be fair, who in their right mind would say no? Unless you're, like, scared of boats, or just don't like the wavy feeling of being on the water. But either way, unless any of those stuff get in the way, who in their right mind would say no? Liz would catch up, you were sure. You called up the stairs to let her know the plan, you sent her a text on the updated plan, you left her to it, she'd figure it out. I'll call up. I can be a little sympathetic to quickly do that. Liz, I'll be outside. Okay. With that, you hopped off the chair and headed out the door. A sunny day greeted you, shielding your eyes with a hand. You admired the sky. It looked like good weather for heading out of the water. That was something. You heard your name called and turned automatically. Cove was the source of the call. He was standing halfway between his own house and yours. He waved at you as he walked over. You waited for him to join you. You took a step in his direction. You ran over to him. And threw your arms around him. I am dramatic like that, yes. You tore across the street and pounced on him, wrapping him tightly into a hug. The winded gasp you knocked out of him turned into a chuckle halfway. There we go. Hi. Hey. Ready to go? Cove nodded easily, blinking languidly in the sunlight. I will buy it for a DLC of Baxter. I know it's coming, but I don't want to wait another 7 months. I feel that. True. Because apparently it is going to take a while, apparently. It's the last thing I read about it. Which I totally get, but still. It does kind of suck to wait, but yeah. It's understandable, but still. Anyway, I dropped by to say DLC and say hi. I gotta go now. Have a great rest of your day and a good night as well. Takes over 7 months for stuff. Yeah, which is fair enough, to be fair. I can't even begin to imagine the work that this kind of thing would take. Honestly. Cove nodded easily, blinking languidly in the sunlight. Then his mouth curved into a gentle smirk. First jet skis, now a boat. What aquatic transportation device is up next for us? My money's on a submarine. Imagine us on a submarine. That'd be so exciting. Let's try to hit every aquatic transportation device. You laughed. It'd been an adventurous summer for sure. Cove grinned, pleased that he'd amused you. Cove glanced away, chewing his lip with consternation. Is it really okay for me to come? Yes. You nodded fervently as you replied. Of course, you're always welcome with us. You know that, right? Cove rubbed the back of his neck, frowning as if trying to work it out for himself. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. This is a really ritzy trip, and Lee's your cousin, not mine.
I mean...
Well, the two of us, me and Lee, are friends, maybe? But it's not like we've ever hung out on our own. I'm kind of worried I'm going to be out of place. There's no way you'd be left out, Cove. She wants you there, I promise. Cove, you're so difficult. Don't you want to go on a boat? Don't you want to go on boat? And that's thanks to you. His voice was affectionate, with particular emphasis on the final "you," like it was the star of the collection, which is so wholesome. Cove managed a small smile. The worry hadn't lifted from his rigid shoulders, but you could tell that he was attempting to project a little more confidence. I'm gonna go, don't worry. Good. You were satisfied with that. And I meant to tell you, I'm gonna be inviting Baxter too. I've gotta check if he's in now before we run out of time. Apparently I can just invite anyone I want, so I might as well just shout it from the rooftop. Hey, do you want to go on a boat? Pretty sure the entire story is written, but now they gotta make sure all the art is there and in the right place and stuff. Yeah. I mean, like, I would assume so. Again, no idea, but, like, you know.
Huh?
Really? Cove was stunned. He hadn't been prepared for any extra surprises. He shook it off, however. Alright, it's not like this isn't already gonna be awkward for me. He was joking. Mostly. I'll wait for you here. Okay, Cove, see you in a bit. He strolled over to the condo Baxter was staying in and rang the doorbell. Hey, do you want to go on a boat? Hey, do you want a boat? Hey, you. Want to get on a boat? You recall the last time you had been at Baxter's door. And that's when he was invited. It was when he had invited you over for a visit. There we go. Third time's a charm. It was nice that you'd been able to extend your own invite this time. Hey, do you want a boat? Before memories could claim you, the door slid open. Baxter looked out, his head tilted in interest. Boat.
Nice to see you.
Likewise. He folded his arms over his chest, leaning casually against the doorframe. Is there something I could do for you? At least ... in chat says it all. Want to head out on a boat ride with my family in Cove? We're taking a boat trip right now. Are you on board? So the thing is, we're going on a sort of trip right now. You can come if you want to. Yeah, want boat? Do you want boat? Are you interested in going on boat? Hey, are you on board? Yep. His eyes widened on briefly before resting back to his usual languorous expression. It was either an expressive show of restraint or Baxter's life involved more impromptu boat trips than yours. Perhaps both. Honestly, man's so mysterious that he might get invited to boat rides every weekend. Who fucking knows? Okay, I have no idea what to make of it. His voice, yes indeed. Need to make an audiobook. I feel like that would be really good. I feel like you'd be a very good audiobook narrator. I don't know.
I can do that.
You're free today? That's great. Let's go on boat. To your surprise, Baxter's mouth curled into a little smirk. My schedule's always open for an improved itinerary. Itinerary. I'm flexible, remember? Oh. Yes, I guess, yeah. He was not only agreeing to come on the trip, but apparently canceling some other plan in order to make it happen. Baxter was certainly something. Thanks for keeping me in mind. I think this is gonna be fun. Yes, boat. Fancy boat, apparently. Big boat. Big fancy boat. He slipped outside after securing the door behind him. He swept out an arm and indicated for you to lead the way. Just going like this? Nothing involved. We're just, okay, sure. It's like, boat. Didn't bother to pick anything up. Nope, just boat. He stepped out an arm and indicated for you to lead the way. The first stop was to collect Cove. He was waiting, as promised, where you'd left him. About, 2 steps away, probably, because we all live, right near each other. Cove, good to see you. Hi. There was still no sign of Liz. He took the opportunity to bring Baxter up to date on the plan for the day. He took in your words with interest. Only a minute or two passed before the door to your house finally opened. Liz framed within it like a portrait. There we go. Unlike you, she had no need to shield her eyes with a hand in order to protect them from the sun's rays, as her hat was performing the job admirably. Spotting you, she headed straight over. She smiled warmly at you and Cove as she approached. Her attention then promptly turned to the group's new addition. It's nice to see you again, Baxter. His eyes closed as he bowed his head in a nod ever so slightly. And the same to you. Even his hums are satisfying. Living on the same street had given Liz and Baxter the opportunity to get to know each other over the course of the summer, as one does, with social interaction. Though she'd spend less time with him than you'd anticipated that she wouldn't object to him tagging along on the trip. Boat. I invited him to boat. Asked him to join us today. Just as you'd expected, Liz didn't have much of a reaction to the change of plans. She merely raised her brow.
Oh.
I feel like you and Lee will become fast friends, Baxter. I'm excited for that, yes. You laughed, having thought the same thing yourself. Yeah, I literally said the same thing in the phone call. We have same brain cell, yeah. Baxter smiled politely. With that, your little group piled into the car. It had been decided in advance that you'd all be heading over in Coast's car. Then you set off on your journey down to the coast, to where you'd be meeting Lee for boat. Look at the pretty sky. You wound down the California shoreline with sparkling ocean waters on one side and craggy cliffs on the other. The world blurred by until eventually you made it safely to the large harbor. It was a far grander scale than the one near Mr. Holden's shop. Both 2, 3, even 5 times larger could fit. Liz took charge from there, calling up your cousin to guide you the rest of the way. Lee did her best to explain where precisely the boat was docked. Boat. Given that she was doing it without seeing where you were, and that it was an area she was only slightly familiar with herself, she did a pretty good job. It took a bit of tumbling, a little retracing of steps, as your cousin and your sister had different definitions of orange. That was rusty brown, Liz had protested. But before too long, you heard her voice calling you, not from the phone in Liz's hand, but over the wind rolling off the ocean. Searching for the source of the sound, you found her on the prow of a ship, jumping into the air and waving frantically for your attention. You'd arrived. The boat. Lee dashed from the bow over to the gangway, where you boarded one by one. This is a fancy boat, and it's got a boat. I want to go on a fancy boat now. Not just because of the bar. I know I mentioned it, but not just because of the bar. Fancy boat. I want to go on a fancy boat. Hi everyone, I'm so glad you got here okay. You could tell, even if she'd said nothing, her bright grin as she saw you all spoke loud and clear. Hi. You smiled at her, you waved, you gave your cousin a high five, you squished her into a side hug, you gave her a side hug, yes. Sinking an arm around her shoulder, you pulled her against you. Lee wrapped an arm around your waist and hugged you back. We're so sweet. After greeting you, Lee turned to look over the faces of the others who'd be joining you on your ocean voyage. On our fancy boat, which is very fancy and I like it. Her attention was immediately pulled to the only one in the group that she'd not met before. Grinning, she approached him.
My pleasure.
I'm Lee. I'm so excited to meet the mysterious new man on the block. What a coincidence. I was looking forward to meeting our gracious host for the day. But I must confess I'm not that mysterious. I'm rather open. I do hope that doesn't come as a disappointment. Not at all. I can appreciate forwardness. Welcome aboard. With that, she glanced over at the others.
Thank you.
Lee, thanks again for taking us on this lovely trip. Cove hovered awkwardly behind you and your sister. Even with Liz's broad sun hat, he was too tall and the group was too small to hide effectively. He made fleeting eye contact with Lee, then looked away. Hi, thank you for letting me come. The boat is cool. He chuckled nervously. Lee smiled, entertained by his bumbling phrasing. Hi, Cove. She giggled as she spoke, unable to hide her amusement. Cove lowered his head. You patted his arm reassuringly. You stood in front of him like a shield. You couldn't help but smirk at his reaction. You rubbed the bridge of your nose. You folded your arms. Patted arm. You're all gonna have a good day. You don't have to laugh at him. Cove's little game of hide and seek is pretty funny. You didn't say anything. Nah. Cove smiled weakly at you. His face flushed. You could tell that he appreciated your show of support, but was still embarrassed about needing the help. The floor seemed to give beneath you as Lee whooped with delight. You realized that the ship had pulled out into water. Woo! Woohoo! Ocean adventure time! Ocean adventure time! I had been so steady while I was borrowed that you temporarily forgotten you weren't on solid ground. Yes, you're on boat. Don't forget that you're on a boat. Now as the boat rocked beneath your feet, there was no doubt you were truly setting sail, because we're on boat. The little group dissipated into chatter, or headed over to the railings to watch the ocean. You were ruffled by the breeze, which seemed stronger out on the water than it was back on the shore. Yes, being on boat will do that. The floor continued to rise and fall, reminding you of standing in a bouncy house, while others jumped. It was refreshing. You were curious about how the trip would go. You felt unsure, but tried to ignore it. It was scary. You were hit with nausea. It was refreshing. As you let your surroundings truly sink in, you thought today was shaping up to be memorable. You were glad that you'd been able to join Lee on this trip. We can really get the party started now. Ooh. Oh, wonderful. What did you have in mind? Well, the word hung in the air as your cousin stalled. It was clear that she didn't have something immediately in mind. Cove's eyes sparkled as he piped up. Can we get out of the boat? Like go swimming around in the deep ocean? Sometimes you'd swear that boy was part merman. The way he was continuously drawn to the water, but Liz immediately quashed the suggestion.
No.
Her tone left no room for debate. Baxter chuckled, combing a hand through his hair. I preferred to stay on board too.
Sorry.
It's not that kind of boat trip. It isn't supposed to stop anywhere. If someone did end up off in the water, the captain would call the Coast Guard on us. Cove's shoulders slumped at the resounding rejection.
All right.
That's disappointing. We'll still find something fun to do. No way am I getting in the water. You didn't comment the decision was made. That is kind of disappointed. You know those boats, those yachts that you can rent out that have the little like slide or have a little back area and you could like jump into the water, have a little stairway. Those are cool. I always kind of wanted to go on one of those because those look cool. Imagine going with a bunch of friends on one of those. That would be so much fun. Truthfully, there isn't much that we can do on the boat that we couldn't technically do back on land, but we're on a boat. I have to take trips with my father on our boat. He always spends the time deep sea fishing. I'm not much of a fisherman personally. Activities that could also be done while not on a boat sound excellent to me. Visibly bolstered by Baxter's support, Lee smiled warmly at him. Huh, my dad also takes me fishing sometimes, so we do it on the docks by Dad's shop. I'm not good at it either. Baxter snickered, his expression warm as he looked at Cove. He appreciated the delicate attempt to relate, especially with how standoffish Cove normally was with him. That's the fate of sons with their dads, apparently. How lucky we won't be doing that now. Yeah, no fishing. Liz nodded. There's nothing wrong with some non-nautical themed activities. We could play a party game for all I care.
Yeah!
We'll do a party game. Pull out the Monopoly. We're gonna be here for a while. No, I'm kidding. You saw her brow furrow for just a moment as she mentally conjured possibilities, then smoothed out as one came to mind. Ooh, what about the one where something is written down and people give clues and one person has to guess what it is? Sure, I'd say I play a party game and I stand by it. Who's guessing first? Me, how about rock, paper, scissors to decide? We could have an arm wrestling contest to choose. I don't care, you're waiting for someone to speak. How about rock, paper, scissors to decide? The others blinked at you as you made your suggestion. Liz's expression was skeptical. Not the Monopoly. I mean, if it's gonna be a long boat trip, I'm sure a Monopoly game would last the entire way through and would probably not be done by the time you were done. Especially if you're going by house rules, which Monopoly has, like, I find it so funny how much in, like, the instruction panels and, like, Monopoly themselves, like, the brand, has been going out of their way to tell people not to use house rules, because that's, like, the reason that the games last so long, or, like, one of the reasons the games last so long, and people just keep doing it. And how do we decide who took turns for that? The game that is supposed to decide who's taking the turns first and the game we originally decided to play. Lee snickered, batting a hand in the air to brush away these minor details.
Trust me.
Don't be like that. We'll make it work. It's a good idea. More games equal more fun. We're doing rock, paper, scissors. Who the fuck gives a shit? Together you agreed on an order to go in for this set of games, and the mini competition was on, with Lee and Liz facing each other in the first round. Liz was triumphant in the first game. The next challenger was Baxter. He and Liz went up against each other, and Baxter emerged victorious. Now he was waiting to see who would go up against in the next round. Meanwhile, you were gearing up for a round against Gov. The winner would be Baxter's opponent. Gov stared at you with narrowed eyes. The minigame might only be a meaningless fun, but Gov meant business. You took your positions facing each other as the others watched on. You raised a hand, curled into a fist, just as Gov did the same. On 3. Gov frowned, focusing intently on your hands as you might predict what shape it would make. 1, 2, 3. You picked. Okay, it is letting me pick. Rock, paper, or scissors? It doesn't freaking matter. What am I bothering myself over so much? Paper. It's like it doesn't freaking matter. At the call of 3, Gov's hand stayed as a fist. He'd went for rock. His wins, I win. Gov slumped his shoulders, accepting defeat. You had gotten the better of him that day. His batting session ended abruptly with a shake of his head as he refocused on what was ahead. Gov stole a glance over at the monochrome newcomer. That's such a great title. You won, I won. I won at rock, paper, scissors. Then he met your eyes with complete seriousness. Let's see if we can make it 2 for 2. You can beat him, can I? You laughed, you sighed long-sufferedly. You see it up at Gov's insistence. You nodded reassuredly. Yeah, he was right. You were about to bring this home for the win, or maybe not. Baxter watched your exchange with Gov and waited until an appropriate moment to approach you. His mouth curled. Let's see. Good luck. Good luck to you. I don't need luck. This is gonna be fun. He said, good luck to you. His smile grew wider as you both raised your hands for the final game. The countdown begun, and you threw down rock, you brought down paper, you went for scissors. I'm going down for... Why am I thinking this so thoroughly? It doesn't fucking matter. I'm doing... scissors. Damn it. And Baxter crushed it with a rock. Well, one tried. It was over. Gov's face fell right into his hands at the call of Baxter's triumph. Baxter merely shrugged and feigned indifference. Well, that's nice. He's so nonchalant. It's like, well, that's great. Isn't it awesome? I won. Who would have known? Indeed. Gove, still pouting, lifted his head just enough to peek at Baxter. Good job. He was willing to concede the win, even if he was sour about it. That made Baxter's grin return. It was a good game. Congratulations, I'm proud of you. You're so humbled. Boo, I was robbed. You're not just Baxter Ward, you're Baxter Win. Badoom ching. And congratulations.
Thank you.
No problem. Not a sore loser. Lee shot Baxter an impressed thumbs up as Liz chuckled in disbelief. The actual game hasn't even started and people are already getting like this. Listen, competitive rock, paper, scissors is exciting. Championship rock, paper, scissors is business. Her pointed look was aimed straight at Ko, who was still recovering from the shame of defeat. He pulled himself together completely after that. Hey, you know, you've gotten rusty with your party game skills, eh? Because we won the ones at the birthday party, is that what it is? Liz slightly slapped his shoulder for that comment. He chuckled unrepentantly. With a devious grin, Lee picked up a pen and notepad from the bar counter. She twiddled the glittery pen with her fingers. Lee clarified the rules after Cove raised a wavy eyebrow. Random words would be written down and folded up to give to another player. When it was someone's turn to be a guesser, they would show everyone else the word but couldn't look at it themselves. The other players had to help the guesser figure out what the word was without saying it directly. Each person was allowed to say only one clue. After all the hints were given, then the guesser would have to decide. Lee gave each guest at the mini party a piece of paper from her notepad. It was surprisingly thick-lined paper with a little starfish printed at the bottom. She scrounged around to find more writing implements. She managed to dig up a short pencil with an old jelly grip on it, a ballpoint pen with a logo you didn't recognize, and a purple crayon. Baxter had a nice pen with him already, so he respectively passed on Lee's offer. She turned to you.
Okay.
Here, pick one. On a pencil, I'll take the pen. Can I have the purple crayon? I'm taking the pen. Boop. Yeah. She passed you the pen and then wandered over to Cove to offer him the next choice. You had to draw a scribble in the corner of the paper to make the pen work. The ink was a standard blue. After the random selection of words were determined and the papers were passed around, it was time to start. Let's play a random game. Woohoo!
Alright.
I guess we know who's going now. Baxter fished his paper out of his ripped hands pockets and presented it to the group. Loopy handwriting spelled out the word slide. Okay. Uh-oh. Kids like it. It's for kids. Kids? Lee bounced enthusiastically, holding out a hand to indicate the short height of children. Baxter nodded slowly.
All right.
It's at playgrounds, but not really small ones usually. The playground around our neighborhood doesn't have it, if you've been there. He shook his head, still perplexed. Unfortunately, I have not, but that if he had been, that would have been a good clue. I do have to say. Dang. You've been to playgrounds before, though, right? Baxter had to pause to think about it. He shrugged. What kind of response is this?
Maybe?
What do you mean, maybe? In my elementary school, I did have recess, but we had a sports field more than a traditional playground. You've seen a playground! Right? For some reason, it's hard to picture you as a little kid. True, kind of. Well, I'd rather you not imagine that, so it all works out. Go placed a finger on his cheek as he puzzled out the game's conundrum. He tapped his face absent-mindedly. It's slippery. You can't really walk on it. Slippery. Every clue lost Baxter even more. I just think we're just perplexing him further. He had no idea what the word could be. You sit on it and then go down. It's tall and long and you have to climb up to the top. You can go on it one way, but can't really get up the other way. Baxter, do you know how to do the cha-cha slide? It's fine if you don't get it, I'll let it slide. Penguins do it on their bellies. Ooh, these end of the sentences stuff is good, but if he doesn't understand what I'm trying to do with this, it's just gonna confuse him further. But that is clever. And also, I kind of just want to go with the cha-cha slide one. I find the cha-cha slide one funny. Let's do the cha-cha one. The cha-cha slide? Oh, slide. That's it. Slide. Baxter's floundering confidence returned in full force with a broad grin.
Excellent.
You did get it, yes. He flipped the paper over and traced his fingers across the word. He smirked at it. Thank you so much for the tip, Ace. Everyone knows the cha-cha slide. To the left. Sus patted you on the arm with approval. Nice one. You had the magic approach that time. The end of the sentence idea with the penguins it's fine if you don't get it, I'll let it slide, and the cha-cha slide one, that's clever. You unfolded the paper given to you, careful not to peek while you showed everyone. Liz leaned in closely with a thoughtful hum. As soon as Lee had a chance to read the word, she jumped up. I'm so concerned about not guessing it. Now I want to guess it. Dog. There's a popular type of dog sometimes called that. There's a popular type of dog. It's where scientists do lab. Lab.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's a secret location. It's lab. It's lab. Liz gave Cove an edge look. She probably thought it would confuse you. No. It would use as well. Never your guess. Oh, I need to type in my guess? Bam. I'm pretty sure, but at the same time, who the fuck knows? Because of Labradors. Because of the dogs. And then it's where scientists does stuff. Right? Right?
Good.
Yes! 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 I'm way too excited. I'm far too excited. I'm far too excited. Phew. You got it. I was far too excited about that. Yeah, you nailed it. Everyone cheered. Liz gave you a round of applause. You looked at the paper and in neat, tiny writing, you saw the word lab printed. I'm so excited for getting it. Woo, wow, that's done. You breathed a sigh of relief. You shrugged, you laughed. Woo! You were thrilled that you got it. I got really excited about it just now. The round was a total victory. We should definitely keep this ball rolling. Yeah, so far we're 2 for 2. We're doing great. Go flipped open his paper and showed it to the crowd. He kept his hand at the back of the notes so he couldn't see the word even if light shone through it. Smart. In blocky, wobbly letters and wobbly text, you read the word potatoes. You pursed your lips together as you thought what you could say. Sack. I love Lee so much. Last round, dog. Then sack. Liz turned her head with an incredulous expression while Lee continued her thought. She jumped up, pointing right at the paper Cove had in his hand. You put them in a sack. Cove blinked at Lee, deeply confused. Lee smiled back, full of confidence that he would come to understand eventually. It's the major vegetable you use in croquettes. That is true. You're not wrong. Also, you use it in a lot of stuff. I don't know what that is.
Really?
Really. Baxter was earnestly taken aback, as if Cove just said he'd never had toast before. Maybe we should change that. There has to be somewhere in this town that serves them, right? Let's go find croquettes. Liz cleared her throat, saving Cove from having to respond beyond his frown. It's that Mr. Toy with different faces and things. Oh, yeah. Cove tilted his head, utterly baffled at the different directions that everyone had taken. We're all taking very creative routes. We're all very creative people, apparently. Are we all art majors? Were we all theater kids? Me bringing in 2 stereotypes to make a joke.
What?
What's a Mr. Toy? Liz simply shook her head at his lack of understanding. It was your turn to try. What are my options? They're brown and lumpy. That's not helpful. There's sweet versions and regular versions. That's kind of a stretch with sweet potatoes and potatoes. Okay. It's a very common starchy root vegetable. Don't forget the croquettes, French fries. French fries was what I thought. My mom loves them mashed and Ma thinks it's bland. That's also clever because I feel like if you say mashed, it's pretty much obvious. But I think French fries would get the point across faster. Because French fries are only made of one thing. And yeah. Right? You can also go like French fries, chips. A lot of good stuff is made with potato. Potatoes are great. I'm like randomly speaking about potatoes while I try to second guess my choice. Is it a C, so at least one theater kid, yeah. We're all very creative. Are we all theater kids? Brown and lumpy. Yeah, I'm doing it. Hold back. You give him a look, sending the answer right to him while filling in the blank Baxter left. Potatoes. Yay. Success. Yeah. Or a singular potato.
Yeah.
You're right, yeah. Gnocchi is made from potatoes. I love gnocchi. Gnocchi's so good. I think I'm having some this Sunday, so I'm excited about that. So yeah, another great thing made from potatoes. You're right, yeah. Go repeated it again with a bright, beaming grin. Potatoes. Ko was so cute sometimes. You couldn't help but feel happy too over his victory joy. He held his hand out to you for a celebratory high five. Yay! He smashed his hand back. You gave him a fist bump instead. You just gave him a thumbs up. Yeah, high five. He slapped his hand with a satisfying smack. He nodded, still looking ecstatic. Thanks for the hint. I don't think I would have gotten it without that. You're welcome. Congrats, now let's go again. Suddenly, the boat tipped forward before rocking back harshly. I wanted to keep playing. The ship must have gone over a bigger than usual wave. Liz held onto her hat desperately. Lee laughed at her immediate death grip. You never know what'll happen in the high seas. I chuckled too. Watch out, Liz. You wouldn't want to lose such a nice topper. You felt a burst of nausea work over you. You started feeling really freaked out about this being in the middle of the ocean like this. Chuckle. You and Lee chuckled together while Liz stuck up her nose. However, your sister was now smiling, and her hold had slackened. The game continued with Liz and Lee taking their turns. It was such a good game that you all decided to play a few more games. I would have been so down to play Liz and Lee's ones again too. I was into it. Liz turned out to be the best guesser, although that could have been because you knew her well enough to give her relevant hints. Lee had to stop herself from answering on the first clue she was given, but no one really minded. All in all, everyone was glad that Lee had suggested the game. Oh, Lee shot you a grin. Why don't we have some drinks? There's a bar on the ship. I'm so glad you brought that up. I feel like we're ignoring a perfectly good bar right now. And we're unsupervised, and no one said anything? Trump tilted his head in disbelief. Lee continued bitterly.
Oh, yeah.
There's a bunch of stuff behind the counter. I bet one could make whatever they could think of. That sounds like an interesting challenge. There's no alcohol, though. Sag. Sad. There's a lot of different juices and stuff. I think I've seen strawberry puree and pineapple. The carrot juice sounds intriguing.
So...
It's a juice bar? Yeah. Liz laughed and tapped Lee on the shoulder. God, because it could have been an alcoholic bar. You just said bar, Lee. I think you got the wrong idea. I thought we all, our first intention was we're getting crunk tonight. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of disappointed. No, I'm kidding. It's fine. Juice bar sounds great. But still. Oops, sorry for the disappointment, Cove. No alcohol is provided by the ship. That's probably required considering the group they've got today. I forgot they have to be 21 in this. They're in California, aren't they? Canonically, they're in the U.S. They can't drink. Even if they would, they can't legally drink anyway. So yeah, if they're renting out a boat, yeah, they're not gonna leave alcohol on it. Yeah, you're right. Oh yeah. Oh, disappointment. I'm not that disappointed by that. I didn't want to get drunk on a ship. I would have been okay with that. I'm a little disappointed. In Germany, they would have put an extra on it, so there's enough. Honestly, yeah. Over here, they probably would have put more in it, so they would be sure. I think teenagers drink more alcohol than a legal adult does. It would all be like a bunch of mixers. It's just based on, and just like some Malibu, some like vodka and shit, and that's it. I'm a little disappointed. Lee breezed past that misunderstanding as though it hadn't even happened. I was thinking we could mix them up and get something special. Anyone interested? I've thought about it, intrigued. Like, Liz smirked, recognizing the potential for chaos. Yeah, success. That sounds like a recipe for disaster. I'm all in. It'll be a dream, trust me. So, who wants to make drinks?
What?
It was your idea. Why don't you do it? I've mixed drinks before. If anyone else wants to try, this would be a great chance. I'm a gracious hostess. I wanna do it. It would be so fun. I want to make drinks. Cool, you're gonna create something wonderful. I just know it. I'm just gonna be an idiot for a bit. But it sounds fun. You wonder if you ought to ask for a request, but Lee hustled you off to the non-alcoholic bar. No one else followed. Plus, if it's anything like alcoholic time, I just and it'll be fine. Just pour stuff in, and it shall be fine. She shouted, Lee gave you a brief tour of selections in various compartments before she went back to the table. She shouted a final message over your shoulder. Make sure there's enough for everyone. Okay. She waved, and then you were left alone with the juice. There's a fridge packed with cartons and various glass bottles of juice. Lee had placed a pitcher on the counter for you to mix things into. Let's do something fucking stupid. You stared at the options, trying to see just what you had to work with. There were a lot of choices. You reached into the fridge to take out some juice. You grabbed... Okay, I actually want to try. To be fair, I've got an idea. It might be a non-alcoholic bar, but you can kind of try to make something that would be aged through alcohol just without the alcohol, and it'll be okay. So, what I'm thinking is the mixed strawberries, blueberry, and blackberry juice, the pineapple juice, and the coconut water. Yeah? Have like a berry mixed like pina colada. I feel like that would be fun. Like non-alcoholic berry mixed pina colada. With your juice done, you set out some glasses and poured out some everyone. Can we make them look pretty? Can I be a good bartender? The group got up from the lounge chairs they had been sitting on and came to fetch their drinks. Everyone picked up a glass and took a sip. Liz squinted as she took a large swig of juice. She smiled. That's kind of odd, but weirdly in a good way.
Right?
I agree, it's some nice work. I know flavor combinations. I would like to imagine. Yeah. He nodded as he took another slow sip. It's refreshing. The little juice experience was a good time, as far as you were concerned. Why are you talking about the amount of different beers? Hey, anyone want to taste that? all 5,500 different types of beers, beer brands. And then each of them produce a dozen or more different beer varieties. Damn. Congrats on being a good juice maker. Yeah, that's all I wanted in life. I've made it. I've made it. Success. Winner is me. Little juice experience was a good time as far as you were concerned. Contentedly, you all stood close together, some still holding their juice cups. Lee's eyes scanned the group and she giggled.
Right?
This is so much nicer than having to rely on regular phone calls to catch up, right? Before anyone could respond, Lee's eyes widened. The corner of your mouth pulled into an amused smile. I just remember that I technically do have, like, pina colada that I could just swig. No, I'm kidding. If every kind of Belgian beer had its own brewery, there's a brewery every 10 square kilometer. That puts it into good perspective. Lee's eyes widened. The corner of your mouth pulled into an amused smile. Not that I don't enjoy our chats from afar, it's just more fun to actually be here together. Oh yeah, definitely.
That's fine.
We understand, and yes, this is a fantastic little party. Happy graduation, Lee, Ace, and Cove. That was followed by more cheers and celebration of your high school, careers coming to an end. Lee even lifted her glass to toast to it. When it settled down, your older sister had one more comment to add. And no one even had to fight over who gets to use the home phone. Lee threw her head back in thunderous laughter. The smile widened on your face. I remember that. All the time Elizabeth here was trying to push me into the being less scabby. She needed me to just stop so she could call her other friends instead. Hey, many teens have a too cool for family phase. That is very true. Many do.
You're welcome.
Yeah, luckily it's all A-okay. I forgive Liz for being a teenager. That got a hearty laugh out of Liz. You got a quiet snicker out of Cove too. At least Ace kept me up to date on what was happening in Sunset Bird those difficult days. I never knew what wild thing you were gonna fill me in on next. Lee leaned in merely a step closer. The mischievous look in her eyes had you preemptively bracing for whatever she was gonna say next. Do I even want to guess at this point? Like when you tell me all about your tween romance moments with Cove. Could have seen that one coming. Cove hung his head with a sigh. Even if Liz had briefly been the target, things always came back to teasing him in the end. But there was a small bashful smile underneath his embarrassment. Chuckling, Liz gave him a kind of pat on the shoulder. I couldn't wait to fill you in on what was happening. I had to tell someone what was happening day to day with these people. Liz really missed out on those meaningful conversations. You didn't comment. It was truly something that you looked forward to every chance it came up. It definitely is always fun to stay in the neighborhood loop. Then Lee drank the rest of her juice down to the very last drop. She made her way to the table over by Cove and set her cup down. Actually, Cove watched Lee as his mouth pulled into a loop-sided smile. Making these juice concoctions reminds me a lot of the smoothie business down at the mall. The one that lets you pick all the fruit that goes into it. That was a good place. That's very true. That was a good place.
Yeah!
See? It was the best, and exactly what I was channeling when I came up with this idea. I'm glad you caught that finally. Sorry, it can take a while to get things sometimes. You all know that.
Mm-hmm.
Too true. That's an understatement. You're sharp when you want to be. It's okay, Gov. You're good exactly the way you are, which he is. That's very wholesome. You didn't comment. Nah. You meant it, and you hope that your sincerity came across alright. Slowly a warm smile spread across his face. So, Cove. She leaned forward towards him with a devilish grin. Do you still have that wind chime Ace totally got for you? Cove blushed off her teasing and gave her a self-satisfied look. Already knowing the answer, you could feel the tips of your ears redden.
Of course.
Wholesome. Getting that wind chime. The moment broke with the sound of Liz's quiet laugh. That was all it took to get Lee laughing, and soon after, you all were soaking up the mirth of the moment too.
Well?
Though, all that aside, we shouldn't leave Baxter out of the loop either. Everyone followed her lead and turned towards the guest for the summer. His expression softened as she shrugged one shoulder.
I get it.
While it's true I wasn't there for these stories, I do enjoy hearing about them. It's nice to only listen sometimes. Cool. Really mature. Thank you? Same. Mood. His gaze traveled from Lee to Liz, and then over to you. He sighed. My cousins aren't nearly as close in age as you are, and as an only child, I'm curious what kind of what that kind of relationship is like. Oh, I'm with you there. Only child solidarity. Lee nodded firmly to Baxter and then shot Cove a serious look. He crossed his arms. Oh, alright. Only child solidarity. A genuine smile lit up Baxter's face. Lee clapped her hands together, pleased at the united front created. Sharing the same wavelength, you and Liz turned your faces to give another look. Not breaking eye contact, she reached over and put a hand on top of your head.
Thanks.
That's wonderful for you three. I'll keep Ace, thanks. Your siblings' stare shattered into laughter. The others joined in as well. The hours were spent chatting away, sharing stories and favorite memories as the boat drifted out to sea. As the time slipped by, the sun hanging low in the sky signaled that it was time to set sail back to the harbor. The more boisterous atmosphere from earlier had settled into a blanket of comfortable relaxation. Hey, do you want to know something? It's almost been 6 hours! Do you wanna know something? It's almost been 6 hours since the start of the stream. I just glanced at the counter. Damn. Liz and Lee were absorbed in conversation, lounging around on the deck couch. Baxter sat across from them, nodding along, and every now and then you could hear laughter coming from the three of them. There were always smiles. Cove had his arm wrapped around you. You had your arms wrapped around Cove. You and Cove were holding hands. You and Cove were leaning against each other. You and Cove were standing side by side. This is so cute! Soaking in the scene, you smiled contentedly. Your hands moved up to hold onto Cove's arms. You heard him hum happily at the added touch. The ocean breeze picked up and you closed your eyes. When you were ready, you looked back to the deck with the faces of everyone you spent the afternoon with. You never wanted to forget that view. Then looking out at the wide open ocean, you committed every bit of the moment to memory. You quietly thought to yourself, today had certainly been an adventure. It's 11:40 p.m. To be fair, we've done all of this. So, remember when we did like this much stuff in like 3 hours? Yes, but now we take our moment to appreciate it. Now we take our moment, breathe it in, appreciate it, comment on it, continue, and take it nice. Take it nice and slow like it deserves. So yeah, maybe we were a lot more productive the first time round, but hey. Maybe we were a lot more productive the first time round, and now we need 6 hours to get through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 moments, but still. Resisting the urge to just do charity, because I really like charity. Because I remember it. Oh, I remember it. Because it's the fancy shirt. It's the fancy shirt. I'm just vibing to the music. How am I still so, like, pumped? I know you can't hear it in my voice as much anymore because I'm, like, forcing myself to be like... But yeah. I'm just, like, vibing. You're gonna love happiness? Am I? I'm excited. We're only 3 left and then we finish step 3. And we do the summer ending bit. And then we do step 4. Just wait until next time. You're gonna love it. I'm excited. Plus, next time I'm pretty sure we can get through like Charity Drive and Happiness. We could probably do 3, unless we take a while on like 1, but we could probably do 3. And then marriage. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm shamelessly excited for the wedding. I am shamelessly excited. You can listen. It's so funny how excited I am about it. I'm so excited about it. Like, genuinely, like, so excited about it. Listen, I can't remember being so excited about something in a while. I'm so excited for fictional wedding. My fictional wedding. We officially hit the 6-hour mark. You're not ready for the level of customization you're gonna get. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I'm so ultimately excited. I'm thrilled about it, not gonna lie. I'm thrilled about it. Absolutely thrilled about it. Gotta save. Save. Let's add a new page. Save right here. Awesome. Awesome. This was productive. We did 5 moments. 6 hour affection. This was a bonding experience, I think. Just sitting here for 6 hours. This is fun. I thoroughly enjoyed that. I thoroughly enjoyed that. I love this game so much. I thought doing a long stream, and maybe after playing an entire week of this game, I'd like kind of loosen up a little bit and not feel as like internally attached to it and not want to just keep like going like I had before. But that's not happening. Actually, this has had the opposite effect. If I was hyped, I'm more hyped now. I'm so hyped. I want to see happiness. I want to replay step 4. I want to get to the wedding. I'm just what has this game done to me? / very much positive. Very much positive. I love this game so much. This game is so good. I cannot stress this enough. I love this game so much. It makes me so happy. It makes me very, very, very happy. Anyway, I'm gonna start wrapping things up now because we're officially 6 hours in. It is 11:45. Hi. It's 11:45. It's almost the next day. It's almost October. Shit! It's almost October. It's almost officially spooky month. Shit! It's almost officially spooky month. The realization just dawned on me, and now I'm really happy. The happiness that just swooned into my entire being. I was like happy. I was happy because of game, and now I'm just incredibly happy because it's also almost spooky month. It's spooky month in less than 15 minutes. Good night, I sleep well and dream of having an amazing time on a yacht, listening to the voice of our lovely Baxter and sharing your favorite juice with Cove and being a child escort, I guess. You know, child escort things. Haha, lol. Anyway, tomorrow's community night, so we'll see how that goes. Probably won't be 6 hours, but yeah, it's community night. I'm excited for it. You should be excited for it too. Probably gonna do some drawing games. Might try the meme game. Someone recommended it to me before, and then I saw someone post it on the Discord today as well, and I got reminded of it again. So we could maybe try the meme game if we get tired of drawing stuff. Yeah, we'll just see where it goes. You know the usual. Spontaneous stuff usually works out the best anyway. And so, yeah. I hope you have a great rest of your day. The little bit of it that is left officially if you're in my same time zone. a great night as well, and a great beginning to spooky month that is so nearly here. And a sneeze. There we go. Nice sneeze. Yeah, looking forward to tomorrow. Yep, for community night. I hope to see you there if you're free and available to do so. I'm excited about it. We are gonna have some fun with that. Anyway, this was a lot of fun. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Thank you for joining me in these 6 hours of experience and of life. Just chilling, having fun. I had a lot of fun. I hope you had fun too. Let's find an ending song. Find an ending song. Find an ending song. Find an ending song. Ooh, I think I'll go with this one, which is accurately named Fall Came Early, which is a nice thing for for spooky month starting in almost about 10 minutes. So I'll you about it. I'll wait until it's like exactly 12 just to tweet out my all happy spooky month. Because yes. Anyway, have a great rest of your day. Have a good night as well. I hope to see you here tomorrow for community night. Thank you for sticking around for these 6 hours, 5 minutes, and 32 seconds of content today. I had a whole great time. Not in the slightest bit tired, which I'm surprised about. And yeah. Have a great rest of your day. Have a good night as well. Love you all so much. And yeah. See you here tomorrow for community night. Bye-bye. 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 Queen that joke. Bye. Bye-bye.